This girl, unlucky as hell in life, finally won a $5 million lottery, only to be ridiculously crushed to death by a jumper. Now she's raising hell in the underworld, screaming about injustice. The Yama King, not wanting to blow things up and create more paperwork for himself, hastily wrote a reincarnation order for her, making her Princess Juju of the Western Chu Kingdom. Just when she thought her life was about to turn around, she realized upon rebirth that her mother was banished to the cold palace. And because her mom made her dress as a boy, her father, who desperately wanted a daughter, completely ignored her. Luckily, Juju has this nifty ability to project her thoughts, so her parents started clearing up their silly misunderstandings. Will this girl's life finally bloom or continue to be a mess? Can she use her mind, reading powers to escape her predicament? Let's find out. In the Yama King's hall, mournful wails echoed endlessly. Wakya, is there any justice? I died so tragically, I won't accept this. Yama King paled, his head pounding. Unsure how to handle this, he could only try to reason with the girl kneeling, clutching his robe like a lifeline. Hey, let go first, we can talk this through. The girl stubbornly knelt, refusing to budge, ignoring the two kneeling beside her, begging for forgiveness. Wakwaya, she continued to recount her hardships, hoping for Yama King's pity. Since childhood, I've been orphaned and plagued by bad luck. I finally won a $5 million lottery. She sobbed even harder. Whoa, and then got squashed by a jumper. It's so unfair. Yama King's wife smacked him upside the head. If you let her keep crying like this, the whole underworld will be in chaos. The smack jolted Yama King awake. He hastily offered a solution. Don't cry, I'll arrange for you to be reborn as a princess, enjoying a life of luxury. The girl, stunned, asked, a princess? Her eyes sparkling with hope, she asked, will I have parents, siblings? Will everyone love me? Yama King, eager to appease her, said, anything you want, you got it. His wife, seizing the opportunity, quickly drafted the reincarnation order. The order completed and placed on the table, Yama King declared, grieving soul Juju, Princess Juju, based on the merits you've accumulated, or lack thereof, you shall be reborn as the princess of the Western Chu Kingdom. Off you go. The cries of a newborn echoed through the cold palace of the Western Chu Kingdom. Walla, walla, a court lady informed the mother. Your Majesty, a lovely princess. The emperor has 17 sons, and has been longing for a daughter. The mother, far from joyful, said sadly, although the emperor yearns for a daughter, I'm confined to the cold palace. I can't protect her, announce her as a prince. Tears streamed down her beautiful face. My son is imprisoned, and my parents were accused of treason. Let her live as a boy, it's better that way, safe from jealousy. Juju, still in a daze, suddenly jolted awake. Eyes wide, inwardly she raged at Yama King. Wait a minute, cold palace, treason, 17 princes, Yama King, you promised love and luxury, you liar. The court lady, seeing the princess drift off to sleep, said to the mother, Your Majesty, look how well behaved the princess is. She cried herself to sleep. Little did she know, Junjunu was so despairing, she practically wanted to die again. 5 years flew by. Princess Juju grew up as a prince, spending each day moping and thinking, I've been living here for 5 years now, and haven't even caught a glimpse of His Majesty. I'm underfed, underdressed. Guess this is how I'm gonna live out the rest of my life, huh? Suddenly, a voice startled her. Hey, you shorty climbing the mountain over there? Don't you see this Princess Anyang? Why aren't you kneeling? Aren't you afraid I'll have your dog life taken? So this was Princess Anyang, the precious firstborn daughter of noble consort Jiang. Juju blinked owlishly, pointing at herself. Me? Are you calling me shorty? Without waiting for a reply, she started rummaging through her memories. Princess Anyang? That name sounds familiar. Her eyes widened, I remember. That damn novel, The Heavenly Empress, this Feng Kaiwei, Princess Anyang, is the female lead, and my dad, having no daughters, adopted the prince's daughter and raised her in the palace, spoiling her rotten. He even betrothed her to the crown prince, whose head over heels for her. 10 years later, the Western Chu Kingdom will fall, and Feng Kaiwei will become the Empress of the Southern Kingdom, helping their emperor unite the world. Talk about a powerful female lead. As for me, not only is my identity a mess, but today I'm going to get beaten to death by my real dad. I'm totally just a side character. Juju, realizing her role offered little in the way of plot armor, scrambled down the mountain in a panic. Princess Anyang, fuming, snapped, "Hey, short stack, I'm talking to you." She crossed her arms, her haughty expression clear. "What's your name? Which palace are you from? You dare not bow before this princess, and dressed in rags like that you must be some palace maid's bastard child, aren't you?" Seeing Juju just staring blankly without answering, she raised her hand, ready to slap her. "You dare ignore me, I'll kill you." Juju quickly raised her hands to shield her face. Then, before the slap could land, she pushed the princess's hand away. "What do you think you're doing? Get lost." Princess Anyang, taken aback by this unexpected defiance, sputtered indignantly. "You!" Suddenly, her eyes widened, a sly smile spread across her face. Then, she wailed dramatically, "Imperial uncle, that brat stole my things and tried to scratch my face. You must help Vimai get justice." Juju, bewildered by this sudden change in demeanor, thought, "Is she crazy? Who's imperial uncle?" Curious, she glanced behind her, and was startled to find a tall, handsome man standing there. The handsome man, just addressed as Huangbo, imperial uncle, by Anyang Junzu, Princess Anyang, immediately ordered his attendant, Fu An, "Go, seize that stinking brat for me, daring to bully my Wei. Let's see if I don't kill him." Then, the emperor immediately rushed over to Anyang Junzu to comfort her. "My Wei, be good, don't cry anymore." He even embraced the little girl, her face teared, streaked like a little kitten. Afterwards, he didn't forget to glare at Juju. Juju never thought there would be a day the father and son met under these circumstances. He thought to himself, "Oh my God, this tyrant wants to kill me without distinguishing right from wrong. He's my real dad, my real dad. What happened to a fierce tiger doesn't eat its cubs." The emperor, hearing Juju's inner thoughts, froze, asking himself, what sound was that? Who's talking? Clearly no one's talking." Then he glanced at Juju, speculating, "It's that stinking brat talking," and then he doubted himself again. But his mouth isn't moving. Could it be his inner voice? He immediately asked his attendant, "Whose person is this? What's his identity?" Fu An respectfully bowed and replied, "Reporting to your majesty, this brat is the son of Li Fei in the Cold Palace. He is the 18th prince." The cold-blooded emperor thought to himself, "Not a daughter, nothing precious then." He immediately waved his hand for the guards to deal with Juju, HMPH. "Someone come, drag this stinking brat out and beat him to death." Juju thought indignantly, "Tyrant, what's so good about her? Just a kid who lies without blinking. I didn't steal her stuff. Ridiculous. She has so many people around her, how could I possibly steal anything? On the contrary, she saw how handsome I am and wanted to scratch my face. She made up a story, cried a few tears, and he immediately believed her. How laughable!" He glared angrily at the emperor and silently judged him. Truly a tyrant who can't distinguish right from wrong. No wonder this Western Chu will be destroyed in 10 years. The emperor, hearing the words, "destroyed in 10 years, was startled. "What? Western Chu will be destroyed? Only I can hear this brat's inner voice. No one else can hear it." He hastily stopped the guards. "Wait, I have something to ask him." Juju was also bewildered, unsure what trick the emperor was planning. "What's this? Do I not need to be reincarnated yet?" The emperor walked over to Anyang Junju and gently asked, Wei, tell me, what did he steal from you?" Seeing him ask this, Junju was also surprised and found it strange. Anyang Junzu thought to herself. Before, when I said things like this, Huangbo would directly kill people. Why is he asking so many questions this time? Worried by the emperor's questioning, she quickly reached behind her and tossed her gold bracelet into the grass. Then, pretending to cry, she pointed at the bracelet lying on the ground and explained, "Huangbo, he stole my gold bracelet, see? I asked him and he threw it out there, look." Juju could only scoff at her stupid trick. HMPH. Of all places to throw it, she throws it behind her back. He even boldly hinted to the emperor, "Anyone with eyes can see, unless someone's blind." Seeing Juju's insinuation, the emperor angrily thought, "Stinking brat, what are you looking at? Let me tell you, I also have eyes." At first, the emperor was gentle, putting on a disappointed and sorrowful expression as he said to Anyang Junzu, Wei, I love you so much I'll give you anything you want." Only a second later he became angry that she wasn't telling the truth. But you're full of lies. Do I have to call all the guards here to question you before you tell the truth? Terrified by the emperor, she quickly knelt down and pleaded, Huangbo, Wei Wei was wrong. Wei Wei won't dare do it again. This time, the emperor wasn't lenient and immediately ordered, Someone come, take Feng Kai Wei to the Empress Dowager. Only when she's been properly disciplined and stops lying will she be returned to noble consort Jiang. After he finished speaking, he heard Juju's inner voice again. The tyrant's conscience has appeared. Suddenly gotten smart, huh? The emperor became even angrier, his eyes glaring at Juju. Juju could only lament inwardly. So scary. Seeing that pleading with the emperor was useless, Anyang Junsu changed her target. Xiao Yi, imperial aunt, save Wei Wei. The scheming noble consort Jiang naturally couldn't let Wei Wei be taken away like that, because once she was gone, the emperor wouldn't come to her palace anymore. So she had to act coquettishly and pitifully. Your Majesty, how can you bear to let Wei Wei suffer? Please forgive Wei Wei this time. You're the one who loves her the most. But unexpectedly, this time the emperor was truly firm. He pointed directly at her face and reprimanded, Silence! Wei Wei lying is all because you haven't disciplined her strictly. From today onwards you are confined to your palace for self-reflection. Juju, taking advantage of the chaos while the three of them were distracted, tried to slip away, but was discovered by the emperor. He thought to himself, Unexpectedly, this brat's inner thoughts are all true, but the emperor was still puzzled. Why can I hear his inner voice? Could he be a demon? Juju saw the emperor staring at him so intently that he started sweating buckets. Like, dude, the issue's been resolved, right? Why is this tyrant looking at me so weirdly? He's not going to kill me, is he? I really don't want to get beaten to death. I'm scared of pain, okay? But then, the emperor started getting closer and closer. He silently mused to himself, This kid is actually pretty good. Looking. Even better. Looking than my 17 older brothers. If he was a girl, he'd be absolutely adorable. What a shame. The emperor waved his hand, ordering his close eunuch, Fu An, take the 18th prince back. Juju felt like the emperor was acting super strange today. He thought to himself, my dad is actually being smart today. If he was always this clear-headed, he wouldn't have listened to those evil people and locked my mom up in the cold palace. But my dad is no good either. When he walks across that bridge later, it's gonna collapse, and he'll break his leg. Anyway, my dad never cared about me or mom. Let him suffer. The emperor heard Juju's inner thoughts and was furious, but he couldn't exactly confront him about it. This brat is cursing me in his mind again? Does he think I don't know? Fu An only escorted him a short distance and then said, 18th prince, I can only take you this far. You should head back now. Juju tugged at Fu An's sleeve and kindly reminded him, Eunuch, remember to remind my dad, my imperial father, when he gets to the lake in the imperial garden, to wait for a cup of tea before crossing the bridge. The emperor stood at the head of the bridge, thinking to himself, that kid said the western shoe would fall in 10 years. That's a big deal, but how am I supposed to verify that? As for the part about me breaking my leg, that's something I can test out. And so, he prepared to step onto the bridge. Just as he was about to step down, Fu An hurriedly reminded him from behind, Your Majesty, please wait a moment. You should wait for a cup of tea before continuing. The emperor suddenly felt a little happy. That stinky brat must have reminded Fu An. I guess he does have some conscience after all. He pretended to cough to make an excuse and said, Ahem, serve tea. We'll go after I finish this cup. 5 minutes later, the emperor finished his tea and sat in contemplation. The tea is done. It seems like what that brat said might not necessarily be true. Suddenly, a voice came from behind. Your Majesty, the Grand Preceptor, and many other officials are waiting for you in the imperial study. They say it's urgent. It was the voice of head eunuch Liu, the manager of the imperial study. Hearing head eunuch Liu's report, the emperor immediately stood up and signaled, Let's go! Off to the imperial study. He had just taken one step. Suddenly, a loud crash came from behind them. Fu An turned around to look and hurriedly reported, Your Majesty, the bridge has collapsed. It's a good thing you hadn't crossed yet. Otherwise, the consequences would have been unthinkable. He also didn't forget to mention Juju's contribution. Thankfully, the 18th prince reminded us. At this moment, the emperor truly believed Juju's words. It really collapsed. It seems like that brat really can predict the future. The anger from before instantly vanished, replaced by a rare joy that surfaced on his usually cold face. This isn't some evil omen. This is clearly an auspicious sign. The emperor clenched his fist, feeling a sense of lingering fear. If I had crossed the bridge just now, even if I didn't die, I would have broken my leg. Without someone to lead, the court would fall into chaos sooner or later. He ordered head eunuch Liu, who was standing nearby. Head eunuch Liu, dismiss everyone who's waiting on my behalf. Only leave the Grand Preceptor, I'll be there immediately. Head eunuch Liu asked worriedly. Your Majesty, where are you going? He replied coldly. To the cold palace. Juju excitedly called out to his mother. Mom, I'm back. Consort Li rushed over and hugged him tightly, appearing to scold him but actually filled with worry. Juju, do you want to scare your mother to death? She then recalled the past. Back then, your older brother just went out for a bit, and then he got into trouble and was thrown in jail. I haven't been able to see him again in this lifetime. You're all I have left. He gently reached up and wiped away the tears from his mother's beautiful face. Then he carefully comforted her. Mom, don't cry anymore. When Juju grows up, I'll make sure you live a good life, he silently calculated. As for my wrongly accused brother, now is not the time to save him. I have to wait for a certain someone to return to the palace. Consort Li was happy to see her son being so considerate, but she didn't want to force him to do anything. Good Juju, as long as you're safe, that's all that matters to me. We don't need to live a life of luxury. He happily flattered his mother. Mom, you're so beautiful and kind. My dad is blind to have missed out on you. Consort Li stroked his head and said tenderly, You little rascal, she thought to herself. He's so young, yet his heart already carries so many burdens. Ever since I gave birth to you, I've been able to hear your inner thoughts. You poor child. The two of them were chatting happily when, suddenly, a palace maid rushed in, shattering the peaceful atmosphere. This is bad, Your Highness. The Emperor is coming. Consort Li was extremely worried when she heard this news. Why would the Emperor suddenly come to the cold palace when everything was fine? I wonder what terrible thing is going to happen. Imperial concubine Li hurriedly instructed, Ju, go hide quickly. Let me handle this no matter what happens. Don't come out. He calmly reassured his mother. Mom, don't worry. Dad can get us out of here. Imperial concubine Li, unaware of the events outside, thought he was just daydreaming. Juju, we're probably stuck here for life. Just as she finished speaking, the Emperor entered. Fu An immediately raised his voice to announce, His Majesty, the Emperor, has arrived. He glanced at the things inside the room and felt a pang of guilt. The conditions in the cold palace are just too harsh. This is no place for a person to live. Although imprisoned in the cold palace for a long time, Imperial concubine Li had not forgotten her etiquette. As soon as she saw the Emperor, she bowed deeply. Your humble concubine greets, Your Majesty. May Your Majesty live 10,000 years, 10,000 years, 10,000 of 10,000 years. Her voice caught the Emperor's attention. He looked her up and down, assessing her. Even in simple clothes, she was still stunning. Truly a beauty that could make flowers wilt and streams run dry. The passage of time only enhanced her charm. He gently reached out to help her up, saying, No need for such formality. Please sit. Even while sitting and holding her son, Imperial concubine Li exuded an air of nobility. The Emperor was racking his brain, unsure how to start the conversation. He thought to himself, Juju has merit for saving my life. He should be rewarded, but I can't reveal to everyone that he can predict the future. What if I reveal it now, and later he feels wronged and stops making predictions for me? Imperial concubine Li, seeing the Emperor's silence, worriedly asked, Your Majesty, is the tea not to your liking? He suddenly had an idea. That's it, Imperial concubine Li. Lately, I've been thinking about the case where you were framed for treason. I'm preparing to reinvestigate it. You have done a good job raising the 18th prince, so you should move out of the cold palace first. Imperial concubine Li was so surprised that all she could do was gasp. Huh. It took her a moment to regain her composure, and she knelt down to kowtow. This humble concubine thanks Your Majesty for your great benevolence. Juju was secretly thrilled. Woohoo! Finally, his conscience is kicking in. Please keep it up. Who knows, I might even start to like you, Dad. The Emperor, hearing Juju's thoughts, scoffed. Brat, do I need your approval? The whole world loves me. I don't need you. The very next second, Juju changed his mind. I guess he really doesn't need me to like him. What was I thinking? The Emperor, hearing this, could only force a smile, feeling exposed. He was so pitiful. Just then, Fu An reported, Your Majesty, the Imperial study is urging you again. They say it's urgent. The Emperor had to stand up and instructed Fu An, bestow the Shui residence on Imperial concubine Li and the 18th prince, personally help them move, and then go to the treasury and select some good things for them. Remember, only the best. Imperial concubine Li remained kneeling. This humble concubine, thanks your Majesty for your great benevolence. Before he left, Juju suddenly remembered, Dad must be discussing military affairs on the front lines right now. That's a really big deal. Oh, I remember now. This time, Western Chu not only lost the battle, but also lost 30,000 soldiers. Hearing this, his steps faltered, heavy as lead, unable to move. Juju continued to recall. Heavy losses, and they even had to cede territory as compensation. The Emperor was startled and repeated each word from his son's inner thoughts. Lost the battle, and even lost 30,000 soldiers. That's a huge loss. Could this be a sign of our downfall? Seeing that he still hadn't left, Fu An urged, Your Majesty, they're waiting urgently over there. Why aren't you going? Suddenly, he turned back and said a strange sentence. I'm thirsty. I'll have a cup of tea before I go. While Junju was wondering why he kept staring at him, the Emperor's inner voice was screaming, Kid, keep talking about what you were just saying. Who would have thought that the kid would rub his eyes and say to Imperial concubine Li, Mom, Juju is sleepy. I'm going to sleep. Imperial concubine Li quickly urged him, Go to sleep then. You've had a long day. You should rest. Only the Emperor was anxious, thinking, his son is talking about the potential downfall of the country. How can he sleep? His father's heart is burning like fire, yet he's sleeping soundly without a care in the world. What's going on? In the end, the Emperor could only silently watch him drift off to sleep. The little guy even started snoring softly. Snore, snore, nom nom. He hurriedly shook Juju awake. You little brat, wake up. But the little boy was still fast asleep, even sleep, talking with his mouth full. Consort Lai, worried sick about her son, tried to reason with him. Your Majesty, even if you don't like Juju, you can't treat him like this. Even though the Emperor was furious, he still had to suppress his anger and pretend to be gentle. It's not that I don't like him, I just want to sleep with Juju. After coming up with a reasonable excuse, he naturally spoke more smoothly. That's right. Ever since Shimba was born, I haven't slept with him. Now I'm going to sleep with him. All of you, leave. The Emperor propped himself up on the bed and whispered to his son, Juju, our Western Chu is about to lose the war. What should we do? Suddenly, a voice echoed in his mind. Lose the war? It's probably because a spy from the Southern Kingdom stole important military intelligence and reported it back. That's why Western Chu is losing. He stared at Juju in astonishment, then leaned in close and whispered into his son's ear. Could it be that a spy stole our military intelligence? Half asleep, he mumbled. Isn't it obvious? It was that consort Wei pretending to be pregnant and always running to the tyrant's study. That's how the tyrant lost his military secrets and then the war. Juju even accidentally punched the Emperor in the face and then, as if to make amends, offered him a solution. If that tyrant fakes some military intelligence for her to steal, then Western Chu can turn the tables and defeat the Southern Kingdom. The Emperor was so surprised that he covered his mouth to stop himself from shouting out in praise of his son. Brilliant! This little brat is seriously too smart. The Emperor bent down and kissed Juju lightly on the cheek, thinking to himself, in the heat of the moment, I almost decided to deal with that consort Wei, instead of using her to defeat the Southern Kingdom. After thinking it through, he happily got out of bed. Before leaving, he didn't forget to say goodbye to his good son. All right, Juju, I'm leaving now. You go back to sleep. After the Emperor left, Juju wiped the kiss mark off his cheek and muttered, Why was there a noisy fly buzzing around just now? Fu An respectfully bowed and asked Consort Li, Consort Li, everything has been packed? Shall we depart for Chuai Shui residence now? Consort Lai carefully chose her words. Eunuch Fu, thanks to Nanny Gi, Juju was born safely. Over the years, only Nanny Gi has helped me. Today, I want to take her out of the cold palace. I don't know, Consort Lai hesitated. Unable to continue, Nanny Gi, hearing this, was so moved that she couldn't speak. Your ladyship, of course. Eunuch Fu wouldn't dare refuse a consort who was about to be favored. Of course. Your ladyship can decide as you please. This servant will inform the Department of Internal Affairs. Juju was overjoyed, his eyes crinkling into slits. That's great. We're taking Nanny Gui with us to Chiwai Shui residence, he said to himself. Starting today, it's a new beginning. The other nannies watched the backs of the three as they left and began to feel envious. I'm so jealous of Nanny Gui. I should have gotten closer to Consort Li and Juju. Who would have thought a woman who entered the cold palace could come out? 7 days later, in the imperial study, the emperor was reading the memorials submitted by his officials. Deep in thought, I followed Juju's advice, faked some military intelligence for Consort Wei to steal, and ordered the frontline soldiers to set up an ambush for the Southern Kingdom. It was a great victory. He put down the memorial he was reading. Finally, he could relax a little. After fighting so many battles with the Southern Kingdom for so many years, this was the first time he had won so decisively. The emperor stretched and stood up. As soon as he stepped outside, 2 subordinates respectfully bowed and reported, Your Majesty is wise. The Southern Kingdom will send envoys to negotiate peace. Your Majesty is wise. Using the spy to relay military intelligence, turning defeat into victory, he smiled and said, To Chiwai Shui residence. Suddenly, the imperial preceptor entered, bowed respectfully, and said seriously, Your Majesty, I have an urgent matter to report. He knelt down, bowed his head, and said, I am about to die. The emperor's face darkened, and he waved his hand dismissively. Imperial preceptor, why are you saying such unlucky things out of the blue? He ignored the emperor's words and insisted, Before I die, I must tell your Majesty a few things. Last night, I observed the celestial phenomena and discovered that in 10 years, the Western Shu will face the calamity of national destruction. But there is one person who can turn the tide. That person is the 18th prince. No matter what happens, I implore your Majesty to trust the 18th prince and protect him at all costs. The emperor realized the gravity of the situation and answered seriously, I will remember that, but he still had one unanswered question. Imperial preceptor, I still have one thing I want to ask you. Is it also fate that I don't have a single daughter? The imperial preceptor could only shake his head helplessly. Heaven's secrets cannot be revealed. Just as he finished speaking, he suddenly felt a sharp pain in his chest, let out a groan, and collapsed to the ground. The emperor hurriedly called out his name, Imperial Preceptor. Soon after, the palace announced to everyone, the Imperial Preceptor has ascended to the heavens on a crane. Consort Li and her son were happily playing in Chiwai Shui residence. Then Eunuch Fu's voice rang out, His Majesty has arrived. Consort Li and her son immediately looked towards the source of the sound. At this moment, the emperor was lost in thought, sadly pondering, I wonder if the Imperial Preceptor's death was due to his natural lifespan ending, or if he was punished by the heavens for revealing the secret of Western Chu's demise. Sing, Consort Li and Juju respectfully bowed. Long live your Majesty. Juju noticed his father's unhappy expression and was curious. Didn't we just win the war? Why is this tyrant still unhappy? He tried to recall and then exclaimed, Oh, that's right, the Imperial Preceptor died. The emperor was surprised to hear his thoughts and wondered how he knew. Suddenly, the emperor gripped Juju's shoulders tightly and asked him sternly, The Imperial Preceptor died suddenly? I don't know if it was because his lifespan was up or if he died from another cause. Juju looked at him with innocent eyes. He didn't understand what was wrong with him. Why was he saying things he didn't get? Of course, it's because his lifespan was up. Hearing this, the emperor finally felt the weight lift from his heart. His lifespan was up. He even happily kissed him on the cheek, thinking to himself, That's great. I don't have to feel guilty for the rest of my life. Juju, suddenly kissed by him, blushed furiously, his thoughts scattering. I was just kissed by an old man. He cried silently in his heart, Ah, I've been defiled. The emperor saw his son's the Kitop reaction and thought angrily, I only kissed you once and you're acting so wronged. Fine, I'll wrong you to death. The emperor immediately did what he thought. He puckered his lips, brought his face close to Juju's cheek, and started kissing him crazily. Consort Lai was delighted to see the father and son so close. She also came closer, and then the two of them kissed Juju on both cheeks. The image of them at this moment looked exactly like a happy family of 3. Juju blushed with embarrassment, his eyes sparkling with joy. He thought to himself, No wonder they say, not a family, don't enter the same door. My mother and my tyrant father both have such unique ways of thinking. They said they'd kiss, and they actually did. Thinking of this, he was moved to tears. In my past life, I had no father or mother. This moment makes me realize how happy it is to have parents. When the emperor and consort Li heard his inner thoughts, they were startled and surprised. Juju had no father or mother in his past life. After learning this, they decided to give him all their care and attention. Consort Liana thought to herself, "My dear Juju, in this life, mother will give you all my love." The emperor also said to himself, "I will treat you well, my son." Mama Gyai was happy for her mistress when she saw the pile of jewelry that Consort Li had been rewarded by the emperor. Nyang, these were all rewarded to us by the emperor. The other consorts have never been rewarded like this. Juju held up the female attire in his hand and asked his mother, "Mother, can Juju wear little girl's clothes now?" Consort Li shook her head and hurriedly explained, "Juju can't wear them yet. Mother's crime of treason and collusion with the enemy has not been cleared. Your maternal grandfather and grandmother are still exiled in the bitter cold and have not been summoned back. We are still very vulnerable." Mama Gyu continued to ask Consort Li, "Nyang, Consort Ching wants to visit. What food should we prepare?" Juju was surprised when he heard this. "Consort Ching wants to come here. She's one of Feng Kaiwei and noble Consort Jiang's people. What is she doing here?" Whenever a new consort gains favor in the harem, Consort Ching will find a way to move in with that consort. Then, the consort who lives with Consort Ching will die. If she moves in here, my mother and I are very likely to be killed. Consort Li was startled and frightened when she read Juju's thoughts. She was extremely worried. It's true that you can know a person's face but not their heart. Because of this, Consort Li immediately changed her attitude and instructed, Mama Gi, tell them to just casually prepare some food. There's no need to make any special preparations." Mama Gi was puzzled after hearing this. Didn't Yang just say to prepare Consort Ching's favorite food at all times to wait for her arrival? Consort Li gently stroked her son's head and explained coldly, "For the past few years I was demoted to the cold palace. Consort Ching was indifferent and didn't care about me, not even when I was on the verge of death. She wasn't sincere, so why should I take her seriously?" Mama Gi breathed a sigh of relief. Nyang always used to say that Consort Ching was a good sister, but this old servant thought, if they were really sisters, why haven't they inquired about each other for so many years? It's good that Nyang can finally see clearly today. In Consort Ching's palace, Consort Ching was kneeling humbly and swearing to Princess Anyang, "Please rest assured, Princess, and please convey to noble Consort Jiang that this time, this consort will definitely be able to stay in Thuishui residence." A wicked look flashed across her face. She would then kill Consort Li and her son. She even made a vicious vow, "If they don't die, I'll cut off my head and let your ladyship play with it like a ball." Princess Anyang, hearing this, felt reassured and said, "Well then, we'll have to see Consort Ching's performance. If you succeed, you'll definitely be rewarded handsomely." Fresh from plotting murder with Princess Anyang, Consort Ching was already beaming as she arrived at the Autumn Water residence. As soon as she stepped inside, she excitedly greeted, "Little sister, my dear little sister, your big sister is here to see you." Consort Lian's face, however, showed no sign of joy. Instead, she responded coldly, "Big sister is here. Please, come in and have a seat." This coldness made Consort Ching pause and think. She felt something was off. It has been a while since Consort Li saw me. Shouldn't she be excitedly hugging me and telling me how she has been doing all these years? Unable to get close to Consort Li, she immediately switched targets, sweetly coaxing Juju, "The 18th prince has grown so much. Let Consort Ching give you a hug." But her usual fake demeanor only made Juju even more scared. He thought to himself, "Evil monster, don't touch me, mother, save me." Consort Li quickly grabbed Consort Ching's hand. She warned, "Children are afraid of strangers. You should stop." Consort Li's words made Consort Ching even more awkward. She had no choice but to agree, "Haha, all right." On the table was only a single plate of dessert. Consort Ching glanced around and insincerely praised, "Little sister's new residence is truly magnificent. Unlike my humble abode, which is crude, dilapidated, and always drafty." Having been forewarned by Juju, Consort Li was very wary. "Then why don't you have the Internal Affairs Office fix it for you? Telling me is useless. I don't know how to do repairs." Consort Ching, undeterred, continued to play the victim. "This older sister has no children, so the people at the Internal Affairs Office don't respect me. They bully me. How could they possibly help me fix my rooms?" Consort Li, with a sharp eye, pulled at Consort Ching's clothes and questioned her. But aren't these robes made of Saskatchewan brocade? If the people at the Internal Affairs Office really don't respect you, how could you be wearing such fine fabric? Consort Ching was rendered speechless by this retort. She then quickly changed the subject, trying to cover up her true intentions. Actually, Big Sister has a personal reason. I was worried that you'd be lonely here at the Autumn Water residence, so I wanted to move in so that we could take care of each other. Consort Lai wasn't one to be trifled with. She immediately questioned her directly. Little sister was in the cold palace for so many years, and I didn't see you worrying about me then. Now that my life is a little better, you suddenly care. I'm afraid you have other motives. Consort Ching panicked and dismissed the accusation. What are you talking about? We've known each other since we were children. My sincerity towards you is witnessed by heaven and earth. How could you say such things? Consort Ching pretended to be angry and turned to leave. Little sister is truly making me feel disheartened. If you want to cut ties with me, just say so. Why beat around the bush and say these hurtful things? After saying this, she smugly thought to herself, why is Consort Lai suddenly so guarded against me? But if I say I'm cutting ties, she'll definitely panic. When she begs me to stay, I'll just go along with it. Consort Ching hadn't even finished her internal gloating when Consort Li gave the order to the surrounding palace maids, see our guest out. At this point, Consort Ching finally snapped and yelled, how dare you treat me like this? Are you serious? You'll regret this. Juju looked at her mother with admiring eyes. Wow, mother is so powerful. She just escaped from the cold palace and took care of a threat? Juju was just thinking this to herself when Nanny Guis spoke up. Your Highness, the 10th and 11th princes have also arrived. They're hesitating outside the door, not daring to come in. Li Fei turned and instructed Nanny Gu, tell them to leave. Juju stroked her chin, thinking to herself, why is mother so cold to 10th brother and 11th brother? Their relationship with my 13th brother was really good. After what happened to 13th brother, they kept trying to help save him. They didn't marry, didn't have children, and in the end, even sacrificed their own lives. Maybe mother doesn't know, so she doesn't like them. She said they'd feel guilty until they died. So for the first time, Juju spoke up and asked her mother, Mother, can you let them in? They treated brother very well. Seeing Juju like this, Lin Fei's heart softened. She immediately agreed. All right, then mother will invite them in. The 10th and 11th princes hadn't even fully entered the door when they respectfully bowed. Consort Lai, my brother and I have come to congratulate you on leaving the cold palace. The 10th prince said to Li Fei. Regarding 13th brother's matter, we will think of a way. Juju hid behind Li Fei, secretly observing. Seeing them awkward and clumsy, she almost burst out laughing. Li Fei also dropped her stern expression and smiled, saying to the two of them, since you're here, come in and have a cup of tea with me. Hearing this, the 10th and 11th princes were startled and asked each other in disbelief. Did you hear that right? We've never had tea with Consort Li before. We always got scolded. Suddenly, Li Fei took the hands of the two young men. Then, she gently explained. 3 years in the cold palace changes one's perspective. I know you have good hearts. What happened in the past was because I misjudged people. Hearing Li Fei say this, the 10th prince chimed in. It's because we were always so fujiji budongshi, unreasonable, immature, always making you angry, Consort Lia. We won't be like that anymore. Seeing Juju pretending to walk out as if she didn't know anything, Li Fei played along and introduced. Juju, you've come at just the right time. Come meet your two older brothers. Juju went in front of the 10th and 11th princes, then gasped dramatically. Whoa! Her eyes sparkling, mouth agape. She thought to herself, these two brothers are so handsome. Unexpectedly, the 10th and 11th princes also heard Juju's inner voice. They were equally surprised. Juju is praising us. Wait, no, she didn't say anything. We heard her thoughts. We absolutely cannot say anything. We are the older brothers. We must protect Juju. Then, the two of them began to fight over who got to hug her. Ignoring Juju's annoyed and unwilling expression, I've already been hugging her. Nonsense, I only just hugged her. Haven't even warmed her up yet. No way. Unexpectedly at this moment, the emperor appeared, cheerfully interrupting. What's all this? Why so lively? Tell me, tell me. He then quickly snatched Juju from the 10th prince's arms and continued. Lao Shini, old 10, you've gotten taller again. It's just that your complexion isn't very good. Did someone give you a hard time? I'll take care of them for you. Eunuch Fu thought to himself. This 10th prince is clearly upset that His Majesty took Juju from him, and His Majesty's still asking him that. The 10th prince looked down sadly and said, "Your Majesty, this servant isn't upset. I just ate something bad and my stomach is a little uncomfortable." His Majesty took the opportunity to subtly dismiss them. "Then go see the physician quickly. 11th, go with him." The two princes felt like they'd been struck by lightning. Both of them deflated and walked out sadly. The 10th prince was sad because he'd made up that excuse he wanted to stay with Juju a little longer. The 11th prince was sad because he wanted to eat lunch here. He'd never eaten lunch with his father before. Before the two princes could even get out the door, Juju, as if reading their minds, immediately spoke up. "Father, Juju likes the two older brothers. Older brother has a tummy ache because he's hungry. Juju wants older brothers to eat with us." His Majesty, seeing his youngest say this, happily agreed. "All right then, we'll do as Juju says. Let's all eat lunch together." The 10th and 11th princes, seeing his Majesty agree, turned back excitedly. A sumptuous meal was laid out on the table. Juju, seeing the clear worry on the faces of his two older brothers, thought to himself, "The two older brothers aren't touching their chopsticks and aren't looking at father. They must be afraid of him. I need to think of something." The two princes, seeing him constantly worrying about them, felt very happy in their hearts. 18th brother is so good, always thinking of us." Suddenly, he widened his eyes. Looking at his father's love-struck expression, he was curious. Why is tyrant father looking at mother like that? What kind of look is that? It looks like a pervert. As soon as he thought this, the two princes burst out laughing, spraying rice everywhere. His mother froze, while his tyrant father was speechless with rage. Juju immediately scooped a piece of carrot into his Majesty's bowl and said solicitously, "Father, eat more." His inner thoughts were completely opposite. Eat more so you won't look at mother with those pervy eyes. Although his Majesty was extremely angry, because there were many people present he couldn't make a move. Suddenly, Eunuch Fu entered and announced, "Your Majesty, Princess Anyang is kneeling outside, begging for your forgiveness." Hearing this, his Majesty not only didn't soften, but hardened his expression and said, "Not learning proper etiquette, and coming here to cause a scene. She wants to kneel. Let her kneel." Princess Anyang knelt outside until the rain poured down, still not stopping. The servants at the Thuishui residence looked on with great worry. How can the princess kneel like this? Her knees are probably about to break. Doesn't His Majesty feel any heartache? Her parents, distressed for their daughter, stood there shielding her from the rain, constantly persuading her. Wei, the rain is so heavy, and your health is weak. How can you kneel in the rain? Our precious daughter should not suffer such injustice. Get up quickly, father and mother will take you home. Her father deliberately spoke loudly for His Majesty to hear. She's the only girl in the royal family. I don't believe His Majesty would be so heartless. Come, let's go now. However, Princess Anyang was very persistent, refusing to leave. If Imperial Uncle doesn't forgive me, I won't get up. Surely someone who can be so heartless must be very scheming, she thought to herself. I must be forgiven by Imperial Uncle, otherwise I will lose all my favor and glory. The court officials knelt, their reports overlapping like a messy choir. Your Majesty, the Duanwang couple wants to take the princess home. Your Majesty, the Duanwang couple wants to take the princess, the one you worked so hard to keep in the palace, home. Your Majesty, the Duanwang couple wants to take the princess home. Juju, after listening to their reports, rolled his eyes with disdain. Clearly, that princess is deliberately seeking her own demise. Her cheapskate father has even sent someone to pick her up. Calmly munching on a pastry with his chin propped up, Juju thought to himself, this Duanwang couple really doesn't know their place. Does he think he can threaten the Emperor? Me? The Emperor, seeing Juju's thoughtful expression, smiled at him approvingly. This kid, truly my son, understands my heart. Unbeknownst to him, Juju, upon seeing this smile, had no idea what he was smiling about, and only thought, that's a creepy expression. The Emperor decisively commanded, someone. If they dare to threaten me with leaving, then I shall grant them their wish. With that, the Emperor put his hands on his hips, his display of imperial authority complete. At least in front of his son, Juju remained unfazed, continuing to calmly nibble on his pastry, knowing full well that Princess Anyang wouldn't so easily give up her palace dreams. Head Eunuch Fu went out to announce to the princess and her parents. By the Emperor's decree, the Duanwang couple and Princess Anyang are to leave the palace. Without a summons, they are not permitted to enter again. The Duanwang couple were taken aback by the Emperor's sudden decision. What's going on? Why isn't the Emperor keeping us? Doesn't he adore our daughter? Doesn't she get whatever she wants? Princess Anyang snapped at her parents. If it weren't for you two clamoring to take me out of the palace and angering imperial uncle, I wouldn't have been kicked out, just as Juju predicted. Princess Anyang was, of course, not going to give up her privileged position so easily. She racked her brains for a cunning plan to stay in the palace. As long as I can stay, I'll still have a chance. No sooner said than done. She ran towards the large lotus basin. Head eunuch Fu hurried back to report. The princess has thrown herself into the lotus basin and fainted. She needs to stay in the palace to recover. She's the emperor's only niece, after all. The emperor angrily retorted, "Who needs someone else's daughter? I have my own." Then, turning around, the emperor smiled and called out, "Juju, Juju!" Upon hearing this, was startled. "Father, Father Emperor, your smile is terrifying." The emperor, holding a small dress, chased after the 18th prince. "Is this your little dress that you dropped?" Head eunuch Fu, watching this unfold, was speechless. How is this happening? The emperor caught Juju and lifted him up, gently asking, "Such a pretty little dress, don't you want to wear it?" Juju's face paled. I don't want to. Seeing this, the emperor resorted to bribery, whispering into Juju's ear, "If you wear it, I'll reward you with 500 taels of silver." Head eunuch Fu and the attending servants, witnessing this scene, couldn't help but sigh. The emperor misses his daughter so much he's gone mad. He's even making the 18th prince dress up as a girl. Such peculiar taste. The 18th prince is a boy, surely he won't agree. There'll probably be a lot of crying and fussing. Everyone, be prepared to comfort the 18th prince. As the emperor held up the dress, ready to continue his persuasion, he saw Juju reach out and grab it. The innocent eyes were filled with the glint of silver. Juju agrees. Juju will wear it. He held the two dresses and happily hopped around, muttering to himself, 500 taels of silver, 500 taels of silver. The attending servants and head eunuch Fu thought, it's not just the emperor who's got problems in this household, the prince isn't quite right either. Juju was dressed, and his hair was styled by the maids. He looked at himself in the mirror, then he walked over to the emperor, who was immediately stunned upon seeing him. Indeed, Juju, dressed in female attire, looked every bit the beautiful little princess. The emperor hugged the little one and gave her a kiss, then straight up told Juju, "Juju, from now on, dress like this, okay? Daddy's already prepared tons of little girl clothes for you." The emperor looked at Juju tenderly and said, "Whatever Juju wants, Daddy will make it happen." The little girl happily replied, "Juju doesn't have any conditions. Juju loves dressing like this." Inwardly, she thought, if only Juju could wear little girl clothes forever. The emperor burst out laughing, picked Juju up, and spun her around a few times. "I have Juju. It's like I have a princess now. Ha ha." His laughter echoed throughout the grand hall. Ha ha. The emperor's servant girl sighed and commented, "Consort Li Fei is really going crazy trying to win favor." Eunuch Fu agreed. "He's a prince. Why is he dressing like a girl?" The servant girl continued. "In the future, when it comes to succession, this stain will definitely make things difficult for the 18th prince." Eunuch Fu couldn't help but exclaim, "The emperor's tastes are really something else." After returning to Thunyi residence, the 10th and 11th princes came to visit her. The 10th prince propped his chin in his hand and voiced his thoughts. "Juju's really been wronged. Because of father's peculiar tastes, you're forced to wear girls' clothes. This older brother will definitely find a way for you to wear boys' clothes." The 11th prince also poured out his heart. 11th brother won't let outsiders gossip about you. Anyone who dares to badmouth you, I'll smash their mouth. Juju just smiled reassuringly at the two of them. Pretty older brothers, don't worry. Wearing girls' clothes makes Juju very happy. Having just said that, the little girl suddenly remembered something. "Ah, I almost forgot. Tomorrow something big will happen. Whether you two can befriend the crown prince and gain the saint's favor depends entirely on tomorrow." Thinking that, the little girl spoke up. 10th brother, 11th brother, come see Juju tomorrow morning, okay? The 10th and 11th princes looked at each other worriedly, lost in thought. It's already hard enough for us to even see the crown prince, let alone go out and do things with him. Juju is so young, can she really help us? The next day, the three of them stealthily led each other to the elephant house. The 10th prince asked curiously, "Juju, why do we have to come to the elephant house?" Juju didn't answer but thought to herself, Of course it's because Crown Prince brother will come to the elephant house today to see the elephants, but unfortunately, he'll encounter a rutting elephant that goes berserk and attacks him, almost costing him his life. The little girl rubbed her chin, continuing to recall. Feng Kaiwei cleverly uses a trick to save his life, and Crown Prince brother falls in love with her at first sight. The Western Suo Kingdom is in chaos, and Crown Prince brother even risks his life to protect Feng Kaiwei, but she doesn't love him at all. The two princes pretended not to care but were actually silently listening to the whole story. At this moment, Juju turned back to ask them, 10th brother, 11th brother, I heard the elephants here are very fierce. If someone were attacked by an elephant, would you two rush in to save them? The two princes quickly assured her, of course. A palace maid and a eunuch standing guard outside the door saw the 10th and 11th princes and thought to themselves, these two sons of palace maids, neither favored nor employed, can't stay put in the prince's quarters. What are they doing here? The two exchanged glances. The crown prince will be here later, don't bump into his highness. As soon as they mentioned the crown prince, he arrived. The maid and eunuch immediately bowed. Greetings, your highness. The crown prince lifted the curtain. I'm here today to inspect the elephants, to ensure that on the day they're used, each elephant is in perfect condition. Adding to the prestige of the Western Suo Kingdom, the crown prince looked towards the elephant over there and asked the guard, what's wrong with that elephant? Why does it look a little agitated? The guard cautiously replied, your highness, you should stay away. That elephant is in rut. It's very aggressive and could hurt someone. You mustn't get injured. As soon as the guard finished speaking, the elephant roared and smashed the crown prince's carriage with its foot. Even the crown prince was kicked out of the carriage. He cried out in pain. The people assigned to escort the crown prince hadn't even reacted yet. Just as its enormous foot was about to stomp down on the crown prince, the 10th prince dashed out, then yelled at the top of his lungs to get the attention of the rampaging elephant. Hey, over here! He frantically waved the banana in his hand, shouting even louder, here's your favorite, Flowery, come and get it! Hearing the commotion and spotting its favorite snack, the elephant immediately swung its trunk towards the 10th prince. Juju, hiding behind a pillar, silently cheered them on. 10th brother, 11th brother, you can do it. The 11th prince, having just rushed out to support the crown prince, instantly became the elephant's new target. It glared angrily. Then, with a mighty swing of its massive trunk, wham, it smacked the 11th prince. Ow! He cried out in pain. The 11th prince gritted his teeth, enduring the pain. The crown prince, roused by the yell, opened his eyes and saw the 11th prince's injury, suffered while saving him. He weakly called out, 11th brother! Seeing that one banana wasn't doing the trick, the 10th prince balanced a huge platter of fruit on his head and yelled with all his might, hey, look over here, giant platter of your favorite fruits! Sure enough, the elephant immediately noticed the fruity bounty. Seizing the opportunity, the 10th prince tossed the platter into the cage. Go get it! The elephant eagerly lumbered after it. While the elephant was happily stuffing its face, the 10th prince quickly slammed the cage door shut. Juju wiped the sweat from her forehead, letting out a relieved sigh. Finally, we're safe. She noticed Anyang County princess lurking nearby, and something clicked. This elephant is ferocious. How did Feng Kaiwei manage to save the crown prince before? Feng Kaiwei, hiding behind another pillar with a maid, stared intently at the crown prince in the 11th prince's arms. Juju frowned, thinking to herself, so she just stood there and watched, cold-hearted and selfish. Someone like her doesn't deserve our crown prince's affection. She recalled a memory. Only Miss Yu Wanyan, remained unmarried for the crown prince's sake until the end of her days. She disguised herself as a man, fought against enemies, defended the country, and endured humiliation as a prisoner of war. She was worthy of the crown prince. Juju told herself, I must help crown prince find his true love. Having made up her mind, she ran over to the 11th prince and the crown prince. Seeing his pained expression, she called out worriedly, 11th brother, are you all right? Juju asked, touching his soaked robes. She froze. Lightning struck as her hand came away sticky with bright red blood. A second later, she collapsed to the ground, terrified. Blood, blood. The emperor sat anxiously by the bedside, listening to the imperial physician's report. Your Majesty, the crown prince is not in grave danger. He suffered a minor head injury and requires rest. Hearing the voices, the crown prince slowly opened his eyes. The emperor, seeing this, scolded him with concern. Cheng-an, if anything were to happen to you, how could I face your deceased mother? The crown prince struggled to sit up, respectfully replying, This son is unfilial. To have caused you such worry, father. The crown prince suddenly remembered something important, hurriedly tugging at the emperor's sleeve and asking, Father, my survival this time is thanks to 11th brother's rescue. How is 11th brother doing? The emperor, upon hearing the crown prince mention the 11th prince, looked puzzled. 11th? Wasn't it said that Princess Anyang saved you? The Xiang family's people all saw it. The servants kneeling on the ground hastily spoke up. Your Highness, you must have seen wrong. We all saw it. It was Princess Anyang who saved you. The crown prince immediately refuted them. Father, I'm not mistaken. These servants are chattering non-stop, singing Feng Kaiwei's praises. Your Majesty, please don't doubt me. It was Princess Anyang who saved me. Your Majesty, Princess Anyang saving the crown prince is a great deed. Please reward her. Hearing the servants harp on about Princess Anyang over and over, the emperor angrily roared. Insolent servants, are you saying the crown prince is lying to me? Slandering the crown prince, defying the emperor. Someone drag them out and execute them. Inwardly, he thought, they're already clamoring for rewards before the truth is even clear. Looks like this matter. Eunuch Fuan suddenly rushed in and announced, Your Majesty, trouble. Something has happened at the Shui Shui residence. 18th prince. Thank goodness, he corrected himself quickly. 18th princess has fainted. Scene change to the Shui Shui residence. The 10th prince was at the bedside, tending to his younger brother. The imperial physician's voice droned on. The 11th prince's wounds cannot get wet. The bandages must be changed every 2 hours. Consort Lai, holding a notebook, interrupted the physician. Imperial physician, could you speak a little slower? I can't keep up. Just then, the emperor rushed in, loudly asking, Who's injured? Barely having set foot inside, the emperor frantically inquired, Where's Juju? Where's my Juju? Juju cheerfully ran out, clutching the curtain and replying, Father, I'm here. Inwardly, she thought, the tyrant dad is here. Big brother used food to lure the elephant away, and 11th brother helped save the crown prince. They're both hurt. The emperor's heavy heart finally lightened after hearing Juju's inner thoughts. He breathed a sigh of relief. Ah, I understand everything. 11th saved the crown prince and got injured by the elephant. 11th, you're a good boy. Spend more time with the crown prince from now on and help him share the burden. Juju was overjoyed upon hearing this. Is he thinking of entrusting 11th brother with responsibilities? That's great. But the 11th prince didn't want to take all the credit, father. It was 10th brother and I who saved his highness together. Without 10th brother and the elephant tamer leading the elephant away, both the crown prince and I would have been in danger. Hearing this, the emperor put Juju down and turned to pat the 10th prince on the shoulder, praising him. 10th, you face danger without fear, showing both courage and wisdom. Not bad. You should also spend more time with the crown prince and help him share the burden. The 10th prince respectfully replied, Yes, your majesty. Thank you, father. I will certainly not disappoint you. Juju stroked her chin, standing in a corner and pondering, seems like the tyrant dad has forgotten about the liar. The emperor immediately glanced at Juju, inwardly fuming. Does Juju think I'm a tyrant? Juju returned her father's look with a look of disdain. What's with that look, tyrant dad? At this moment, Princess Anyang was at the Eastern Palace, smugly thinking, This time, by saving the crown prince, I'll definitely gain the emperor's favor. I'm about to win against that shorty. She happily plucked a grape and was about to pop it into her mouth. Feng Kaiwei continued to fantasize. The crown prince and I already have a marriage agreement, and now I've saved him. He'll definitely adore me. Just as she finished that thought, a eunuch entered, clearing his throat and announcing loudly, The imperial decree has arrived. Princess Anyang falsely claimed credit for saving someone, committing the crime of deceiving the emperor. She deserves to be executed. Considering her years of service by my side, her death sentence can be spared, but her crimes cannot go unpunished. Her title as Princess Anyang is hereby revoked, her marriage decree rescinded, and she is expelled from the palace. Hearing this, she was so shocked that she couldn't believe her ears. What? The crown prince was strolling around the courtyard, probably lost in thought. He felt a surge of gratitude. This time, I'm really lucky to have my 3 younger brothers. A voice called out from inside, Juju. Both the 10th prince and the 11th prince rushed to Juju's side. You're our lucky charm, Juju. Can your older brothers get a kiss? Of course, she wasn't about to just stand there. Blushing slightly, she covered her face. No way. Getting kissed every single day is exhausting, so she ran off, completely preoccupied, and bumped right into someone. Oof, she yelped. It was none other than the Crown Prince. Seeing Juju, he beamed. Is this my 18th brother? You look so adorable. Her obsession with handsome guys, carried over from her past life, flared up at the sight of this beautiful man. Wow, Crown Prince George is here. Crown Prince George is so handsome too, she thought. That was her inner thought. But unexpectedly, even the Crown Prince could read her mind. He shuddered, wondering, What is this? What kind of sound is that? With a clueless expression, she looked at the Crown Prince and wondered, What's wrong, Crown Prince George? He was taken aback by what was happening, but quickly assessed the situation. This is 18th brother's inner voice. A look of determination flashed in his eyes as he reassured himself. Stay calm, stay calm. There's a reason for their existence. Regaining his composure and handsome demeanor, he crouched down and said with a smile, 18th brother, give Crown Prince Gi a hug. With an adorable, goofy expression, she replied, Crown Prince George is hurt, and Juju isn't 18th brother. Juju is 18th S. Before she could finish the word sister, the Crown Prince cut her off. He quickly explained, It's all father's fault. He made me dress up as a girl, and now I can't even tell if I'm male or female anymore. This left her speechless. The Crown Prince exclaimed, 18th brother, you must remember that you are a proper man. At this point, she couldn't even be bothered to explain anymore. Now he turned to his two younger brothers, surprising them. My two imperial brothers, that day, you risked your lives to protect me. The Crown Prince stood up, declaring dramatically, Today I swear here and now that in the future I will protect you both with my life. If I break this oath, may heaven and earth destroy me. She stood to the side, feeling satisfied, thinking to herself, quote, though she knew he'd probably hear it anyway, quote, Crown Prince George is such a noble gentleman. It's a shame that in the book he's dragged down to his death by Feng Kaiwei. He'll never know that Miss Yu sacrificed herself for him. Such a tragic story. It would be so great if Crown Prince George and Miss Yu could get married. The Crown Prince, of course, heard all of this, leaving him utterly dumbfounded. But even more surprising was the sight of his two younger brothers munching on melon seeds, clearly enjoying the drama. That evening at dinner, the Emperor, dining with Juju and her mother, spoke up. The Grand Empress Dowager has been at Hanshan Temple praying for the Western Chu Kingdom for quite some time. The Emperor continued during the meal. The Empress and Consort Shu are filial and have been attending to the Grand Empress Dowager. They will all return to the palace soon. Juju ate while inwardly cursing. That Consort Shu is my fake father's favorite concubine. She's the one who framed my mother for treason. She continued eating while looking at her father, thinking, Oh, the villain will appear tomorrow. I wonder if my fake father will punish that woman. Though she didn't say it aloud, someone did hear her thoughts and felt a shiver down their spine. The Emperor turned to her with a strained smile. Zhu, is the food not to your liking? She didn't answer, just stared at her food, inwardly fuming. Does my fake father not understand? My mother and brother's names haven't been cleared yet. How can I possibly swallow this food? Meanwhile, the Emperor was trying to distract her. How about father takes you for a stroll in the Imperial Garden? We can see if there are any butterflies. Hearing this, she immediately brightened. Okay. Let's go catch butterflies. The Emperor patted her head. Kids will be kids. In the palace courtyard, the setting sun cast a warm glow over the garden. Juju ran ahead, chasing butterflies, while the Emperor followed, thoroughly enjoying the scene. But his enjoyment was short-lived. The gossip mongers soon appeared, whispering, Did you hear? Tomorrow, the Grand Empress Dowager, the Empress, and Consort Shu will return to the palace. The other replied, Of course I heard. Once the Grand Empress Dowager returns, Consort Li and the 18th Prince will surely be banished back to the cold palace. Juju, happily playing, stopped dead in her tracks as the gossips continued. Moreover, Consort Shu has always been the Emperor's favorite. Once she returns, he'll surely forget all about that mother and child. Her mood darkened considerably. I'm tired of playing, I'm going back. The Emperor started to say something, but she added, No one follow me. She walked off, leaving the Emperor standing there. Jue? He didn't get to finish before she was gone. The emperor didn't chase after her, but instead ordered his servants, "Seize those two gossips." Realizing just how angry Juju was, he added another command. "Cut out their tongues and feed them to the dogs, then beat them to death." The next day, everyone was already waiting to welcome the Empress Dowager. Juju turned to her mother. "Mother, do you think the Empress Dowager will like us?" Her mother gently reassured Juju. "The Empress Dowager is incredibly kind. Years ago, it was the Empress Dowager who, despite everyone's opinions, spared my life when I was pregnant with you." Her fake dad, hearing this, chimed in, "Juju is so adorable, your Huang Nai will definitely adore you." Hearing their reassurances, she felt relieved and replied with a bright smile, "Then Juju isn't scared anymore." Just then, the eunuch announced, "Welcome the Empress Dowager back to the palace." Slow but majestic footsteps approached. Leading the way was today's main character, the Empress Dowager. Beside her walked the Empress, followed by Consort Shu. Everyone bowed respectfully. Juju was a little apprehensive. This Huang Nai looks so stern, she doesn't seem very happy. Finally, the Empress Dowager spoke. "I've been away from the palace for a while." Maintaining the demeanor of a ruler, she continued, "It seems quite a lot has happened." The emperor approached the Empress Dowager and said, "Mother, you've finally returned." He then turned towards Juju. This is the Juju I mentioned in my previous letters. Hearing the emperor mention her, she felt a little shy. The emperor leaned closer to the Empress Dowager and whispered, "It was I who had her dress as a girl. If you're angry, blame me, not Juju, and not Consort Li. Juju and Consort Li are innocent." She clung tightly to her mother, trembling as she looked at the Empress Dowager, thinking, "This Huang Nai's aura is so powerful, so fierce, so scary. I'm so scared." Like a bolt of lightning, the Empress Dowager's expression tightened. "I'm fierce and scary," she wondered. Realizing the main issue just now, she thought in surprise, "Wait, how can I hear this child's thoughts?" Trying to maintain her composure, she turned to the emperor. "Emperor, I'm angry with you. You have such an adorable little princess, and didn't tell me sooner so I could return earlier." Putting on a kind expression, she approached Juju. "Sweet Juju, come let Huang Nai give you a hug." Juju hesitated for a moment, but then reached out and took the Empress Dowager's hand. The Empress Dowager lifted her up and patted her, her gaze softening as she looked at her. How can there be such a lovable child as Juju in this world? Having lived for half a lifetime, her eyes had witnessed countless events and people. And now, with her piercing gaze, she couldn't help but ponder. Looking at Juju's bone structure and appearance, she called her Huang Nai, Imperial Grandmother, making the old lady admit, "Well, we're all clearly blind. This little princess is obviously gorgeous." Her mood considerably brightened. The Empress Dowager gave her a gift. "Juju, you're such a good girl. This is a gift from Huang Nai." Being someone who sold her soul to capitalism before, Juju's eyes lit up at the sight of gold. "I love Huang Nai the most." Her fake dad, standing nearby, wasn't exactly thrilled. He gritted out, "Loves the most, huh, you little money grubber." She looked at her father and called out, "Fu Huang, Father Emperor." Before she could say anything else, Consort Shu arrived and said, "Your Majesty, the Imperial Palace, the place where top, clitier dramatic actors are born," Juju continued. "During the days we were apart, I missed you every night and day." The Emperor brushed her off, replying coldly, Yes, Consort Shu, you've worked hard, the banquet is ready, let's go." Leaving her there, he rushed over to Juju, who was being held by the Empress Dowager. "Mother, let me hold Juju." Juju's expression screamed, "Serves you right for talking to Consort Shu. Now you've lost me." The Emperor was annoyed but didn't know what to do. During the extravagant banquet, Juju remained seated beside the Empress Dowager. While the Empress Dowager exuded an aura of majestic power, Juju was busy mukbanging all the food. Extremely irritated, the Emperor asked the Empress Dowager, "Aren't you tired of holding Juju?" The Empress Dowager calmly replied, "This is the 10th time you've asked. Your Majesty, I'm not tired. You're tiring me out with all the asking." Consort Shu then appeared beside him. "Your Majesty, I offer you a drink." The Emperor didn't seem too pleased. Taking advantage of the opportunity, she clung to him. "I miss your Majesty every night and day. Could you stay at my palace tonight?" Juju didn't like this one bit. She gave her fake dad the side eye and cursed him under her breath. evil woman, hate her, my fake dad won't go to her place. These thoughts made the emperor look back at her awkwardly. She continued her inner rant. When will my fake dad clear my mother's name? It was all Consort Shu's doing, she framed my mother. Colluding with the enemy is a heinous crime. Though no one could hear her thoughts, the emperor somehow sensed them and felt even more uncomfortable. He accepted the cup of wine Consort Shu offered. He drank it in one gulp. Much to Consort Shu's delight, seeing that the emperor had accepted her wine, Consort Shu said, Your Majesty, I have prepared a hangover soup in my palace. I will await you tonight. The thin curtain draped down in front of the bed, Shu Fei happily stripped off her clothes, wearing only a small chemise as she waited for the emperor. Curious, she wondered aloud. Why hasn't the emperor arrived yet? Suddenly, a palace maid entered and announced, Your Highness, the palace maid stammered. The emperor, he's brought a mountain of rewards to Shui residence. Shu Fei's heart clenched. She sat up abruptly and demanded, What? He went to that little hussy, Li Fei, instead of me. She quickly redressed, standing regally before the cowering palace maids. Just because I was gone for half a month, she thought furiously, that Li Fei dares to pull these stunts. And so many of them. Shu Fei gritted her teeth. The servants, observing their mistress's expression, added fuel to the fire. We don't know what kind of sorcery Li Fei used, but lately, the emperor only has eyes for her. A palace maid chimed in. Exactly. Even the 18th prince is showered with favor. The emperor hasn't even glanced at the other consorts. A sharp crash echoed as a bowl worth 1,000 taels of silver shattered into 100 pieces. Shu Fei clenched her fists in rage, taking out her anger on the nearest servants. That little tramp, who does she think she is? Her resentment towards Lian Fei and her son intensified. Last time I framed her for colluding with the enemy, and she still didn't die, she muttered through gritted teeth. This time, I'll show her what I'm made of. The emperor, having just arrived, overheard Shu Fei's venomous plot. Stepping inside, he thought disdainfully, Ha ha, a little scheming and her true colors show. This poisonous woman, how could a consort have connections with the court? The emperor's anger grew as he realized the gaping hole in his control over the court factions. He tightened his fist. Shu Fei's voice continued to ring out. This time, I won't be so kind as to send her to the cold palace. I'll crush her. Ha ha ha. Having witnessed everything, the emperor couldn't let it slide. He coldly flicked his hand, signaling to Fuan behind him. Eunuch Fuan quickly acknowledged the command and pushed open the doors. Shu Fei was still oblivious to the impending doom. She continued to vent her frustration, blaming the innocent maidservant. You wretched girl, why are you glaring at me? I'm not the emperor. You can't seduce me. The palace maid waited for Shu Fei to finish, before fearfully bowing her head. Voila, the emperor, he's arrived. A wave of icy dread washed over Shu Fei. Her face paled, beads of sweat trickling down, reflecting the terror that gripped her heart. Of course, manners first. Shu Fei respectfully knelt down and greeted, Your Majesty. Then, she stammered, This concubine greets. Your Majesty, when did Your Majesty arrive? He couldn't believe her audacity to ask such a question. His eyes narrowed in anger. Then, without hesitation, he kicked her hard. Shu Fei screamed in pain. Asaya! The emperor raged. I've never hit a woman before. Shu Fei, you're the first. You truly disgust me. Only then did she realize what she'd blurted out. She crawled to him pathetically, clinging to his leg. Your Majesty, this concubine was speaking nonsense. It wasn't true. This concubine was just so in love with Your Majesty. Hearing that Your Majesty was at Li Fei's palace, this concubine couldn't accept it. It was jealousy that made me speak like that. This time, the emperor was ice cold. Without hesitation, he flung her away. His voice boomed with authority. Guards, announce to the 6 palaces, Shu Fei has framed another consort. Strip her of her title and banish her to the cold palace. The emperor paused, then continued. Li Fei's collusion with the enemy was a misunderstanding. Today, her innocence is proven. Li Fei is innocent. Her maternal clan is innocent. Summon them back immediately. As for the 13th prince, the emperor stroked his chin thoughtfully. The 13th prince. We need a good opportunity to bring him out. Otherwise, we won't be able to silence the officials' gossip. Meanwhile, Juju was lying in bed chatting with her mother. Mother, she pleaded, tell me another story. Then I'll sleep. Li Fei looked helplessly at her adorable daughter. You, little one. The two were happily chatting when a palace maid rushed in with good news. Your Highness, the Emperor, has bestowed rewards. The Thui Kun residence was brightly lit. After receiving the rewards, Li Fei was stunned. So suddenly, what's this about? Juju, looking at the pile of gifts, asked excitedly, why did father suddenly bestow us with so many treasures? Speak of the devil, he arrived. Calling her tenderly, Li Fei, she responded dazedly, yes. The emperor said apologetically, I've wronged you all these years. I heard with my own ears Shu Fei confess. She framed you for colluding with the enemy. I should have investigated thoroughly then. I shouldn't have banished you to the cold palace. The empress spoke softly. Your Majesty, let bygones be bygones. You must let go of the past to have a future, the emperor retorted. You don't blame me, she replied respectfully. This concubine wouldn't dare. This action and these words made the emperor a bit awkward. So you do blame me then, Juju? Observing the current situation from the side, speculated. When a man, especially the son of heaven, asks a woman if she blames him, that man has a little crush on that woman. Juju felt uneasy. That tyrant dad wouldn't be falling for mom, would he? Hearing his daughter's inner thoughts, the emperor cursed under his breath. Little devil, her mother turned to look at her, her eyes tender. This child, what do you understand, what like and dislike? The emperor doesn't like anyone. Mom patted her head and subtly dismissed him. Your Majesty, it's late. You should return to your chambers and rest. Her fake dad was reluctant. But I want to stay here with you tonight, Mom politely refused. Your Majesty, you may stay, but this concubine will go sleep in the side hall. Hearing this, the emperor was slightly disappointed. Fine then. Suddenly, the emperor turned and scooped her up. I'll wait until you agree. Then I'll go back to sleep. But of course he wasn't going alone. He looked at her and said, Juju, come with me. She hadn't expected this. That hateful tyrant dad, Mom doesn't want you, so you take me hostage. Little Juju has suffered enough already. Despite her thoughts, the emperor's gaze towards her was filled with complex emotions. She might grumble, but she still slept soundly. This fake dad's bed isn't bad, actually. Seeing that she was awake, he turned and said, Juju, you're awake? Your father will take you to the morning court? She couldn't believe her ears. Huh. Take me to morning court. Is this old man kidding? Of all places, whether she wanted to or not, her dad dragged her along. Sitting above 10,000 people while carrying his precious daughter, he felt a bit proud. I have to tell everyone I have a precious daughter. His stern face masked the inner gushing. My daughter is the cutest, most adorable, softest little girl in the world, even if she's dressed like a boy, the court officials below also exclaimed. The 18th princess is truly a celestial jade leaf. The 18th princess has the emperor's imposing manner. Suddenly, a pair of shackled feet approached. It was General Zhu Ye. Only then did the emperor speak. General Zhu, the emperor, seated on his throne, interrogated him. In the battle to hold Shisuo, every battle was a defeat. An incompetent general dooms his army. Do you know your crime? General Chu Ye immediately confessed his guilt. This subject is guilty, deserving of death. Juju tugged on her fake daddy's robe. How should I tell Imperial Father about this? General Chu is actually super awesome. Remembering the details from the book, he always lost battles because of a spy. He was also poisoned with GU, controlled by someone, that's why he kept losing. He didn't do it on purpose. He's super loyal to our Western Chu kingdom. Looking at the man confessing his guilt before her, Juju felt a pang of sympathy. General Chu is so pitiful. His 3 sons and 1 daughter all died on the battlefield. His wife was captured by the Southern Kingdom. And to prevent her from being dishonored, and also to remain loyal to Western Chu, he personally shot her with an arrow. But he never mentioned these things, never asked for credit. He's such a true man. The emperor, overhearing her thoughts, was utterly stunned and bewildered. He was a bit flustered. Chu Ye's sons, daughters, and wife are all dead, and they died so tragically. If Juju hadn't reminded me. He patted her head. I would have never known in my entire life. The officials beside him chimed in, one after another. Your Majesty, before General Chu fought against the Southern Kingdom, he never lost a battle, but when facing the Southern Kingdom, he was constantly defeated. This subject suspects his loyalty to our nation. One after another, they voiced their opinions. Your Majesty, our Western Chu kingdom cannot tolerate a traitor. We beseech your Majesty to deal with the spy and execute General Chu as well. Juju rolled her eyes at these officials. These court officials are so annoying, not helping my tyrant daddy at all, only inciting him to kill people. She lightly warned her fake daddy in her thoughts. If Western Chu kills General Chu, the military generals will lose heart, there will be no one left to use, and the downfall of Western Chu 10 years later will be unavoidable. It will happen just like in the book, no one will be able to fight, and will be torn apart and destroyed. She sighed. I hope my tyrant daddy is wise and understands General Chu's loyalty and importance, and doesn't kill him. These thoughts made her fake daddy feel guilty. He reminded her, Juju, sit still, Imperial Father will handle the court matters. Time to actually use his emperor title, he spoke. Prime Minister, Minister of Rights, I command you two to thoroughly investigate the reasons for General Chu Ye's defeats, and also investigate Chu Ye's family situation. After the investigation is complete, we will decide Chu Ye's fate, temporarily imprison Chu Ye, and order the head physician to treat him. Hearing these words, General Chu was taken aback. Juju remained silent, but hoped her tyrant daddy would understand her. He needs to send the deputy head physician. The head physician only specializes in gynecology, he's also known as the gynecology saint, only good for women, not skilled in ancient GU techniques, might as well just do what she's thinking. Send the deputy, the head physician, needs to take care of the concubines in the harem. Hearing what her fake daddy just said, her eyes lit up without a trace of doubt. Ah, Imperial Father is so wise and mighty, completely different from the crazy blind tyrant daddy in the book, he's even on the same wavelength as Juju. The Emperor had no idea if his daughter was praising or mocking him, but what he didn't expect was Juju kissing his cheek, and he even heard her inner voice. Juju wants to give Tyrant Daddy a kiss. The Emperor looked at Juju, beaming. Today I protected one of my 4 pillars of the Empire. I feel very reassured. It wasn't just Daddy who was happy, Juju was ecstatic too. Juju also feels very reassured, she chirped, then she clambered onto his neck, leaving him no choice but to exclaim, Be careful. Without a word, she grabbed a handful of his hair and started playing with it. Somehow she managed to tie a gigantic bow on top of the Emperor's head, then cheered, Pretty Daddy? His face darkened considerably. The eunuch standing nearby, sensing trouble, chimed in, 18th Princess. This is highly damaging to His Majesty's dignity. Contrary to the eunuch's expectations, the Emperor was actually quite pleased. As long as Juju's happy, it's fine. In the study, the father and daughter were supposedly reading, though it was really just Daddy doing the reading. Juju sat beside him, lost in thought. Juju doesn't understand why General Chu has suffered so much, been wronged so badly, and yet no one seems to know about it. This question caught the tyrant Emperor's attention. She continued to ponder. Logically speaking, with such a big incident, even if General Chu didn't say anything, Daddy should at least know a little bit, right? But Daddy seems completely unaware of what General Chu has been through. The more she thought about it, the more uneasy she felt. Could someone be deliberately blocking information from reaching Daddy? Is their goal to use Daddy's hand to, unknowingly, eliminate General Chu, a pillar of the court? Losing interest in the memorials, Daddy put them down and declared, I want to personally investigate this matter. A thorough investigation. He looked down at her. Juju, go back to your mother for now. Daddy will investigate this. I'll come find you after I'm done. Her eyes lit up. Daddy is so mighty and awe-inspiring. Daddy, meanwhile, preened under his daughter's praise. Scene change to the general's residence. General Chu was kneeling. The Emperor spoke. Before coming here, I went to the Ministry of Justice to make some inquiries. General Chu, if you have anything to say, speak freely. Chu Ye gritted his teeth. Your Majesty, even if I speak, you may not believe me. It might be better to remain silent. The Emperor simply replied. Whether I believe you or not is up to me. Speak. At this, Chu Ye finally spoke. It's Jian Wengxin. Chu Ye clenched his fists. He has been blocking reports about my family matters and also many military affairs. I'm constantly on campaigns far from the capital and unable to see your Majesty. Last year, on the expedition to the Southern Kingdom, the supplies had many problems. Because of him, I suspect he is a spy for the Southern Kingdom. Hearing this, the Emperor was taken aback. A spy? I wouldn't have thought. Another one. Chu Ye lowered his head. Your Majesty, if you find my words baseless, please disregard them. I will find evidence to prove this. The emperor stood up abruptly, quite surprised by the information he had received. General Chu, please rest and recover in your manor. I will personally investigate this matter. With that, he left the manor. Bam! The emperor angrily threw down the memorial. That damned Jian Wengxin. He was furious at being fooled like this. He looks like a loyal official, doing nothing wrong, but in reality he's practically selling out our Western Chu. The people behind him were the Shui Ji, an investigative organization belonging solely to Emperor Zhao Ming. The emperor sat down, unable to believe what he had uncovered. That year, Western Chu's silver mines were plundered by the Southern Kingdom. We lost General Wen and 3,000 war horses, and earlier this year the grain stores were burned, and General Chu was almost assassinated. Jian Wenqin's fingerprints are all over these incidents. What a headache, he thought to himself. A Wei Qin in the harem, a Jian Wengxin in the court. How is Western Chu not doomed? Looking at his clenched fists, he thought. Being able to prolong our existence for 10 years is already a blessing from heaven. The emperor furiously commanded, Imperial Guards, Jian Wenqin has colluded with the enemy and betrayed the country. His anger reached its peak. Execute Jian Wenqin's entire clan, hang them before the city gates along with Wei Qin. As a warning to all, the guards roared in unison, yes. However, he was also secretly grateful to Juju. Juju truly is my lucky star. No, she's the lucky star of Western Chu. He turned and asked the eunuch, where is Juju? What is she doing right now? Where is she? The eunuch replied, Your Majesty, the princess is with His Highness the Crown Prince. After a while, the Southern Kingdom's envoys will arrive to sue for peace after their defeat, offering land and compensation. His Highness is in charge of receiving them. The princess enjoys lively occasions, so she has been following His Highness these past few days. On the other side of the bridge, Juju was intently reading a book titled 108 Ways to Handle Foreign Envoys. It was unclear whether she understood anything. As her eyes were already glazed over, she cursed inwardly. These characters are like squiggly worms and crickets. Just looking at them makes my head spin. The Crown Prince gently supported her. The Crown Prince's gaze held 3 parts helplessness and 7 parts indulgence. Suddenly he spoke. Zhao Yi, burn some incense to lift her spirits. The person named Zhao Yi replied, Yes. Hearing this, Juju hugged her cat tightly, a look of alarm on her face. Zhao Yi, why is she with my brother, the Crown Prince? The Crown Prince stared at her, bewildered, while she, completely oblivious, remained deep in thought. This is the demoness who harms people. She's the spy. She will harm our Western Chu and my dear Crown Prince brother. The moment she finished her sentence, the Crown Prince abruptly looked up. Seeing his reaction, Zhao spoke. Your Highness, even the Crown Prince hadn't expected the person before him to be the spy. He wondered, Zhao is the spy. Juju continued watching Zhao's retreating figure. This Zhao isn't simple. She's a spy from the Southern Kingdom, carrying poison on her person. Western Chu, having been defeated before, hosted the Southern Kingdom's envoy. Zhao He and the envoy worked together, internally and externally, poisoning the envoy. The envoy feigned death, leading to Western Chu losing 5 cities. She was a bit worried. Although Western Chu is victorious this time and we don't have to worry about losing cities, Zhao will definitely use poison, making Western Chu look like we harmed the envoy of another country. We'll be condemned by other nations, and simply ceding land as compensation won't resolve the issue. Western Chu has finally achieved victory with much difficulty. We'll be forced to cede land as compensation. If not, this battle would have been fought in vain. She was so caught up in her thoughts that she didn't notice the Crown Prince's inner turmoil. Indeed, the Crown Prince was at a loss. Not killing envoys during wartime has been a rule for millennia. If the envoy dies, Western Chu's victory will be for naught, and my position as Crown Prince, I might be deposed. Zhao spoke up. Your Highness, do you have any further instructions? He coldly replied. You are dismissed. But inside he began to analyze. Zhao is skilled in incense making. If she uses incense to poison someone, it will be incredibly difficult to guard against. However, that's not a long-term solution. Even if we eliminate Zhao, there will be countless other Zhaos in the future, making it even harder to defend against. What should be done? What if I drink the envoy's poisoned wine? If I'm poisoned, the envoy's scheme won't succeed and they'll still have to cede land to Western Chu. He was so idle he could only think of this much, but still being a scaredy cockhat, he coughed. However, if I'm poisoned, and there's no antidote, I'll die. I haven't achieved anything great, haven't married, haven't had children, haven't even met that Miss Yu that Juju mentioned. Basically, he had some ideas, but none of them were particularly brilliant. Now it was Juju's turn to strategize. If the Crown Prince brother can secretly find the antidote from the envoy, then after the envoy is poisoned, he can reveal the Southern Kingdom's attempt to frame Western Chu. A mischievous glint appeared in her eyes. Then Western Chu can turn the tables and maybe even make them cede more land and offer more compensation. The Crown Prince was overjoyed. Such a simple solution. Why didn't I think of that? Why did I only think of the foolish idea of poisoning myself? He kissed her cheek. This proves that Juju is incredibly smart, my lucky star. Even the cat in Juju's arms covered its eyes. She was dazed, thinking vaguely, Crown Prince brother, what's gotten into you? My face is suffering again. Putting her thoughts into action, she immediately started preparing the medicine. She secretly thought she was the absolute best. Luckily, I learned many prescriptions from the head doctor in my past life. She cheered herself on, oblivious to the figure behind her. Even if the Crown Prince brother can't find the antidote, I can make a universal antidote for him. The emperor arrived and asked, Who's sick? Where's the imperial physician? Her mother, who was also present, replied, No one is sick. Ju just suddenly wanted to play with medicinal herbs. I spare no expense, the emperor declared upon hearing this. Tell the imperial physician that the princess needs medicinal herbs. Bring all of them here for the princess. Make sure she has fun playing with them until she's satisfied. The eunuch obeyed. Yes, your majesty. The emperor approached her and asked, Ju, do you need your father's help? Not only did she not refuse, but she even handed him the pestle, her eyes sparkling. Yes, please. This is too heavy, father. You're so strong. How could he refuse his beloved daughter's request? The emperor rolled up his sleeves. A servant nearby spoke up. Your majesty, your dragon body is precious. Why don't you let this old servant do it? This is nothing, the emperor replied dismissively, not even looking at the servant. No need. He joined her in the task, and she looked at him with admiration. Father, you're so amazing. The herbs are crushed into tiny pieces. She proudly showed off her accomplishment. The universal antidote is complete. A sinister expression crossed her face. This princess will subdue all the villains in the world. Kill, kill, kill. From behind, her father's voice rang out. All right, my princess. He lifted her up, saying, It's time for lunch. In the dining room where the whole family ate their meals, the emperor placed her on a chair playfully. Please be seated, princess. Her heart warmed, and she felt a sense of connection. These words sound so familiar. I heard them in my past life, but no one has ever said them to me before now. Suddenly, throwing all decorum aside, she kissed her father's cheek. In this life, someone finally treats me like a princess. He was already happy, and now his joy doubled. Juju is being affectionate with me again. He completely abandoned his imperial dignity and doted on her like a personal attendant. Princess, please hold your chopsticks. Princess, please take your bowl. Princess, please open your mouth. Her mother sighed from the side, her expression a mix of exasperation and indulgent affection as she watched the father-daughter duo. In that room, it wasn't just an ordinary meal. It was a warm family gathering filled with joy and laughter. 3 days later, at the palace banquet, the eunuch's voice rang out. Summon the Southern Kingdom's envoy to the court. The Southern Kingdom's envoy bowed. Your Majesty, Emperor of the Western Chu Kingdom, we are here today to discuss peace. Juju sat on her father's lap as the Emperor spoke. Be seated. The envoy stood up and raised his cup. To show our sincerity, we offer a toast to His Majesty, the Emperor of the Western Chu Kingdom. The Emperor picked up a cup, but it wasn't wine, he explained. Today I have my precious daughter with me, and she dislikes the smell of alcohol. I will substitute tea for wine, Juju thought, exasperated. You're just showing off your daughter, aren't you? After drinking, the envoy made a strange noise and covered his mouth with his hand. Then he collapsed. Chaos erupted. Envoy, what's wrong? Black blood? You've been poisoned. You were poisoned right after drinking. Someone poisoned you. Just as planned, the envoy's entourage began to accuse. It's the Western Chu people. We must seek an alliance to defend us. We can't just die like this. Surprised, the emperor asked, Crown Prince, what is the meaning of this? Unlike the emperor, The crown prince remained calm. Let them act a little longer. Juju, eager to know the truth, thought, looks like Big Brother Crown Prince has found proof that the envoy poisoned himself. Hearing her thoughts, the emperor sighed in relief. So that's how it is. The other royal family members were also shocked. Eighth prince? Princess? Hey, why can I hear the princess's thoughts? Quote. A little side note, those sharing Juju's bloodline can hear her thoughts. The emperor's voice boomed. What is going on here? The crown prince pulled out a vial. Please don't panic. I will handle this, he thought to himself. Try and outsmart me this time. Thanks to Juju's plan, I found the antidote on the envoy. He approached the envoy's entourage and scolded them. We, the people of the Western Chu Kingdom, win fairly. We would never resort to poison, he continued confidently. If the envoy wishes to invite the alliance to mediate, then by all means, do so. And just like that, representatives from the alliance arrived in the Western Chu Kingdom. The Southern Kingdom's people cried out, Your Excellency, you must uphold justice for us. In war, envoys are not to be harmed. Yet, the Western Chu royal family showed no honor, poisoning our envoy. Liu Qin, the head of the alliance, finally spoke. Your Majesty, Emperor of the Western Chu Kingdom, the Southern Kingdom's envoy was poisoned and fell unconscious during your banquet. The culprit must be the Western Chu royal family. What do you have to say? The Southern Kingdom's people echoed. Yes, they must pay dearly for their actions. Only then will they learn their lesson. The Crown Prince retorted. Pay what? The Southern Kingdom's people grew even more arrogant. The matter of ceding land to Western Chu is off the table. Furthermore, the Western Chu Emperor must apologize to us. Upon hearing this, the Emperor stood up. As far as I can see, you people from the Southern Kingdom poisoned yourselves and framed Western Chu, he continued. Your aim is to avoid ceding land despite losing the war, Juju chimed in. That's right. They argued back. Do you have any proof? Holding up a familiar vial, the Crown Prince replied. Yes, he explained confidently. I found the antidote to the envoy's poison in the Southern Kingdom envoy's quarters. Trying to maintain their composure, the Southern Kingdom's people lied. We don't recognize this. How can your highness prove this antidote came from our quarters? Just because it's in a vial commonly used in the Southern Kingdom doesn't mean it's ours. Unfazed, the Crown Prince responded. Very simple. Imperial physician. Standing before everyone, he presented the vial to the imperial physician. You examined the Southern Kingdom envoy's poison earlier but couldn't identify it. Now I present you with the antidote. By examining it alongside the poison, you should be able to determine the type of poison correct. The imperial physician replied, Indeed, although I am not an expert in poisons and cannot create antidotes, with the antidote I can certainly identify the poison. He then sniffed the vials to identify the poison. Even the imperial physician was surprised. I know it, I've smelled this scent before in the Southern Kingdom. This poison must be Hongjing, a highly potent poison found only within the Southern Kingdom's royal family. It requires specific temperature control, and only the Southern Kingdom can produce it or its antidote. The Crown Prince spoke. In that case, I will hand this over to His Excellency from the Alliance. The imperial physician turned and offered the vials to the Alliance representative. Whether or not this is the antidote, Your Excellency can test it and find out. The Alliance representative administered the medicine to the envoy. The envoy stirred, his eyes fluttering open, and let out a groan. Liu Qin exclaimed, It is indeed the antidote. But the envoy seemed even more surprised to see the alliance representative upon waking. With the truth revealed, Liu Qin declared, Envoy of the Southern Kingdom, do you confess to framing Western Chu? The entire entourage prostrated themselves, quickly changing their tune. We were wrong. We poisoned ourselves and framed Western Chu. We beg your majesty, the Emperor of Western Chu, for forgiveness, but it wasn't that easy. The Emperor scoffed. Now you beg for mercy. You were quite arrogant before. The alliance representative bowed. Emperor of Western Chu, this matter has been resolved. The Southern Kingdom acted shamelessly, attempting to harm others. Originally, the Southern Kingdom was to cede land. Now they must pay double the compensation for justice to be served. Juju turned and gave a thumbs. Pep, Big Brother Crown Prince. Well done. Needless to say, the Crown Prince was beaming with pride. The royal entourage arrived, all offering their congratulations. Congratulations, Your Majesty. May Shi Suo prosper. The Emperor, feeling pretty pleased with himself, boomed. Rewards, handsome rewards. In strode the crown prince. But, get this, he was carrying Juju. Silently grateful, Juju saved Xingsuo, and also saved my butt from being dethroned. She's my little lucky charm, all right. Meanwhile, Juju was feeling less than thrilled. Being carried around all the time, looks like Juju doesn't need legs anymore. Father and son greeted each other warmly. You've arrived just in time, Crown Prince. Cue the dramatic reveal, Episode 8, starring the Emperor, who, with a perfectly straight face, demanded, "Give her back to me. Go investigate the poisoning incident." The Crown Prince feigned ignorance. Give what back? The Emperor pointed at Juju. Juju, give her back. You've been holding her for ages. The Crown Prince, caught off guard, could only manage a, "Yes, Your Majesty." Lu Yan Gregier then brought up another matter. The Nanguo situation isn't fully resolved yet. Zhao Er in my residence is a Nanguo spy, but I lack concrete evidence. The Emperor waved a hand dismissively. Clearly, Nanguo has been meddling in Xingsuo for a while now. Investigate this thoroughly. Unable to refuse, the Crown Prince, feeling like he was getting the short end of the stick, glumly replied, "As you command." The other royals snickered, not so subtly, at the Crown Prince's apparent fall from grace. The Emperor, however, was having a blast. Juju is so adorable. Then everyone started clamoring, "Your Majesty, Princess Yushu is so lovely, and the only princess in 3 generations. I request to take Juju back to my residence to raise her for a while." Another chimed in, "I too wish to experience the joys of having a daughter." Juju felt like she was being treated like a toy. Is Juju a monkey? So many people want to borrow Juju, even take Juju home to look at. She huffed. So annoying, Juju is becoming the ugly duckling, not a cutie anymore. Little did she know, her pouting only amplified her cuteness. "Oh, the princess is so cute. I want to hug her, kiss her, toss her in the air." She turned and clung to her father. "No, Juju won't go. Juju can't leave mommy and tyrannical daddy." The Emperor put his foot down. "The princess is still young. It's not convenient for her to go elsewhere." "Absolutely not." Ning Wang spoke up. "The princess isn't that young anymore. She's 5. She can eat, she can drink. It's perfectly fine." The Emperor continued to make excuses. "No, the princess is still drinking milk." Ning Wang wouldn't be deterred. "Then we'll bring the wet nurse along. Ningguang Manor can certainly afford a wet nurse." Seeing the Emperor's continued refusal, Ningguang got indignant. "Brother, you once kept Duanwang's daughter in the palace to experience having a daughter. Now your brothers want the same experience, yet you refuse. Aren't you being a hypocrite?" He had a point. The Emperor warned, "Ningguang, you are overstepping your bounds." This shut Ningguang right up. He immediately knelt down. "Your Majesty," this humble brother speaks his mind, I beg your Majesty to consider my feelings. I truly adore the little princess. That's why I said those words. Please forgive me." "Well, today is a joyous occasion, so I won't take it to heart. Rise." At this moment, the Grand Empress Dowager stepped forward to save the day. "The Emperor truly cherishes the princess. He won't even let me touch her. The princess is still young. Your Majesty and all of you, your affections are evident. Let the princess grow a little older. Then she can accompany all of you outside the palace to play." Just then, someone else stepped forward, catching the Grand Empress Dowager's attention. "Your Majesty, it's all right if you don't let the princess visit my residence." Prince Su, paternal uncle of Emperor Zhao Ning, then made his request. "It's just that, not long ago, you obtained the Dongzhu Pearl. Could you bestow it upon this old official?" The Grand Empress Dowager asked in return. "Prince Su, what do you need the Dongzhu Pearl for?" Everyone started gossiping. "The old princess consort passed away long ago. Who would he use it for? The Dongzhu Pearl is a rare treasure, specifically used to display the Empress Dowager's phoenix crown. Prince Su actually dares to ask for it, dares to covet the Empress Dowager's possession. Even the Empress doesn't have that privilege." Hearing Prince Su's words, Juju thought, "I know this one. He wants to give it to his concubine." This thought made everyone freeze. That concubine is young and beautiful, greedy, and that 80-year-old Prince Su would pluck the stars from the sky for her. The following thought stunned the Emperor, and the others, including the Grand Empress Dowager, were shocked. "She's not even worried about Prince Su breaking his back, haha." The Emperor tried to maintain his composure, coughing twice. "Ahem, ahem." Everyone looked at Prince Su probingly. He also coughed twice in response. "Ahem, ahem." In short, Your Majesty, Empress Dowager, this old official has only one wish. He wasn't shy about continuing his plea. I hope, Your Majesty, considering this old official is already 80 years old, will agree to my request. Juju tugged on her father's sleeve. Tyrant Daddy, don't agree. Looking towards the Empress Dowager, she said, otherwise, Imperial Grandmother will be laughed at by outsiders, saying that Prince Su's concubine can even walk all over her. Once Imperial Grandmother gets angry, she'll suffer a stroke and be paralyzed, hovering between life and death. This thought frightened everyone else. Immediately, they chimed in, Your Majesty, this matter is of great importance. Please consider it carefully. Seeing the situation turn unfavorable, he resorted to a drastic measure. Your Majesty, Empress Dowager, if you two are unwilling to give the Dongju Pearl to this old official, I will smash my head against this pillar and die. He pointed at the pillar and declared loudly. He continued his threats. Surely you two don't want news of an old official smashing his head to death here to spread on this joyous day, right? The Emperor, having a headache, tried to appease him. Prince Su, please calm down. He then turned to his daughter for help. Prince Su once saved the late Emperor's life, and the late Emperor even left an imperial edict to protect him. Juju, quickly think of a way to help your father. Juju's expression showed she was all too familiar with these antics. The Emperor finally noticed her and asked, Juju, sleepy yet? How can I be sleepy when there's juicy gossip to catch? She retorted. Juju's not sleepy. Seeing this, the Emperor offered her a pastry. Juju must be hungry, have this. Her eyes lit up at the sight of food. Scooping up the pastry while eavesdropping, the world felt perfect. Prince Su is such a lecher, spoiling his concubine like that, but later on, all 7 of his sons will be killed by her. That concubine is a total villain. He shouldn't be so devoted to her. Prince Su, overhearing this, became suspicious. Little brat, what nonsense are you spouting? I don't believe it. That's when she spoke up. Grandpa Prince Su, you want the Dongju Pearl, right? Prince Su's face brightened. Yes, she smoothly intervened on her father's behalf. My father has the Dongju Pearl and can give it to you. It'll take some time before it can be delivered. I wonder if you can wait. Prince Su was overjoyed. Wait. Of course I can wait, Your Majesty. Is the princess telling the truth? The Emperor silently praised her. Not bad, Juju, buying us some time. Aloud, he replied, Of course it's true. I wouldn't want to see my imperial uncle lose his head over a mere Dongju Pearl. I'll give it to you, but it wouldn't be that easy. However, this Dongju Pearl, it takes 40 years to produce 2 of them. By then, I will deliver it to Prince Su. Imperial uncle said he could wait. Everyone heard him. Trying to scam us, huh? Not so fast. Prince Su knew he'd been played but couldn't argue. This old official will wait at home. I beg leave to take my leave. Before leaving, however, Juju gave him a prediction. You should be wary of that flower, like concubine of yours. She's not as innocent as she seems. Mark my words, within 2 days she will kill one of your sons. But the old man didn't believe her, covering his ears. I can't hear you, la la la, chanting scriptures. A few days later, just as Juju predicted, his son died. He held the coffin, wailing. My son? A white-haired man sending off a black-haired one. Why did you leave your father? A woman stood behind him, watching it all. Eldest prince, if you hadn't caught me poisoning Prince Su, you could have lived a few more days. It was Tai Hei, Prince Su's concubine, wearing a triumphant smirk. Prince Su's heir should be the child in my belly. People rushed to support the collapsing Prince Su. Wakoya, Wakoya. Suddenly he remembered Juju's words. You should be wary of that flower, like concubine of yours. Within 2 days she will kill one of your sons. Only now did he believe her. 18th princess. I must find the 18th princess. At that time, Juju was happily playing in the palace. She looked at the fish with glee. It's getting cold. Time to change your tank, huh? She played like a child. While Prince Su watched, waiting for the right moment to rush forward, he felt guilty. The 18th princess warned me, but I didn't listen. Now my eldest son is dead. Juju, noticing his presence, finally asked. Grandpa Prince Su, the old guy didn't say anything, just bolted like a crazy rabbit. Juju was like, shrug, whatever, what's the rush, Gramps? It's not like I'm gonna eat you. As he ran, he thought, damn, I was way too harsh on Juju before, and I'm still too proud to admit it. Asking her about it now would be a total face-palm moment. But then he reassured himself. Nah, Juju's ramblings can't be totally accurate. My son's death was just a coincidence. Nothing bad will happen to the rest of my kids. Juju mumbled. Do I really look that scary? Her mother, hearing this, came over to comfort her. My dear Juju, you're as pretty as a porcelain doll. Absolutely adorable, scary, not at all. Juju looked up and asked. Then why did Grandpa Prince Su run away when he saw me? Totally digging her own grave. Consort Lee nervously stammered. That's because something came up at Prince Su's residence. Someone picked Juju up from behind. The emperor continued. He had to leave the palace urgently to deal with it. It's a bit chilly today. Why are you two dressed so lightly? The emperor held out his hand to Consort Li. So cold, he asked solicitously. What if you catch a cold? Juju leaned against her father. Ooh, Daddy Tyrant is so warm. Fke jai teo. Bukui shidiwang. Worthy of being the emperor, his yang energy is overflowing. She sniffed him. Daddy, why do you smell so good? Juju wants to smell like that too. Hearing his daughter's request, the emperor immediately ordered, Fu An, bring the Qianxuixiang incense I used today to Tutui Palace for the princess. Fu An hesitated a bit. Your Majesty, the Qianxuixiang incense has always been exclusively for the emperor's use. But today, His Majesty was gifting it to the princess. Fu Man suddenly broke into a goofy grin. The princess enjoys the emperor's treatment. She's the first princess in history to receive such an honor. Seeing Fu An's goofy grin, the emperor asked, What are you giggling about? Go tomorrow. Fu An acknowledged the order. Yes, Your Majesty. Right away. The emperor poked Juju. Juju, tell Daddy, what else do you want? Daddy can give you anything. Juju, being poked, replied, Nothing for now. A mischievous thought crossed her mind. Imagining her father waiting on her hand and foot during a vacation, she grinned wickedly, plotting something. Sooner or later, I'll make Daddy bleed, he he he. Today, Juju is the ultimate badass, rocking my shades. Everyone loves me. Elsewhere, noble consort Jiang fumed. That little brat, I really don't understand why she's so doted on. She's nothing special. Noble consort Qing, who was beside her, speculated. Could it be because she looks so cute and adorable? Noble consort Jiang scoffed. Adorable, please. His Majesty, so wise and mighty, can't be that shallow, can he? Noble consort Qing suggested. Noble consort Jiang, the adopted daughter of the late emperor, has a daughter, Princess Anle, who just turned 3. I hear she's even prettier than Juju. Why not summon her to the palace? One dared to speak, the other dared to act. Noble consort Jiang agreed. Good idea. His Majesty will definitely adore Princess Anle. Then that hussy consort Li will be sent to the cold palace. Her hand flipped through the book. But her mind was elsewhere. Didn't Father Emperor say he'd come read to Juju after he finished his memorials? Where is he? After a while, she closed the book and went to ask her mother. Mother, is Father Emperor not coming today? Seeing her daughter like this, she reassured her. He'll come. Your Father Emperor isn't one to break a promise. He must be caught up with something. Hearing this, Juju perked up. If Father Emperor's late, Juju will make him tell 2 stories. Suddenly, a servant arrived to announce, 18th Princess, His Majesty invites you to the Imperial Flower Garden. Speak of the devil, she thought. I wonder if Father Emperor has a surprise for Juju. Then, she pulled her mother along to the Imperial Flower Garden, skipping and hopping adorably. Seeing her cough father's figure, she exclaimed, Father Emperor's over there. But her cough father didn't look very happy. Seemed like something was up. She didn't pay it much mind and said to her mother, Let's go over there. Her mother had a bad feeling. Juju, wait a moment. And right she was. A hand stopped the 2 of them, a voice booming. Stop, you can watch from here. No need to come closer. Consort Jiang stood there, puffed up with self. Seriously, where did she get the confidence, Consort Li? Juju, I'm sure you 2 don't know why I've called you here, do you? Her mother finally caught on. So you summoned us. Consort Jiang scoffed. Yes. Don't think just because Juju is favored by His Majesty that she's anything special. She just has a cute face. Princess Anle is much prettier than Juju. She stepped closer, continuing her attack. Consort Lai, tell me, do you think your favor will last? Not stopping there, she went for the emotional jugular. And what about your good, nothing, gender-ambiguous son? Do you think His Majesty will like him? Consort Li faltered. An emperor's favor is fickle, like the wind and rain. She looked down at Juju. If His Majesty no longer favors me and Juju, we'll have to move to the cold palace. Juju is still so young, does she really have to spend the rest of her life there? Juju saw her mother's worry. How dare she threaten my mother? And then she attacked. Don't worry, mother, Juju won't fall out of favor. She cursed internally. Consort Jiang is really bold, letting just anyone into the palace. That Princess Anlei is the daughter of Princess Ting. Before Father Emperor ascended the throne, Princess Ting, relying on Grandfather Emperor's favor, constantly schemed against him. That old geezer sparing her life was already a blessing. Now she dares to let her daughter prance around in front of him. Consort Jiang, just you wait. Seeing Juju staring at her, Consort Jiang became furious. What are you looking at, someone? Take this lip. Before she could finish, someone arrived to interrupt. Consort Jiang, they got right down to business. The 10th and 11th princes were here to show her what messing with the wrong people looked like. The 10th prince spoke up. Please be mindful of your words and actions. The 11th prince wasn't about to be outdone. Is Consort Jiang still asleep? How can she say such things? She shrieked. How dare you two speak to me like that? Just wait until Princess Anlei favor, then you'll be finished. Don't think being friendly with the crown prince means he'll protect you. The emperor blew his top. Get out of my palace. I don't want to see any of you. Princess Anluyo, still delusional about her status, kept dissing. Juju's ugly. Not even close to as pretty as me. Emperor Jujia should favor me. Forget about that ugly Juju. The emperor, having had enough, ordered. Fu An Luo, Princess An Luo, insulted the princess. 50 slaps, Fu An responded. Yes, your majesty. The little brat finally realized she was in trouble and knelt down. But her mouth was still running. Emperor Jujia, you can't do this to me. The emperor gritted his teeth. Before I ascended the throne, Princess Ting was cruel to me, made things difficult, someone I've detested all my life. Yet, some blind fool I'd like to see. Just who is this idiot, he continued. Fu Anyo, investigate who brought Princess An Luo into the palace. No need to investigate, your majesty, Fu An replied. It was noble consort Jiang. She summoned her, said it was to tell stories. The emperor was even more furious. Tell stories to me. Scheming, utterly shameless. Just as Juju predicted, it was curtains for noble consort Jiang. The emperor decreed. Strip Jiang of her title as noble consort, confine her to the cold palace, never to leave. Turning, he saw his daughter and called, Juju. Hearing her tyrant dad call, she ran over. The emperor beamed. Looking for your father, she hugged him, a little reproachful. Father, you never come to see Juju? Juju missed you so much. Hearing his darling daughter, the emperor's joy multiplied. Juju's little mouth is as sweet as honey. Guards dragged consort Jiang, now just Jiangxi. Away, Jiangxi, come along, the cold palace is this way, she shrieked. Your majesty, what crime have I committed that you treat me this way, your majesty? I've been wrongly accused. The emperor turned away, disgusted. Idiot! Take her away. He turned back to his beloved daughter. Juju, were you frightened? Truthfully, she rather enjoyed the show. No, with father here, Juju's not afraid of anything. Still, she sighed dramatically. Juju fears neither heaven nor earth, but mother's always been insecure. She was scared just now. Too bad tyrant dad was clueless. Hearing her inner thoughts, the emperor was flustered. He scooped up Juju and rushed over to Consort Li. Tenderly embracing Consort Li's arm, he comforted her. Jiangxi told you I favored Princess An Luo, neglected you and our daughter. You must have been frightened. I'll always protect you both. Hearing this, Juju was very pleased. Ah, tyrant dad is so awesome. He actually figured out mother's insecurity. Today, tyrant dad's halo is radiating 38 meters. Consort Qing, who had been watching everything, cursed under her breath. That idiot Jiang Guifei, all head and no brains. But, looking at Consort Li, a calculating glint entered her eyes. Don't think you'll be smug for long. She glared at the beautiful Consort Li, filled with hatred. Just you wait and see. The emperor sat by the bed, saying to her, Juju, your dad can't tell you a story as promised. As punishment, I'll read to you for a whole month, okay? The offer was pretty sweet, so she agreed. Okay. Suddenly, someone rushed in, panicked. Your Majesty, Princess, something terrible has happened. There are cries for help outside. Save me. Fu An, standing nearby, scolded the newcomer. What's with all the yelling? Have you no manners? You'll frighten His Majesty and the princess. The third son of Prince Su, frantic, followed behind the prince, who was being carried in. Your Majesty, I have a request. Please save my father. The Emperor patted Juju's head. I'll go see what's happening, Juju. Be good and stay in your room. The Emperor went out and saw the kneeling man, Prince Su. What happened? Prince Su's son supported his father and reported, Your Majesty, my second elder brother died suddenly half an hour ago. My father couldn't bear it and fainted. Before he fainted, he called for the 18th princess. I brought him here. Please forgive our intrusion. Turning back, they saw the prince regaining consciousness. The third son called out, Father, you're awake. He groaned in response. Immediately, the old prince knelt and pleaded, Your Majesty, save me, I beg you. Let me see Princess Juju. I have something important to ask her. For a moment, the emperor was perplexed. Uncle, in your state, you must have heard Juju's inner voice, but didn't believe it. The emperor made an offer. Uncle, if you swear not to tell anyone about Juju's abilities, I will protect your sons. The old prince started to understand. Does Your Majesty also hear Juju's inner voice? Without thinking too much, he agreed. I agree, Your Majesty. With the agreement in place, the emperor said, After you return, get rid of that concubine of yours. Your sons will be fine. However, she has considerable power and money, and the mansion guards are under her control. It won't be easy. The old prince listened intently, clenching his fists. But I can send the imperial guards to protect you. The old prince sighed bitterly. I understand. I blame myself. I should have listened to Juju earlier. This is really bad. In the following days, the old prince constantly sought out, Juju, Juju, my third son fainted from coughing. What should I do? Does he think I'm some kind of deity? Get a doctor? Telling me won't do anything? Besides, you can't die from fainting from a cough. He came back the next day. Juju, my fourth son, got into a fight and is half dead. Is he going to die? Is he kidding me? Since when did I become an expert on these things? If he can't fight, he should train harder. What good does telling me do? I can't fight for him. The day after, he wouldn't leave her alone. Juju, my fifth son, got beaten by his wife. Why does he have so many darn kids? Juju covered her ears and ran away. Old man, you should go home and discipline your sons, not whine to me. She dashed to where the emperor was talking to her mother. Juju's birthday banquet cannot be a small affair, Consort Li replied. As Your Majesty says. She threw herself into her fake father's arms, making him worry. Juju, what's wrong? Who's bullying you? Tell your dad. She was frustrated, tears welling up in her eyes as she thought, Can someone please manage that old Prince Su? I don't want to hear him ramble about his family problems all the time. And I definitely don't want to know how many concubines his sons have and how many children they've fathered. The emperor coaxed her. Juju, you're always playing with Prince Su, never with your old man. I should forbid him from entering the palace to see you. Hearing this like it was a winning lottery ticket, she brightened up. Really? The emperor gently informed her. Juju, for your birthday, I'm preparing a grand feast. Her eyes lit up. So everyone will come to the palace to celebrate with Juju. Seeing his daughter's expression, how could he lie? Of course. However, she had a plan. Father, recently you've been wanting older brother Crown Prince to choose a consort, but the choices haven't been great. If everyone comes to the palace, then Crown Prince older brother's destined partner, Yu Wanyan, will appear. I hope Father can arrange a marriage between Yu Wanyan and Crown Prince older brother. She treats him the best and is the most loyal. In the book, she even dies for him. So pitiful. She rambled on, unaware of her father beside her, wondering, Who's Yu Wanyan? Still, he offered her a pastry and said, Leave all the birthday arrangements to the Crown Prince. She scooped up the pastry, excitedly thinking, I wonder what gifts everyone will give me. Juju isn't picky. Anything is fine. For a foodie like her, food should be the priority. Gotta fill my belly first. The best gifts would be snacks from outside the palace. In my past life, I never got to eat anything special. Hearing his daughter's thoughts, the emperor felt a pang of heartache. What kind of life did my little one have before? Not even good food to eat. Moved by his own thoughts, the emperor snatched back the pastry. What kind of lousy pastry is this? Why can't the imperial kitchen learn to make some decent snacks? Juju, what do you want to eat? I'll have the imperial kitchen learn it. Someone's a bit overdramatic, huh? The emperor suggested a few treats. I hear there are many delicious street snacks. Do you want candied hawthorns, pear blossom cakes, malt candy, tanghulu? For a snack lover, this was heaven. Wah, Juju wants to eat them all. Her mother, who was beside them, chuckled. Your Majesty, Don't spoil Juju too much. The emperor declared generously, Juju is my daughter. If I don't spoil her, who will? Fu An informed the imperial kitchen to prepare these. Feeling her tyrant dad's overflowing love, she hugged his neck and kissed his cheek. Thank you, father. A few days later, Juju's birthday banquet arrived. Her mother was helping her get ready from head to toe. The final touch, a bit of makeup, and she'd be done. Her mother called her, Juju, little princess, time to wake up and join your birthday banquet. A growing child in the middle of her beauty sleep, she grumbled and rubbed her eyes. Her hand fumbled around, searching for a mirror. Looking up, she gasped, Whoa, whose gorgeous kid is this? She touched her face. Who's this little fairy in the mirror? How can someone be this pretty? She got excited. So cute even when I'm little. Imagine how gorgeous I'll be when I grow up. She made a silly face, then declared, Even making funny faces, I'm still cute. Her mother, watching her antics, laughed. Little fairy, your banquet is about to begin. Everyone is waiting for you. She hugged her mother, noticing something. Mother, you're also incredibly beautiful today. A great fairy, she exclaimed. Not wrong, since her beauty was partly thanks to her mother's genes. As her mother led her to the banquet, she thought, Not everyone has arrived yet. Looking up at her mother, she decided, My beautiful mother can't just wait here. I have to hide her first, then surprise everyone later. So she spoke up. Mother, the banquet hasn't started yet. Why don't you go to the side hall and have some tea first? Li Fei considered it, then said, I am a little thirsty. Without waiting for her mother's agreement, she urged her to go. It's all right, I'll go find my older brothers. Since it was her birthday, no one wanted to restrict her. They just reminded her, don't run around, okay? She had another plan, searching every nook and cranny. Where's Yu Wanyan Gigi? Not giving up, she continued her search. Could she be outside? I'll go look. While walking, something caught her attention. A sharp voice. You ugly thing. Who do you think you are, daring to look at this princess? Why aren't you kneeling before me? She witnessed the princess bullying someone. You lowly servant girl. Let's see if this princess doesn't trample you to death. Feng Kaiwei was stepping on Nanyuan Xiangxiang, Juju's cousin, and kept yelling, Xiao Hong, Xiao Yu, all of you, come here and help this princess beat her to death. She suddenly rushed forward. Stop! The surrounding servants were startled. Why did the princess suddenly run so fast? She looked at Nan Yuanxiang, that's Nan Yuanxiang, my mother's younger sister's daughter, my little cousin. She hurried over. How dare you bully my cousin right under my nose, Feng Kaiwei, you've gone too far. So what if Nan Yuanxiang has a birthmark on her face? It'll fade eventually. She's got a good head for business. She'll become the wealthiest merchant one day. She stepped forward to protect her. Xiang Gigi, don't be afraid, I'll protect you. Feng Kaiwei was surprised by this uninvited guest, 18th imperial princess. Without any preamble, she asked, You dare to bully my cousin? Feng Kaiwei laughed scornfully. Your little cousin, she laughed out loud. She's just a pitiful thing with a weak mother and a father who doesn't care about her. 18th princess. You're talking nonsense just to save her, Juju retorted angrily. Do you think I'm joking about this? She pressed on. I may be young, but I'm not stupid. I can recognize my own relatives. Her eyes blazing with anger, she stood protectively. If you continue to bully my cousin, you'll regret it. Feng Kaiwei flinched a little but just scoffed. Yeah, right. Empty threats. Juju radiated menace. Apologize to my cousin. As if insulted, Feng Kaiwei refused. She started it. Why should I apologize? Nan Yuanxiang, scared stiff, rushed to intervene. 18th princess, I didn't. Seeing her cousin's worry, Juju reassured her. I know. Unwavering, she addressed Feng Kaiwei directly. Feng Kaiwei, if you don't apologize, I'll tell father to have you thrown out of the palace. Young and naive, Feng Kaiwei remained defiant. I won't apologize. What can you do about it? Feng Kaiwei's doom had arrived. Juju commanded. Guards. A group of guards materialized, awaiting orders. She pointed at Feng Kaiwei. She, Feng Kaiwei, attacked my cousin without provocation. She's utterly vicious. Her voice rang with authority. Throw her out of the palace immediately. The guards obeyed. Yes, princess. Only then did Feng Kaiwei show fear. How dare you? She shrieked. My father will save me. But Juju ignored her, turning to her cousin. Cousin, are you hurt? I'll get the imperial physician to look at you. Nan Yuanxiang finally smiled. Thank you, Juju, for helping me. At Juju's birthday banquet, everyone seemed to have arrived. The emperor gave an order. Fu An, go find Consort Li and Juju. Fu An responded, yes, your majesty. The empress dowager praised the event. Your majesty, the banquet is quite splendid today. A voice called out. Brother, mother, Prince Dukanan and his wife knelt, pleading, please, grant us justice. The empress dowager, unaware of what had transpired, asked, what is the meaning of this? Prince Dukian spoke angrily. May I ask, your majesty, your highness, what is the punishment for someone forcefully throwing my daughter out of the palace? The emperor was a little ticked off. On such a joyous day, who dares to be so arrogant? Speak up, and I'll get justice for you. Prince Dukian lowered his head. Just to be sure, what if this person isn't just anyone, but someone of noble status, deeply respected by both your majesty and the empress dowager? Would your majesty still punish them? The emperor was totally fine with this. Even the son of heaven is subject to the law. Speak, Prince Dukan, and I'll see justice is served. The empress dowager chimed in. Aegea will also help you get justice. Tell us now. Prince Duan, having waited for this very moment, spilled the tea. Your majesty, empress dowager, with your support, I feel confident to speak. The 18th princess, Juju, relying on your majesty's favor, acts without regard for anyone. It was the princess who expelled my daughter, Feng Kaiwei, from the palace. I beseech your majesty to grant me justice. Pressing his advantage, Prince Duan continued. Your majesty, you just said that even the son of heaven is subject to the law. The 18th princess, simply because she disliked my daughter, ordered her expulsion from the palace? Truly lawless. The emperor realized he'd been played, and felt a little awkward. So after all this beating around the bush, it's about Juju. The emperor wasn't stupid, he asked. Just because of dislike she expelled her from the palace. Old Prince Duan faltered slightly. Your majesty, even if the princess is favored, she can't just act like nobody else matters. The surrounding crowd began to murmur. That's right, how could she disrespect the imperial uncle like that and directly expel his daughter? So outrageous. Seeing the crowd's reaction, Prince Dugakian pressed further. The esteemed ministers speak the truth. I beseech your majesty to punish the princess, to set an example. The emperor, having held back his temper for a while, finally spoke. Punish, punish. All you talk about is punishment. Have you even clarified the situation? Prince Duvian, though slightly intimidated, remained firm. Your majesty, are you trying to protect Juju? The emperor angrily commanded. My own daughter, and I don't understand her. Juju isn't that kind of person. Someone, go summon the princess. We need to clarify this matter. I cannot simply listen to Prince Dukongyan's side of the story. As someone entered, the crowd whispered, isn't that Nan Yuanxiang, the unfavored young lady of the Nan family, who bullied her today? Juju led Nan Yuanxiang through the gossiping crowd. The attacker was ruthless. Her leg is injured and she's limping. Nan Yuanxiang is still so young. How cruel. Nan Yuanxiang bowed. Your majesty, Juju got straight to the point. Father, I heard you were looking for me. Prince Dugan, with ulterior motives, gently reminded. Your majesty, the princess has arrived. Please punish her severely. Like father, like daughter, she hasn't learned her lesson yet. The emperor addressed Juju. Juju, your imperial Uncle Duan, says you expelled Feng Kaiwei from the palace without reason. Is this true? Juju thought angrily to herself. This Prince Duan, who expelled his daughter without reason. Clearly, Feng Kaiwei reaped what she sowed. The emperor spoke, giving Juju a platform. Tell your father if you have any grievances or injustices. I will ensure justice is served. Hearing this, Juju didn't hesitate to explain. Father, Feng Kaiwei and her maid attacked my little cousin for no reason, injuring her like this. I asked her to apologize to my cousin, but she refused to admit her wrongdoing, and even tried to twist the story. In anger, I expelled her. The imperial physician spoke up. Your majesty, young Miss Nan's injuries are not light. They've reached the tendons and bones. If it weren't for the 18th princess's help, she might have been permanently disabled. Now's my time to strike back, the emperor declared. Prince Duyan, what do you have to say now? Feng Kaiwei resorted to violence? A child's misbehavior is the fault of their parents? Prince Duyan, your salary is docked for 1 year. Go back and reflect on your actions. You and your family are excused from the banquet. Juju was delighted with her father's actions, father's handling of This is exactly what I wanted. Truly majestic. Now I can spend every day with little cousin. I want to make lots of money with little cousin. Nan Yuangxiang, hearing Juju's inner thoughts, looked happy. I definitely won't disappoint Juju. I'll make lots of money with her. Juju's banquet commenced, and the eunuch announced, "The 18th princess's birthday banquet begins. Present your gifts." Juju looked at the mountain of gifts before her, overflowing with joy. Wow, so many treasures. Who gave this one? There's a gold ring inside, and a gold necklace too, so precious. And over here, a pearl bracelet, lovely color. And what's this? Looks expensive. She was happily unwrapping her presents when the emperor came over and asked her, "Where's your mother, child?" She froze mid, unwrap, totally dumbfounded. Oh my god, I completely forgot about mom. Right on cue, her mother appeared. And as expected, everyone started gossiping. Consort Li is here. As expected of the 18th princess's mother, seeing Consort Li, the emperor immediately went over to her. "Li Fei, why are you so late? I've been looking for you. I have good news." Consort Li looked surprised. Good news. Meanwhile, Juju was internally gushing. "This is my mother. She's so beautiful." The emperor told Consort Li the good news. "Your family, previously exiled for colluding with the enemy, has been cleared of all charges. I've sent people to bring them back from the border. Your father and brother will have their positions restored. Your family will be reunited." It was indeed good news. Consort Li was so overjoyed she could barely believe her ears. Really? Juju went over and chimed in. "Mother, this is wonderful news. You should be happy." Consort Li joyfully hugged her. Yes, it's a joyous occasion. Next up was the food, tasting ritual. Her mother and father fussed over her attentively. "Eat slowly. It's okay. Juju is still small." Juju was enjoying a piece of meat when she overheard some gossip from the crown prince's side. A servant whispered, bits and pieces reaching her ears. "You family, you Wanyan, climbing a tree." She put down her meat, I remember now. During the banquet, Yu Wanyan, disregarding her noble status, climbs a tree and gets labeled a peeping Tom, earning the crown prince's disapproval. But she was only helping a baby bird back into its nest. Someone framed her. Yu Wanyan loved the crown prince. Until her death, Juju decided to help her. Thinking so, she trotted after him. "Crown Prince Gege, Juju will go with you." Naturally, the crown prince had no reason to refuse. All right, when they arrived, everyone's attention was focused on a woman climbing a tree. Yu Wanyan gently placed the chick back in its nest. "Little bird, don't be afraid." Juju and the crown prince witnessed this scene. It seemed the crown prince was about to fall head over heels. He was staring intently when a voice spoke from behind him. "Your Highness, you finally arrived." It was Nan Baolin, Nan Yuangxiang's older sister, she continued. "This servant has been waiting here, Your Highness. I invited you here because Yuanyan was peeping at men. A disgrace. I hope Your Highness will punish her severely." Hearing the crown prince mentioned, Yu Wanyan panicked. Crown Prince Gege. Unfortunately, she panicked so much she slipped and fell. The crown prince reacted quickly, rushing to catch her. Thankfully, he caught her. Otherwise, this romance would have turned into a slapstick comedy. Juju, witnessing this, was thrilled. Her inner fangirl ignited. "I ship it." Yu Wanyin immediately panicked. "Ma, many thanks to His Highness the Crown Prince for saving me." The Crown Prince calmly replied, "It's nothing. I'm glad Miss Yu is all right. I wonder why Miss Yu climbed so high." She was about to explain. "It's because," when from behind, Nan Baolin spoke up instead. "Obviously, it's because she's shameless." She started to embroider the story. "Peeping at men. Everyone here saw it with their own eyes. Your Highness, you must punish her severely." She then went to the Crown Prince's side to speak further. "Older brother Crown Prince, this is a serious matter. Did older brother Huang hear what Miss Yung said?" She pleaded inwardly. "Please, older brother Crown Prince, don't be fooled by that bad woman and misunderstand Miss Yu." Seeing her expression and knowing her thoughts, the Crown Prince patted her head. "Juju is right. I want to hear Miss Yuna's explanation." Hearing this, she felt relieved. Great. As long as older brother Crown Prince is willing to listen, he can definitely change the tragic ending between the two of them. Yu Wanyin, on the other hand, was still stammering, not knowing what to say. "Yo, Your Highness, I. Yu Wanyin's mind was spinning. Why is it that whenever I meet the Crown Prince, I can't speak clearly? If I can't explain myself well, what if he gets disgusted with me?" Juju, by her side, was enthusiastically shipping them. "Miss Yu is just clumsy in front of the person she likes. older brother Crown Prince. Don't believe that woman's words. The Crown Prince silently thanked her. It's a good thing I can hear Juju's inner voice, otherwise I would have definitely misunderstood her. The Crown Prince turned to look at Yuan Yin, who was still frozen. Stiff. I heard she's eloquent, but she's so cautious and reserved in front of me. How adorable. The Crown Prince said, Miss Yun, don't worry. As long as you explain everything clearly, I will believe you. Yuan Yin was somewhat surprised. Your Highness, if you feel like you're on the right ship, you'd find this scene super cute. Juju also screamed internally, oh my god, they're so perfect for each other. At this moment, Yuan Yin finally explained, I climbed the tree because I just saw a baby bird fall out of its nest. I climbed up to help the baby bird back to its nest, the Crown Prince replied. So that's how it is. It seems Miss Yu is a kind person. Nan Bao Lin cut in from behind. Everyone saw you climbing the tree and peeping. Do you have any proof that what you said is true? Juju, who was happily shipping, was interrupted and felt completely annoyed. This woman just won't let it go. She immediately ran out to defend. Yuan Yin, I saw it. I saw Miss Yu holding an injured baby bird in her hands. Seeing Juju step forward, Nan Bao Lin faltered a bit but still argued stubbornly. The tree is so tall and the branches and leaves are so dense, how could anyone see clearly? The Crown Prince exclaimed. Silence. Juju said she saw it. Are you questioning the royal family by saying that? He then ordered, Guards. The eldest daughter of the Nan family is spreading rumors and insulting the royal family. Slap her 50 times. Only then did Nan Bao Lin panic and plead. I didn't mean that. Your Highness, Crown Prince, I was wrong. Seeing that everything had settled down, she said to the Crown Prince, older brother Crown Prince, Juju likes Miss Yu. Can she play with Miss Yu a little longer? Of course, she didn't stop there but thought, I still want to see the two of them together. I want some sugar. Seeing her suggestion, how could the Crown Prince refuse? Of course. However, the Crown Prince didn't understand the slang she was thinking about. Juju wants to eat sugar. It seems I'll have to carry some sweets with me for Juju from now on. He then turned to Yuan Yin. I wonder if Miss Yu would be willing to return to the banquet hall with us. Looking at Yuan Yin's expression, a clear smile appeared in her eyes. I would be honored, Your Highness. It's my privilege. Looks like I shipped them successfully. Yes, internal fist pump. Then the Crown Prince carried me back to the banquet. I was still a little bummed, didn't get a good look earlier, but now up close, Miss Yu is seriously gorgeous. Looking towards her, I couldn't help but gush. Miss Yu has been practicing martial arts since she was little, so energetic and generous, but only shows her girly side around Big Brother Crown Prince. I waved at Yuan Yin. Even more adorable like this? I really want to squish her cheeks. I reached out but suddenly realized I was reaching with the power of belief only. Darn it, my arms are too short. Yuan Yin finally noticed me. Princess, what is it? Yuan Yin seemed pretty confused about what I was doing. Today is the princess's birthday. She must want a gift, she probably thought. Thinking that, Yuan Yin took the hairpin from her hair. She walked over and offered it to me. Your Highness, I haven't offered you my blessings yet. Please accept this. There are many more gifts later in the hall. Not feeling happy at all, I didn't know what to say. This gorgeous lady mistook me for a greedy little princess. If I explain I just wanted to touch her face, wouldn't that be like taking advantage of a commoner? The Crown Prince was trying to comfort me but didn't know how. I was too embarrassed to say anything. I'll do it then. A bold thought crossed the Crown Prince's mind. He walked over to Yuan Yin. He leaned down and whispered, Want to touch your face? Who asked him to phrase it like that? Speaking so randomly made the poor girl blush bright red. Your Highness wants to touch my face. Yuan Yin panicked and stammered. Your Highness, you want to touch my face? This is perhaps not appropriate. Realizing his blunder, the Crown Prince quickly explained. It's Juju. Juju wants to touch your face. They both descended into awkward silence before Yuan Yin finally spoke. I'm sorry, I misunderstood. The banquet hall is open now. My father is waiting inside. I'll go in now. And with that she zoomed off before the Crown Prince could say anything. Miss Yu, I tugged on his sleeve. Big Brother Crown Prince, what did you say to Miss Yu? You scared her away. The Crown Prince was speechless. I didn't say anything. I just said I wanted to touch her face and she ran off. Like, seriously, dude? I felt like I'd been struck by lightning. She hates me that much? She ran away just because I wanted to touch her face. Another deer misunderstanding the situation. Tears welled up in my eyes. Am I really that unlikable? Do I make people hate me that much? The crown prince tried to comfort me. Juju, don't be sad. It's all a misunderstanding. But I wasn't listening. I burst into tears, which totally flustered the crown prince. It's all my fault, Junjunju, don't cry, let me explain. Meanwhile, I was full. Kaleon sobbing. Wakumya. Suddenly, someone scooped me up. The emperor asked the crown prince irritably. What's going on here? The crown prince immediately apologized. Your Majesty, it's my fault for not taking good care of Jujuju and making her cry. I know my mistake. The emperor didn't seem to want to hear any explanations. Knowing your mistake doesn't change anything. Go reflect on your actions today and figure out how to make it up to her. The crown prince replied, Yes, father. Back at the banquet, the empress asked her, Why were you crying, Juju? Tears welled up in her eyes. Ju doesn't want to cry anymore. But I don't know why I can't stop. She buried her face in the empress's embrace. Seeing this, the emperor felt a pang of sympathy. It seems that even with memories of her past life, Jujuju is still just a child. Thinking so, the emperor picked up a drumstick and said, Juju cried for so long, you must be hungry. Eat this drumstick, fill your tummy, then cry some more. Neither Consort Li nor Juju had expected this. You can actually coax her like that. As expected, whatever the emperor says is right. While nibbling, Juju thought, This tyrant dad is doing this. The urge to cry is gone. Guess I'll just eat something. Now the emperor inquired, Juju, you're not crying anymore. Can you tell father why you were crying? Did your older brother, the crown prince, do something wrong? Hearing this, she explained, It has nothing to do with older brother crown prince. She covered her mouth. I can't say it, it's too embarrassing. The emperor was about to say something. It's okay, you can tell father I won't be angry with you. Before he could finish, she took off. There's really nothing, Juju is full, I'm going to play now. She had other plans. Juju has to find a way to make older sister Yu like me. I can't just rely on the emperor's authority. Hearing his daughter's inner thoughts, the emperor was speechless. With you like this, how am I supposed to sleep well tonight? Not staying at the banquet for long, she skipped off to carry out her plan. While walking, she spotted her target, found older sister Yu. She told herself, I must seize this opportunity to spend time with her and cultivate our relationship. As she walked forward, she bumped into someone. Ouch! The person spoke. So you're that little cross, dressing 18th prince, huh? Facing her was the first prince, who continued to ask, Big brother is asking you a question, why aren't you saying anything? She was rubbing her head. Big brother, could this be the first prince who's always off at war? She bowed. Greetings, eldest imperial brother. Meanwhile, she thought, the first prince's ending is tragic. 10 years later, the western Shu will fall, and he will be beheaded on the battlefield. The first prince was taken aback. Although this reaction wasn't entirely unusual, where is that voice coming from? He looked down at the dazed Juju. From what it said, could that be your inner voice? And you dare say the western Shu will fall and I'll be beheaded? The first prince angrily shouted, What nonsense are you talking about? She was surprised by his reaction. Juju only offered a greeting. Did I say something wrong? The surrounding people gossiped. Why did the first prince suddenly get angry? It seems like the princess was just being polite. Is it really necessary to react like that? He stomped off angrily. Forget it, I'm not going to argue with a brat. She rolled her eyes. Clearly he's the one causing trouble. So unreasonable, I was going to warn him to be careful today, or he'd fall and break his front teeth. But seeing how he is, even if I told him, he wouldn't believe me and might even bully me. Juju won't bother anymore. Hearing these words, the first prince's expression changed slightly. What did she just say? This is so frustrating. I've trained in martial arts for so many years. How could I just trip on flat ground? Speak of the devil, and I face? Planted right in front of everyone, cue the gasps and whispers. Oh great, the crown prince and the emperor are coming over here. Just my luck, the emperor asks. What's all this commotion? And the crown prince, bless his heart, manages to mumble out, Fathu. More whispers erupt. Did the crown prince just knock out his front teeth? And then it hits me. This is exactly what that brat said would happen. My world is crumbling. I've embarrassed myself in front of my father and everyone else. The crown prince is going to be ostracized after this, I'm sure of it. I actually feel kind of bad for him. He looks so pathetic. He's achieved so much on the battlefield. It wouldn't be right if the emperor held this against him. So I run over and tug on the emperor's robe. Father, the banquet requires such thick and long robes. Huangxiang is always off fighting wars. He's not used to wearing long clothes. That's why he fell. Don't blame him. Complete 180. The emperor's face softens. Juju is so clever and reasonable. Issue a decree. From now on, at court banquets, military officials are not required to wear long robes. Prepare the supplementary regulations. The crown prince looks stunned. He actually spoke up for me. The emperor turns to him. Your mother is a skilled physician. Go and have her examine you. I'll visit you both after the banquet. The crown prince, slightly embarrassed, replies, Thank you for your concern, father. I'm going from one surprise to another. The emperor's not even mad. Duh. He's more concerned with hanging out with his daughter, Juju, and father will go back to rest now. Okay, sadly, I refuse. No way, Juju hasn't played enough yet. Now the crown prince is looking at me differently. I treated him so badly, yet he still spoke up for me in front of father. I'm so ashamed. Seeing me happily skipping around makes me feel like I've been slapped in the face. This little brat, my little imperial brother, somehow looks even more adorable than a little girl. This gives me the chance to run over to Yu Wanyan. Yu Gigi, can I sit next to you? How could she refuse? Of course, princess, make yourself comfortable. Yu Wanyan asks, Your Highness, are you hungry? The banquet will last a while. Would you like some snacks? I reply. Juju is not hungry. I rub my belly, thinking, I just ate a whole chicken leg, I'm stuffed. Having a kid's body is so inconvenient. Yu Wanyan changes the subject. Then we'll eat later. Let's watch the singing and dancing first. I add, the dancers today were sent by the Southern Kingdom. They're quite rare. Intrigued, I ask, sent by the Southern Kingdom. Yu Wanyan seems to be remembering something, yes? Previously, the Southern Kingdom tried to frame us but failed and couldn't afford reparations, so they sent these dancers. Instead, I heard they also sent an 8 or 9-year-old hostage along with them. It's quite a sad story. I've filtered out the most important piece of information. Hostage from the Southern Kingdom. Isn't that the male lead who'll become emperor and personally lead the conquest of Western Chu? Panic sets in. If he's here, doesn't that mean everything's gonna go wrong? Juju thought to herself, I've come to this place, I have a loving family, I've developed feelings for them, and for their sake, I can't just stand by and watch the country fall without doing anything. Thinking this, the little girl looked up and asked Yoonji, who was sitting next to her, Yoonji, do you know where that hostage will be taken? She paused, then replied, I'm not sure, I only heard that His Majesty personally arranged it. If the princess is curious, you can ask His Majesty after the banquet. For now, just enjoy your birthday celebration. Juju racked her brains, constantly tugging at her hair. I can't let down everyone who prepared this for me, but I'm seriously so anxious. In the end, she waited until the banquet ended, before rushing off to find the emperor. The banquet is finally over. I have to find father quickly. She ran to the emperor and cheerfully called out, Father! The emperor, surprised to see her, asked, Juju, why are you here? He then picked her up and said softly, You've come at the perfect time, Juju. Come with father to visit your eldest brother. But in his head he was thinking, that little brat isn't seriously injured anyway. This is a good chance to spend more time with my precious Juju. The emperor carried Juju to the crown prince's palace. The crown prince and his mother, consort Hui, a skilled physician, immediately bowed respectfully upon seeing the emperor. Your Majesty, father. Juju happily jumped down and ran to the crown prince, asking, Big brother, are you all right? The emperor gaped, dumbfounded that his precious daughter had abandoned him so quickly. He clenched his fists in annoyance. What's so good about that brat that Juju cares so much about him? Wiping the sweat from his brow, the crown prince avoided her gaze and asked cautiously, Why are you here? He felt ashamed. I treated her like that, and she still cares about me. I have no face to see her. Consort Hui cheerfully answered for her son. Thank you for your concern, princess. The bleeding has stopped. After we find suitable materials to replace the missing tooth, he'll be fine. Hearing this, Juju covered her mouth, giggling to herself. So Big Brother is making such a long face because he's embarrassed about his missing tooth and doesn't dare see anyone. How can a warrior be so sensitive about this? He's as delicate as a princess. The crown prince, hearing this, flushed as red as a ripe tomato. Feeling guilty, he turned sharply and declared loudly, I'm fine. I don't care about a few missing teeth. Startled by the crown prince shouting at her, Juju's eyes welled up with tears. I know, big brother. Are you opening your mouth so wide because you want to eat me alive? He quickly explained. No, I didn't. I didn't want to scare you. Suddenly, Juju was lifted into the air. All right. It turned out the emperor had scooped her up. He spoke sternly, feigning concern. You're not a child anymore. You need to be more careful. Don't frighten Juju. Since there's nothing seriously wrong, you should rest. We'll be going now. The crown prince didn't dare disobey, and immediately agreed. The crown prince thought to himself, oh well, once my teeth are fixed, I'll try to get closer to Juju. Best not to scare her off today. Only after they had left the crown prince's palace did Juju speak. I wasn't scared, father. Don't distance yourself from big brother because of this. The emperor immediately assured her. I'll just give him a little talking. Dito, Juju, don't worry. Juju thought, as long as big brother isn't implicated in this, it's fine. The emperor, reading her thoughts, felt a pang of jealousy. What kind of love potion did that big brother give Juju? She's never worried about me like this. Suddenly, Juju tugged on the emperor's sleeve and asked curiously, oh yeah, Juju heard that the Southern Kingdom sent a hostage. Juju wants to know where he's being kept. What are you curious about that for? Who knows what the Southern Kingdom is plotting? You're safer staying away from him. She giggled innocently. Then Father Emperor has to tell Juju where he is so Juju knows to avoid him. Inwardly she thought, I can't hide the truth about the Western Chu's destruction forever. The Emperor was startled. He hadn't expected that hostage to be connected to the Western Chu's downfall. Even though I wanted to ask Juju about it before, Juju was still young, there's still time. I originally planned to let her have a carefree childhood, but now it seems like if this matter isn't resolved, Juju will worry forever. Thinking this, he sighed. Then, he decided to tell her. At the Ziguan, the place between the front court and the harem, Juju replied politely, I understand. Thank you, Father Emperor. Still uneasy, the Emperor cautioned her again. You can go find that little guy, but you absolutely must tell Father Emperor so I can go with you. Do you hear? Juju immediately reassured him. Don't worry, Father Emperor, I'll be careful. Who would have guessed? Not long after promising, the moment she left the Emperor, she trotted off to the Ziguan. Arriving there, looking at the indicated location, she thought, so this is the Ziguan, cold and desolate, just like the Eastern Palace. No wonder Father Emperor was still worried last night before bed. The back corner of the harem is really a place where things can easily happen, but bringing Father Emperor along will definitely alert them. Juju will go scout the situation herself first. After all, just how much injustice did the male lead, Dijiang, suffer at the hands of the royal family to make him so determined to take revenge, leading to the destruction of Western Chu? I can't see clearly from here. I have to get closer to confirm how Dijiang is living. Now, Juju immediately dashed around, but as soon as she reached the door, the guard stopped her. The Ziguan is a forbidden area. Princess, please return. She immediately put on a cute, pleading expression. Father Emperor allowed Juju to come here. Can't I even enter? Seeing her beseeching eyes, the guard couldn't resist and respectfully said, Princess, please enter. This servant will protect you at all times. But the princess didn't seem the least bit scared of this so-called forbidden area, and cheerfully replied, No need, Juju will be careful, she reasoned. The hostage is only 8 or 9 years old, he surely can't hurt me. Juju tiptoed lightly to avoid making any noise. Suddenly she saw a figure behind a large wall, curiously peeking. Her eyes widened in surprise. Is he the male lead? Dijiang? Juju worriedly ran to Dijiang and asked, Why are you kneeling here? The kind little girl tried to help him up. Get up first, don't kneel anymore. But he coldly brushed her hand away. The servants, noticing Juju's presence, chimed in to explain. His Majesty ordered him to kneel here for a month. He's only been kneeling for half a day, Princess. You shouldn't interfere. Juju, surprised, asked, What? Why would Father give such an order? The servant continued. His Majesty said the Southern Kingdom's tactics are insidious and unpredictable. He needs to make an example of someone, a warning to the Southern Kingdom. The little girl turned to look at Dijiang, lost in thought. Won't he break his legs kneeling like this? He was just used as a shield by the Southern Kingdom. Why should he be treated like this? The books say Dijiang's legs are weak, and they ache unbearably whenever it's rainy or gloomy. No wonder after the Western Chu fell, Dijiang chopped off the legs of all the royal family members. After thinking for a long time, the little girl blurted out, "If father has given the order, I really can't let him get up right now." The servant agreed. "The princess is right. You should stay away from him." Juju placed her hands on Dijiang's cold ones, as if trying to share some warmth with him. "It's okay," she said. "I'll go find father now. I'll ask him to withdraw the punishment." Then she hurried off, calling back before she left, "Wait for me. I'll definitely come back." Dijiang watched her retreating figure with a complicated expression. The hand she had just touched clenched into a fist. He slowly opened his palm, staring at it and thinking, "You've been tricked. What are you hoping for? No one intends to help you. She just used that as an excuse to leave." After Juju left, Dijiang's mood worsened. The only words echoing in his mind were, "Don't get your hopes up." Scene change. Inside the palace, Juju rushed in, calling out, "Father!" The emperor, surprised to see her, asked, "My precious Ju, what brings you here? Do you miss your father?" The emperor pinched her cheeks a few times and continued, "My precious little daughter, why are you so tired and dirty? Are you hurt? Did someone bully you? Tell your father, and I'll get even for you." Juju, her cheeks pinched until she almost cried, could only stammer, "Nano." Then she looked directly into the emperor's eyes and spoke seriously. "Father, I heard you ordered the hostage to kneel for a month, Juju wants." Before she could finish, the emperor interrupted, angrily asking, "What? You went to the hostage's quarters alone. Why didn't you tell me? Did that hostage hurt you?" She immediately explained, "Juju is really okay. It's the hostage. Juju hopes father won't make him kneel anymore." The emperor stood firm. "Why, that Nanguo plotted against us, and now they're getting what they deserve. If I don't assert my authority in front of them, they'll look down on our Shi, so even more in the future." Juju sadly lowered her head, but she didn't say anything more, only thinking to herself, "But doing that will make Dijiang hold a grudge. Later, he'll take revenge 100-fold. He's the child of destiny, destined to unify the world and personally annihilate the royal family. By then, it'll be too late." The emperor, having read her thoughts, pondered, "I heard before that the fall of Xin Song was related to that hostage. I thought he was just part of Nangua's schemes, but I didn't expect him to be the key player in the nation's destruction." After a moment, the emperor spoke. "I understand. Punishing him with kneeling really can't solve the problem," Juju happily responded. "Right. It's good that father sees it that way." Who knew the emperor would then say they should just kill him? Startling Juju, she hurriedly dissuaded him. "We can't kill him. If word gets out, Nanguo will definitely label us as ruthless and unscrupulous, which would be even more dangerous for Xi." So, she knew for sure, if Dijiang was the male lead in the original story, the chosen one, killing him was impossible. It would only deepen his hatred. The emperor hesitated. "Well," he recalled, "actually, countless people have coveted my life. I'm only alive and on the throne today because of sheer luck. After ascending the throne, I naturally dealt with all those people." Juju continued to persuade the emperor, "Father, sparing his life today might be our only way out in the future. Having someone hold a grudge in the palace isn't a good thing. I really don't want anyone to be in danger." The emperor finally made a difficult decision. "All right, that hostage doesn't have to kneel anymore. Treat him normally from now on," Juju happily replied. "Great, thank you, father." Back at the hostage's quarters, Dijiang was still diligently carrying out his punishment. He clenched his fists, thinking, "How long have I been kneeling? How long has that little princess been gone?" Dijiang pursed his lips, gritting his teeth and enduring, "No, I can't think about her. She definitely won't come back." Suddenly, the voice of the guard at the gate rang out. "Greetings, princess." This announcement struck Dijiang like a bolt of lightning. He thought in astonishment, "What? She actually came back?" Juju happily ran to Dijiang, announcing, "Little Gage, Juju is here to keep her promise. Father Emperor agreed to cancel your kneeling punishment. Why are you still not getting up? Are your legs hurting too much?" Actually, the pain was secondary. Dijiang's main emotion since seeing Juju return was surprise. He thought, touched, "Wow, someone actually cares about me. Can I really trust this little girl?" Juju ignored his dumbfounded expression and quickly ordered the imperial physician behind her. "Physician, Come and check little Girge's legs, see if there's any lasting damage. The physician approached Dijiang respectfully, saying, Let me examine you, you can just stay seated. But Dijiang, unused to such treatment, panicked and brushed the physician's hand away. I can stand up. Seeing this, Juju gently took his hand to reassure him. Little Girge, don't be tense. The physician will take care of you. So, are his legs all right? The physician looked over the slightly scraped knees and cautiously replied, Although the wounds look scary, they're just superficial. Applying some medicine for a few days will heal them. Juju beamed. That's great, as long as there's no lasting damage. He probably won't chop off people's legs out of spite anymore. In her good mood, Juju naturally took Dijiang's large hand and pulled him up. Let's go inside. I brought other things too. Dijiang didn't resist, just followed her inside, slightly dazed. More. Inside, he saw a table laden with food. Juju enthusiastically introduced. Juju asked the Imperial Kitchen to prepare these. Eat a lot to nourish your body. Dijiang looked at Juju with fondness. This little girl is so thoughtful, she really cares about me. The little princess's kindness wasn't fake, but the fact that the Western Chu Emperor allowed her to show this concern. Although touched, Dijiang remained suspicious when he recalled the Emperor's cold face. Why the sudden change in attitude? Just because of the little princess's pleas. The Western Chu Emperor is definitely not a good guy. He must have an ulterior motive. Like, using the little princess to kill me. His hand twitched. I should still use the silver needle in my ring to check this food for poison, but how can I do that without her noticing? And I can't hurt her. Revived from her past life, Juju easily noticed the suspicion in his eyes. He still seems uneasy. I need to do something. Suddenly, an idea struck her. Aha! I've got it. I almost forgot. I also got an imperial decree from Father Emperor. Let me read it to you. The servant didn't dare delay, announcing in a loud, serious voice that from today onwards the hostage from Manhwa wouldn't have to kneel and contemplate anymore. Food, clothing, shelter, and medical care were all to be provided according to the standards of the imperial harem, with no negligence allowed. Dijiang thought to himself in surprise. What? Not just today, but from now on they're going to treat me like a normal person. All of this is thanks to that little girl, he thought gratefully, glancing at her. But Juju didn't seem to notice, her eyes crinkling as she suggested, The decree has been announced, so next, let's eat together. Without waiting for Dijiang to react, she grabbed a chicken leg, took a huge bite, and savored it carefully, worthy of the Imperial Kitchen. So delicious, I have to try everything, Juju declared. As she was happily munching away, a chuckle suddenly interrupted her. Juju realized she'd been a little unladylike. She blushed, thinking, oh crap, I was trying to put him at ease, but the Imperial Kitchen's food was just too good to resist. Well, the cat was out of the bag. Without further embarrassment, she said, Hey, you eat too? I've tested it for you. The Imperial Kitchen's cooking is really good. Dijiang, somewhat reassured, replied, All right, let's eat. But inwardly, he felt a little ashamed. I was judging her by my own cynical standards, he thought. If she was helping someone else harm me, she wouldn't have come. Since she did come, she must genuinely care. Juju, meanwhile, was struggling with a large shrimp, trying to show off her peeling skills, but so far, no luck. Dijiang, being a nice guy, peeled a shrimp and put it in her bowl. Eat this, he said. Of course, Juju wouldn't refuse such a delicacy. Her eyes crinkled as she politely replied, Thank you, little brother. Then she picked up her own shrimp and offered it to Dijiang. Little brother, you eat too. By the time Juju left, it was already dusk. Dijiang stood by the window, gazing at the stars. His ever-present attendant suddenly spoke. Master? Sensing his attendant's hesitation, Dijiang prompted him. What is it? Just say it. The attendant, given permission, blurted out, Master, the Emperor of Shisuo hates Nanguo so much, how could he let a little princess sway him with just a few words? Let alone treat you so well. I fear there's some Shinsuo plot behind the princess's kindness. Dijiang cut him off. All right, he said. I see it clearly. The adults of Shisuo might have ulterior motives, but that little princess doesn't. You can hate and suspect whoever you want, but you are not allowed to target that little princess. He rested his hand on the windowsill, continuing to gaze at the stars, his mind wandering. She's the first person in this world to help me, he thought. I wonder when I'll see her again. Juju sleepily opened her eyes to find her 3 older brothers standing by her bed, staring intently at her. She rubbed her eyes, thinking, "What's up this early in the morning?" After a long moment of their silent staring, she couldn't help but feel a little creeped out. Then she bolted upright with a yell, "Ah!" which startled her brothers and made them stumble back. Juju patted her chest to calm down, thinking, "My princely brothers are adorable, but this is seriously scary first thing in the morning." The crown prince was the first to break the silence. "Sorry, Juju. We heard you weren't up yet, so we came to wait for you. We didn't mean to scare you. We'll punish ourselves by copying scriptures later." Juju quickly brightened up and replied, all right, you didn't mean to scare me. I'm fine. No need to copy scriptures. So what did you need me for?" Just then, the crown prince blurted out, "Juju, do you want to leave the palace?" Her eyes lit up. "Leave the palace? Yes, of course. Where are we going? I've never been outside the inner palace before. I wonder what it's like." The crown prince smiled. "Well, I was thinking of taking you to Miss Yoon's house." "Okay, I want to see Miss Yoon too." After saying this, Juju suddenly thought, "But why does the crown prince want to take me to see Miss Yu all of a sudden?" The crown prince, seeing her confusion, hemmed and hawed. The other 2 brothers deliberately whispered loudly enough for Juju to hear, "I heard that General Yu, Miss Yu's father, doesn't want his daughter stuck in the palace her whole life. He apparently told the emperor that he'd defy any marriage decree. The crown prince is worried General Yu will lose face, so he thought of bringing Juju, a little girl, along." Juju sternly called out, "Crown Prince," and stared him down, making him sheepishly look away. "So you're trying to use me?" After a moment, the crown prince cleared his throat and defended himself. "That's only one of the reasons. Don't you like Miss Yu? Seeing each other more will improve your relationship, and maybe this time you'll be able to touch her face." Juju asked suspiciously. "Really? What if I can't?" "Then I'll be your horse," Juju replied cheerfully. "You promised." "I've never ridden a big horse before," she then thought to herself, smugly. "Heads, I win and get to ride a horse. Tails, I win and get to touch Miss Yoon's face. I can't lose." The crown prince affirmed confidently, "Don't worry, I'll make sure you get to touch Miss Yoon's face." But reality hit the crown prince like a ton of bricks. Juju complained, "Crown Prince, you promised I could touch her face, but we can't even get into the Young residence." The crown prince thought glumly, "This general really isn't giving me any face." He turned to see Juju deep in thought. "Maybe we need to figure out how to make him happy. But the Yu family is rich and powerful. They don't lack anything. The only thing General Yu craves but can't have are the taro roots he used to eat during his campaigns. They're now a rare commodity in the capital. If we can find some taro, maybe he'll let us in." I remember the story goes, General Yu was seriously ill and craving taro. Yu Xiaoji searched the entire capital, finally finding some in the faraway West Market. She had to figure out how to tell her older brother, the Crown Prince. The Crown Prince, reading her mind while she was nearby, realized that bringing her along was indeed a brilliant move. Juju, having thought this through, tugged on the Crown Prince's sleeve and called out, "Crown Prince Gege, I heard that many foreign merchants come to the West Market. Do you think there might be something there that General Yu has never seen before? If there is, we should buy it for him as a gift. If he's happy, we'll be able to get in." Playing along like he didn't know anything, he chimed in, "Juju, you're so clever. I've heard General Yu loves taro. It's hard to find in the capital. Let's go there and look for some." Juju beamed and replied, "Okay, Crown Prince Gege, you're so smart. Who knew General Yu hadn't been able to buy taro for so many years, because the road to the West Market is so difficult." By this point, the little girl was sweating and her face was flushed, but, seeing the sack of taro she'd bought, she felt a glimmer of hope. "Finally got it." Crown Prince Gege even gave the seller a bonus. "I hope everything goes smoothly." Because this was their second time knocking, the Yum residence's servant was quite annoyed. Opening the door, he snapped, "Didn't we already tell you? The general is unwell today and not receiving guests. Please leave." The Crown Prince's attendant calmly announced, "We know the general is unwell, so we've specifically brought him his favorite taro. We hope to be allowed to present it to him." Upon seeing the sack of taro, the guard's expression softened slightly. He lowered his voice and said, "In that case, please wait in the guest room for a moment. I'll inform the master." The two of them settled into the tea room. Noticing the Crown Prince's anxious expression, Juju thought to herself, Crown Prince Gege seems nervous, but proposing marriage is a big deal. A little nervousness is understandable. The Crown Prince, overhearing her thoughts, teared up a little. I don't want to be this nervous either. It's a good thing Juju is here. Suddenly, a servant announced, General Yu has arrived. As soon as he entered, Juju thought to herself, so this is General Yu. He really is quite intimidating. Overhearing this, he looked stunned. Juju, startled, nearly jumped out of her seat, but in the next second, General Yu's expression quickly changed to one of warmth. I didn't know the princess was coming too. Why didn't you inform this old man sooner? He turned and picked up a tarot, admiring it. And you even brought my favorite tarot. How thoughtful. I've been craving this for years. Seeing his fluctuating moods, the little girl couldn't help but think, General Yu, what kind of character setting is this? Taking advantage of his good mood, Juju gave him her most adorable, heart-melting look and said, well then, could you agree to our request and listen to what Crown Prince Gege has to say? Oh, so they came prepared? Suddenly, General Yu's expression turned serious. He raised his voice and said, however, if you're here to propose marriage, abandon that idea. Juju asked curiously, why? What's wrong with the Crown Prince? Why did you reject him directly? General Yu stroked his chin, pondering for a moment, then replied, His Royal Highness the Crown Prince is indeed heaven-sent, but as for a virtuous son-in-law, I already have someone suitable in mind. It's Liu Pai, the son of the Ministry of Public Works Vice Minister. He's already sought to marry Wan Yin. He's a man of noble character, a true gentleman, someone she can entrust her whole life to. Therefore, I hope His Royal Highness will seek another match. The Crown Prince was taken aback upon hearing this. He wanted to argue indignantly, but suddenly, Juju's thoughts echoed in the Crown Prince's head that Liu Pai isn't a gentleman at all. The Liu Pai in the books is lecherous and violent, indulging in brothels every day, bullying his subordinates. There's no evil he won't do. If Crown Prince Gege could bring Grandpa Yu to the brothel once, he could definitely end this ill-fated match. The Crown Prince was overjoyed upon hearing this, thinking to himself, Juju is truly my little matchmaker for me and Miss Yu. But a new problem arose. How can Juju tell Crown Prince Gege this? A child saying she wants to go to a brothel is too weird. They'll definitely stop me. The Crown Prince began to contemplate. Juju is in such a difficult position. I'll take care of the rest. Thinking this, the Crown Prince gently patted her head and said, Juju probably isn't interested in these things. How about Crown Prince Gege takes you out to buy some toys as an apology? Juju couldn't help but secretly praise the Crown Prince. Crown Prince Gege is awesome! Juju remembered there was a night market near the brothel, so she quickly chimed in. Okay, I heard the night market has fun zuxiao, bamboo flutes. General Yu, seeing them about to leave, worriedly said, Princess, it's getting dark. The night market is very dangerous. Juju, seeing that he had taken the bait, pleaded, General Yu is so powerful, surely you can protect us? Juju rarely gets to go out. Come with us just once. When we get back, the taro dish will be ready. It's boring just sitting here and waiting. He softened a little upon hearing this and quickly agreed. All right. This old man will go with you, Juju happily exclaimed. Great, thank you, General Yu. A moment later, he carried her to the night market, looked around for a while, and finally saw what she was looking for. Juju, I see them. There are zuxiao over there. Let's go there. Juju agreed excitedly. Okay. The vendor handed her one, and Juju politely took it and said, Thank you. General Yu said affectionately to her, Good, Juju, do you like it? If you like it, Grandpa Yu will buy you more. She shook her head vigorously. I like it, but Juju only needs one, she thought to herself. Now I need to find out where Liu Pai is enjoying himself. I can't waste any time. As soon as she thought of Cao appeared. In the distance, a young woman's voice cried out, Ah, young Master Liu Pai, please let me go. Unexpectedly, Liu Pai delivered himself right to their doorstep. Juju was sure that General Yu had also heard the young woman scream. But to make it more believable, she said, Grandpa Yu, is Liu Pai the gentleman you were talking about? Let's go over there and take a look. General Yu's face darkened slightly at this point. He replied, Okay. The young woman from before was still kneeling on the ground, begging incessantly, Young master, please spare me. I still have parents at home. My family can't live without me. But Liu Pai, upon hearing this, not only wasn't moved, but even shamelessly said, pretending to resist gets boring quickly. Come with me, and I guarantee you'll live a life of luxury. Although tears were streaming down her face, the young woman still firmly said, you forcibly took my older sister away a few days ago, and she couldn't bear it and died after only 2 days. I won't fall into your trap. My family didn't dare to pursue the matter, so please, spare me. Liu Pai raised his paper fan and stroked the young lady's face as a warning. Don't you dare be difficult. If you don't come with me today, I'll ruin your pretty face. Then let's see how arrogant you can be. The poor girl could only cry out hopelessly, help! Help me! Someone, please save me! Suddenly the henchman next to him was shocked to see someone appear. His face paled and he whispered to Liu Pai, young master, your future father, Killa, is over there? This stunned him into a gasp. After calming himself down, Liu Pai sneered dismissively. That old fogey is so old-fashioned, he never goes out at night. Otherwise, how do you think I've been able to hide this until now? He barely finished speaking when a voice boomed, Liu Pai! When he realized the person who called his name was General Yu, he stammered, unable to form a complete sentence. F.A. Father-in-law, why are you here? I'm here because... Not letting him explain, General Yu unleashed all his pent-up anger into a punch to Liu Pai's face. He grabbed Liu Pai by the collar and demanded, you think I'm still being fooled by you? Looks like this old man misjudged you. Today, I'll teach you a lesson. Tomorrow, I'm dragging you to the yamen. Don't even think about covering up or doing anything shady. And forget about the marriage. Liu Pai pleaded in terror. No, please be generous and forgive me this time. Please give me another chance regarding the marriage. You dare mention it? Said General Yu. Watch me beat your face in. After that, there was only Liu Pai's screams, mixed with Juju's inner monologue, Crown Prince Gege. You absolutely have to treat Ujiji well in the future. Otherwise, even Juju won't be able to save you. It wasn't until late at night that the three of them returned to the Yu residence. At this time, General Yu said awkwardly, Ahem, I apologize for the embarrassment today. As for Liu Pai, I misjudged him. Let's pretend this never happened. Finishing, he called to the servants. Someone, serve the dishes. Miss Yoon took the lead, followed by 2 maids carrying trays of beautifully prepared food. Juju saw her and excitedly said, Ujiji, we finally get to see you. Juju and Crown Prince Gege both missed you very much. Sit down and eat with us. Miss Yu and the Crown Prince heard her words and blushed bashfully, exchanging glances. Even so, Miss Yoon didn't refuse and gently replied before sitting down. Thank you for your concern, Your Highness and Princess. I will take my seat here. General Yu saw the young couple exchanging glances and sadly thought to himself, although I don't want my precious daughter to marry into the palace, but looking at them, it seems they already have feelings for each other. Juju keenly noticed his change and thought to herself, judging by the old general's expression, he might be wavering a bit. If Juju pushes a little more, this will be a done deal. She then pretended to be innocent and blurted out, Yay, if that's the case, can Crown Prince Gege be with Ujiji now? The 3 adults present all coughed, their faces flushed. Ahem. General Yoon couldn't avoid the question, he said. Little princess is really straightforward, isn't she? But this matter really shouldn't be delayed. The Crown Prince became nervous as he listened to him. Your Highness, I will give you an answer now. General Yu, with a stern face, declared loudly, Your Highness, I have promised to marry my daughter to you. The Crown Prince was taken aback, asking in disbelief. Really? He was so happy he stammered, barely able to speak. He hastily bowed respectfully. Then no. This humble one will bring the betrothal gifts tomorrow. With that, he turned to give Miss Yu a flirtatious wink. General Yu, observing from the side, was quite pleased with this prospective son-in-law. Even though the imperial palace is a treacherous place, the Crown Prince, despite his young age, was willing to humble himself for Wan Yin. I made things difficult for him multiple times today, and he accepted it all. Wan Yin really likes him too. The Crown Prince truly is a good match. Juju cheerfully grabbed Miss Yu's hand, saying, That's wonderful. So from now on, Sister Yu and us are all one big family. Yu Wenyin enthusiastically patted the little girl's head, replying gently, "Yes." In her heart, she was bursting with joy. "Adaya, I finally got to touch the face of someone I admire. Ju is so happy." Then suddenly, Juju realized, "Wait a minute, I touched Miss Yu? Doesn't that mean I can't get piggyback rides from my Crown Prince Gyuj anymore?" The Crown Prince, hearing this, thought to himself, "Juju just wants piggyback rides?" After finishing their business, the two of them returned to the Crown Prince's residence. Juju jumped straight onto the comfy bed, thinking happily, "Today I successfully helped the Crown Prince and Miss Yu get together, and I even managed to keep the Crown Prince's residence outside the palace. What a wonderful day." The Crown Prince, seeing her like that, felt happy too. "Junju, about today, your Crown Prince Gurge hasn't thanked you yet." Hearing him say that, she lay down on the pillow, pretending to sleep. "Tell me tomorrow. Juju is a child, it's late, time for bed." Even as she said that, she was sulking in her heart. "Juju did such a big thing, and Crown Prince Gyurge won't even give me a piggyback ride. Juju has decided. No talking to Crown Prince Gyurge tonight." Seeing this, the Crown Prince poked her cheek to coax her. "Juju, Crown Prince Gyurge will give you a piggyback ride, okay?" Juju immediately shot up, asking, "Really? Even though I touched Miss Yu's face?" The Crown Prince chuckled. "Juju did a great deed today, of course you get a ride." The Crown Prince carried her on his back for a long time, then asked, "Juju, are you having fun?" "So much fun." Just then, the accompanying guard entered to report. "Your Highness, the second prince heard your good news and came to congratulate you, and also said that there is something important to report." Hearing this, the Crown Prince gave the order, so its second royal brother quickly invite him in. At this moment, Juju frowned, thinking to herself, "The second prince? He's no good. He's hiding his identity as a fake prince. He deliberately befriends Crown Prince Gyurge. His main goal is to drag him down from the position of Crown Prince." The Crown Prince, upon hearing this, felt like a bolt of lightning had struck from a clear blue sky. Second royal brother, so he's that kind of person. No wonder second royal brother was so different from the other princes, and his birth mother disliked him since he was a child. He only had a good relationship with me, and I thought he was the only one by my side who didn't want anything, treating me like a close brother, but who knew he would. Seeing the prince's somewhat absent-minded expression, Juju asked, "Prince brother, what's wrong?" The little girl racked her brains, thinking, "Prince brother seems unhappy." Would Juju reminding him about the second prince make him even sadder? "But what's the second prince doing here today anyway? It's better to cut ties with this kind of person sooner rather than later." The prince snapped out of it and replied to her, "I'm fine, it's just that I've been running around a lot today, so I'm a little tired." In his heart he was thinking, "Why would I be sad? Although second royal brother is fake to me, I still have Juju who's always sincere by my side." After figuring it out, he called his guard over. "Qingyi, go tell him that I'm a bit tired today. If there's anything, we'll talk about it another day." Then he added, "In the future, whenever he comes, you guys can find any excuse to chase him away. I don't want to see him anymore." Qingyi didn't dare to delay, and immediately went to deliver the message, "Yes." Seeing his way of handling things, Juju couldn't help but admire him. Why is Prince Brother suddenly so enlightened? The prince turned around to coax Juju to sleep. "It's late today, let's go to bed first. Another day, Prince Brother will let you ride the big horse, okay?" The little girl immediately agreed. "Okay." Even before falling asleep, Juju was thinking, the Prince Brother in the book is so silly, not like the one now at all. Juju really likes the current Prince Brother. Juju will definitely find a way to help Prince Brother avoid the tragic ending. The prince couldn't help but smile when he heard that. "Fortunately, I still have Juju by my side who treats me sincerely. In the future, I will definitely protect Juju well too. Good night, Juju. Good night, Prince Brother." The next morning, Juju woke up well, rested, she comfortably stretched her body, then she blankly realized and asked the servant next to her, "Why can't I see Prince Brother anywhere so early in the morning?" Granny Gi quickly explained. "His Highness the Crown Prince got up early this morning and took people to work." She then turned to Granny Gi with a question. "Then, can Juju go for a walk by herself today?" But she quickly received a refusal. "The princess is still young, it's too dangerous outside the manor. It's better to wait for the prince to come back and go together." Juju didn't give up and continued to coax. Isn't there Granny Gee to go with me? Just bring a few guards to secretly follow behind. It's my first time leaving the palace, and we won't reveal my identity. Please go out and play with me. Granny Gee couldn't resist her cuteness, and sighed in agreement. All right, Juju happily cheered. That's great. They quickly changed their clothes and went for a walk in the streets. Juju skipped ahead, excitedly saying, I want to go to the streets to eat delicious food. Granny Gee followed behind, kindly reminding her, Okay, princess. Slow down. Be careful not to fall. They were so busy having fun that they didn't notice someone hiding behind a pile of empty boxes, spying on them. The mysterious person smugly thought, I've finally found an opportunity. Mama Gee was a bit helpless with Juju's excitement. She was running and jumping around, wanting to eat all sorts of yummy stuff that the palace didn't have. Then she turned to Mama Gee, all cheerful, and asked, without noticing a hand reaching out from behind, Mama, do you know any good places? Just then, the first prince swooped in, laughing and hoisting Juju up. I know a good place. Let me take you, lil sis. He was already picturing Juju admiring him, saying he was her favorite, and his heart was bursting with pride. Finally, I've got a chance to improve my relationship with Juju. It's her first time out of the palace, and everything is new to her. If I take her to eat good food, play fun games, and show her how reliable I am, she'll definitely like me. But contrary to the first prince's fantasies, Juju glared at him, totally unimpressed. Could you put Juju down first? She grumbled. Why are you carrying Juju like a puppy? I already said nice things about you in front of Father Emperor. Are you still holding a grudge? So petty. Hearing his precious junior sister's thoughts, the first prince was heartbroken. Why isn't this going like I imagined? So he leaned down, trying to act friendly. It's just that I was so happy to see you, I got a little carried away. I didn't mean to scare you. As an apology, I know a place on the street with dumplings even better than what the royal chefs make. Big brother will take you. Juju instantly took the bait. Really? Juju wants to go. But before he could celebrate, the first prince's next words killed her joy. It's a bit of a walk, though. Big brother will carry you, okay? Juju didn't say anything, but she was already annoyed. Does he think Juju walks slow? The problem is getting bigger. Even when trying to be close, still getting misunderstood, the first prince wailed inwardly. How can I make Juju know I don't have bad intentions? I should have been nicer during the banquet. The two quickly arrived at the restaurant. The first prince couldn't help but grin as he held Juju. What do you want to eat, Juju? Big brother will treat, she answered without any polite distance. There are so many kinds of dumplings here, it's so hard to choose. Seizing the opportunity, the first prince thought happily, this is my chance to win Juju over. He immediately suggested, let me recommend something. Their pork dumplings are super tasty, but it seemed to backfire as Juju criticized in her mind. But the palace has pork dumplings too. Big brother isn't trying to take Juju to eat palace food, is he? Hearing that, he could only laugh bitterly. The first prince quickly changed his tune. But you probably haven't tried their wild mushroom dumplings, right? Let's try those this time. Luckily, this idea worked, and Juju agreed. Okay, he walked over to the counter, wiped his forehead, and breathed a sigh of relief. Good thing I can hear Juju's thoughts. If I keep trying like this, we'll definitely get closer. Meanwhile, Juju was happily thinking, I'm so hungry. Juju can't wait to have a feast. Hearing that, he immediately turned back and said, Wait here, I'll order. The first prince added to himself, Juju is hungry, I should order a lot, she'll definitely be happy. The more he thought about it, the more excited he became. I'll order myself and surprise her. Moments later, Juju's face was dark as she called out unconsciously, Big brother. Looking at the mountain of dumpling trays in front of her, Juju was definitely surprised. She couldn't help but ask, Are you trying to make Juju burst? But before she could say anything, some nosy neighbors chimed in. Ordering so much, it's such a waste if they can't finish it. To that, the first prince responded, It's just because I was afraid she wouldn't have enough. The neighbors caught on and gossiped. These two can really eat. Look at how many dumplings they ordered. The first prince heard them and awkwardly said to Juju, It's okay, I'll finish it all so there's no waste. Juju wasn't happy at all and said blandly, Okay, whatever. Saying that, the nosy neighbors refused to let it go and continued to chatter. Look at those two, are they planning to eat the whole table? They're eating as much as I eat in 2 days. Amazing! I didn't expect someone so small to have such a big appetite. Juju, super embarrassed, couldn't take it anymore and scurried off. Juju can't eat another bite, wanna go for a walk? The first prince was all, wait up, big bro, we'll go with you. Juju stopped him, turning back to say, big bro, you gotta finish your baouzis first. No wasting food. He freaked out a bit, being all worried. Okay, I'll eat fast, but don't wander off. Got it. She just sighed, totally impatient. Yeah, I know. Once she was outside, Juju couldn't help but grumble. That big bro is such a dork. I don't want to be known as the girl who eats like a cow with him. Just then, she spotted a stall nearby. She saw a tray of hairpins, and her eyes lit up. Ooh, a jewelry stall. She went over and started picking one out. Since I'm out, I might as well grab a hairpin for Mom. She'll be so happy. Suddenly, some punk behind her yelled, totally asking for it. Hey, Shorty! He was with his cousin, looking all high and mighty, and pointed at her, straight up robbing her. My little sis has her eye on that gold-inlaid jade pendant around your neck. Take it off and hand it over, now. Juju, being cautious, clutched her pendant, and asked unhappily, who are you? This is mine. What gives you the right? Seriously. This was something her mom had custom, made from her dowry when she was stuck in the cold palace. No way was she letting anyone snatch it. He was still super confident, giving Juju a look. You're dressed okay, but you're clearly a country bumpkin. Don't even know who I am? This young master is Jiang Cheng, cousin of the Ministry of Public Works Vice Minister, Liu Feng. My little sister wanting your stuff is a blessing? Hand it over. Juju wasn't scared of him at all, yelling back, last I heard, Liu Feng got hauled off to jail by General Yu last night. He's got his own problems. Don't even think about protecting you. And even if that didn't happen, you're robbing people in broad daylight. If he helps you, you'll both end up in jail. He lost it, getting all angry. I see you're a tough one. Then he ordered his goons behind him. Today, I'm definitely teaching you a lesson. Someone, teach her some manners. Juju, getting hugged by Gimama, thought to herself, he dares to attack people in public. Where are the crown prince's guards? What's taking them so long? Jiang Cheng then laughed triumphantly, all cocky. Only now you realize you're scared. Too late. But before he could even finish his sentence, he got smacked in the face with a baozi. The first prince stepped in front of Juju, his voice all intimidating. Let's see who dares. He glared at the clueless brat in front of him, warning him in a cold voice. You try and make a move. Juju, watching from behind, was totally starstruck. Big bro's a general. With him protecting me, nothing bad's gonna happen, for sure. The first prince, feeling all warm and fuzzy inside, turned back to look at her. As long as Juju feels safe, all this martial arts training ain't been for nothing, haha. Meanwhile, Jiang Cheng was losing it, yelling, Who even are you? He kept ranting, getting louder. Even your front teeth are fake, and you dare meddle with me? Hitting a nerve, the first prince went white with rage. Shut your mouth. He confidently used his title, hoping to scare the kid in front of him. Let me tell you who I am. I am the first prince of this dynasty. You better watch your words. The dude burst out laughing, mocking him. The first prince wearing that and eating street buns. Yeah, right. Then he glanced at Juju. You're not gonna try to trick me into thinking that Shorty behind you is the 18th princess, the emperor's favorite, are you? I bet you guys don't want to give me the necklace, so you're trying to scare me, right, you guys? Go get it for me now. The first prince, a veteran of countless battles, wasn't scared of these small fry. He calmly said, if you want to fight, don't say I didn't warn you. All of you together still wouldn't be a match for me. Then he turned to tell Juju, sis, step back, don't get hurt. Juju replied, big bro, be careful too, but don't lose, okay? The lackeys behind him immediately charged forward, but the first prince blocked them all, punching and kicking while answering her, don't you worry about that. The first prince scoffed. Fighting battles for so many years, I've even wiped out invading barbarian hordes. Saying that, he stomped hard on the guy under his foot. He smiled faintly, adding, you think I'd let myself be humiliated by these small, chur-time jerks? Juju jumped up and down excitedly behind him. Big bro, you're so cool. In her heart, she was thinking, Juju wants to teach the bad guys a lesson too, 1 punch per guy. Understanding her thoughts, the first prince looked at her fondly. Even though he couldn't let Juju get close, Making her happy by teaming up was super easy. Following Juju's train of thought, he punched the guy in the face, then landed a left hook, taking down another one. On the other side, he unleashed a kick, sending yet another dude sprawling. Juju's eyes sparkled with admiration as she looked at him. Big bro is so awesome. Juju thinks it. Juju hits it. So satisfying. The first prince became even more smug. That's me, all right. On the other side, the guy's face was dark with anger as he warned, "You just wait. I'm calling my dad right now." With that, his lackeys helped him leave, but he kept cursing. "My dad is Jiang Qingshan, a high-ranking official in the palace. You're all dead meat." Juju and the prince stuck out their tongues and made faces. "Go ahead and call. We're not scared." The first prince agreed. "Yeah, anyway, he's not bigger than our dad." The emperor, who they mentioned, suddenly sneezed non-stop. "Poor old me." At that moment, Mama Gi said worriedly, "You two, you better hurry and run while you still can." Juju protested, unwilling. "They were the ones who did wrong. Why should we run?" She explained. "You don't understand. The Jiang family relies on their high-ranking position and bullies people all the time. They've burned houses and kidnapped people. If you don't run, you might not save your lives." The first prince was furious. "They're really too daring." Juju looked at him eagerly. "Big bro, they're too much. We have to make them pay." He replied confidently. "Don't worry, Juju. I definitely won't let them get away with this." The guy was super inefficient and soon brought Jiang Qingshan over. He pointed dramatically and yelled, "Dad, it's them!" He angrily tattled, "These guys are ignorant and bullied me." The dad put on an arrogant face and replied, "Don't worry, I'm here to back you up. I'll definitely teach them a lesson." Then, he placed his hand on the first prince's shoulder and said in an irritating tone, "Hey kid, aren't you going to turn around and kneel down to kowtow to this official?" Seeing that he didn't react, he threatened again, "Beg for forgiveness now, and maybe I'll leave you with a whole corpse." The first prince turned his head halfway and added, "Oh really?" He grabbed the guy's hand and said unhappily, "Jiang Qingshan, your son doesn't recognize me, but you definitely can't not recognize me, right?" The first prince, with an overwhelming aura, shouted loudly, "Open your eyes and look carefully. Who am I?" Jiang Qingshan's eyes practically popped out when he saw the first prince, stammering, Your Highness the First Prince?" He immediately dropped to his knees, kowtowing like crazy. "This humble one and my son are blind for not recognizing Mount Tai. We've offended you, please. Your Highness, forgive us." That little brat, now properly freaked out, looked at Jiang Qingshan and asked, "The first prince, he's really the first prince." Without a second thought, his dad smacked the little punk upside the head. Qingshan was so mad he could spit blood, yelling, "You little hellion, get down on your knees now, you've really screwed your dad this time." The kid, not backing down at all, retorted, "But didn't you tell me to take care of my little sister? I just snatched her necklace. How's that my fault?" Juju, seeing the whole scene, just thought, "Heh, dog eat dog." Just then, the first prince turned to his subordinates and ordered, "Wen Tian, Wen Di, take them back to the manor for a thorough investigation. Every case must be brought to light." They immediately responded, "Yes, Your Highness." Then he turned to Juju. "Juju, are you okay? Were you scared?" She cheerfully replied, "Juju is fine. Thank you, big brother, for protecting Juju." After that, Juju stroked her chin thoughtfully and muttered to herself, "I'm fine, but the Yamen, local government, in books aren't exactly good people. As long as they take bribes, the Yamen will let them go to keep harming the people." Of course, the first prince heard everything. He was a little surprised, thinking, the Yamen is actually a corrupt official who doesn't know reason. The more he thought about it, the gloomier he got. "Looks like I need to go to the Yamen and handle this personally." The first prince then reached out and scooped Juju up, saying, "Juju, let's go to the Yamen and see how they investigate this case, okay?" Right up Juju's alley, she agreed happily, yes. In her heart, she was already singing his praises. Big brother is so thoughtful, he's perfectly solved Juju's worries. The first prince carried Juju towards the Yamen. On the side of the road, an old man asked with some excitement, "Was that Juju just now?" The person next to him anxiously tried to calm him down. "Father, please don't get agitated. I know you miss the mother and daughter, but you've only just returned to the capital. Now isn't the right time. The old man closed his eyes and sighed, adding, "Never mind, I've waited 3 years already. What's a little longer?" Switching to the yamen area, they could already hear arguing as they approached. "Lord, you're indulging the Jiang and Liu family's cases like this. It's really improper." The head yamen official sneered at the person in front of him. "So what if I'm indulging them? What right does a small official like you have to meddle in my affairs?" Hearing that, Juju couldn't help but think, sounds like those two are the head and vice head of the yamen. Sure enough, the head yamen official is planning to cover for them. Thinking about it, she sighed in dissatisfaction. Too bad. Even though the vice head is a good person, he's one rank lower, so he can't stop him. The head yamen official continued to mock General Yu and the first prince. "What do you think you two military men know about trials and officialdom? A few days will pass, and everyone will forget about those two anyway. Then I can just release them. Don't block my path to riches." The first prince, no longer able to contain his anger, thundered from behind. "Official, you're quite the schemer. Even this prince has heard you." He trembled, all his earlier bluster gone, and turned to look at him, stammering an explanation. "Your Highness, this is all a misunderstanding." Not letting him weasel his way out, he kicked the guy, sending him sprawling on the ground. The first prince said in a cold voice, his eyes full of intimidating force, "This prince is just a military man and can't understand your explanations." With that, he turned to the deputy prefect and ordered, "Men, arrest the prefect and throw him in jail. The deputy prefect will temporarily take over his duties. I will report what happened today to Father." Juju was super excited at this point, showering him with praise. "Big brother, you're so awesome! Even if it's just temporary, Father will definitely make the deputy prefect the official prefect when he finds out." The deputy prefect knelt and saluted, replying, "Thank you, Your Highness. This humble servant will not fail your expectations. I will handle all cases fairly." The first prince chuckled lightly and said, "Good. This prince believes in you." On the other side, the former prefect, even while being arrested, still tried to curse at the deputy prefect. "You're such a despicable official, daring to plot in front of the first prince. Just you wait." Juju looked back at him worriedly. Crap. In the original story, the deputy prefect only exposed the prefect much later. Because of that, he held a grudge and hired assassins to kill the deputy prefect that very night. Looks like this event is going to happen way sooner than expected. With that, Juju turned to the deputy prefect and warned, "In the coming days, no matter what, you absolutely cannot get out of your sedan." He heard this and forced a smile, thinking, even though I don't know why she's suddenly saying this, I'll just agree for now. Then, the deputy prefect replied, "Yes, thank you for your reminder, princess." Juju could totally see that he didn't believe her. Feeling a little helpless, she muttered to herself, "You can tell at a glance that he's not taking my words to heart. How am I supposed to explain it to him?" The first prince looked at her with a gentle smile, thinking with a sigh, if he doesn't listen to what Juju thinks, something bad is definitely going to happen. But, looking at the two of them, it's probably hard to explain clearly. Guess I'll take care of it then. He patted Juju's head to reassure her. "Don't worry, Juju," she said awkwardly. The first prince authoritatively added, "Big brother will send someone to follow the deputy prefect closely for the next few days. If he dares to get out of his sedan, break his legs. That'll make sure he listens to you." Hearing this, Juju was speechless. Can you even do that? Behind them, the deputy prefect's face paled with terror as he stared at the two siblings in shock. A moment later, a carriage was parked by the side of the road. The deputy magistrate was comfortably sitting inside the sedan. Hearing a noise, he looked outside and asked, "Stop the sedan." "Steward, is that a child crying outside?" The steward came forward and replied, "Your Honor, the first prince and the little princess specifically told you not to get out of the sedan. You should probably just ignore it." The deputy prefect didn't listen and loudly ordered, "What if the child was abandoned? Wouldn't the child freeze to death?" This official cannot turn a blind eye to the suffering of the people. "Stop the sedan immediately." As he got out of the carriage, the steward said awkwardly, "Your Honor, you just promised the princess not to get out of the sedan. You should probably just go back now." The deputy prefect looked around and replied, "I'll personally apologize to the princess tomorrow." With that, he turned to the steward and continued, Right now, the most urgent thing is that child. But before he could finish speaking, the deputy prefect was attacked from behind. All that could be heard was a scream, "Your Honor!" The trembling butler helped the deputy prefect up and asked the men before him, "Who are you guys?" Those two put on a dignified act and replied, "Calm down. Take your master home first." Saying that, he turned to leave. "We're people sent by the first prince. Just hand over that child to us." The butler finally breathed a sigh of relief. Okay, thank you, sirs. We'll take our leave now." The next day, the first prince happily recounted. When Wen Tian and Wen Di went to that alley to look for the crying baby, Juju, guess what they saw? Juju excitedly replied, "Big bro, don't keep me in suspense. Tell Juju already." Juju impatiently raised her eyebrows, adding, "If you don't tell me, I'll tickle you." No sooner said than done, she pounced, constantly threatening, "Are you gonna talk or not?" The first prince couldn't help but burst out laughing. Don't! Big bro will tell you right away. There wasn't a crying baby in the alley at all. There was just some circus performer who was good at mimicking crying. Wen Tian and Wen Di brought him in for questioning. Sure enough, he was hired by the prefect to plot and force the deputy prefect to get out of his sedan so they could commit the indecent act. Juju looked at him and chimed in, "The prefect is really one cunning old fox." The first prince smiled dotingly. "Juju, don't worry, father has already removed him from his post and sentenced him." Hearing this, she exclaimed excitedly, "Great!" Then she said sternly, "What about the Jizian and Liu families? They should also be punished accordingly." He replied instantly, "Of course. Liu Pai has been sentenced to death, and the execution will be carried out immediately. Jian Qingshan has been exiled, and his daughter will enter the palace as a servant." Juju was finally satisfied. Sure enough, heaven has eyes. Now that the bad guys have been punished, Juju can return to the palace in peace. The first prince frantically tried to stop her. "Juju, you're going back to the palace right now? Stay at Big Bro's place for a couple more days before you go." Without turning her head, she just said, "No, Juju still has to find Father Emperor when I get back to the palace." He still didn't give up, desperately trying to persuade her. "Juju, I heard you like riding big horses, so I had someone make you a big horse. Just stay for one night, okay?" In Juju's heart, stars were twinkling. So many scenes of her flying through the air flashed through her head. Big Bro is letting me ride a big horse? It'll definitely be super fun. Big Bro's place is even fancier than Crown Prince's. It'll definitely be a blast. But she quickly dismissed the idea. No, I can't be tempted by Big Bro. Now is the time to clear my mother and brother's names. Thinking this, Juju could only sigh regretfully. Juju has to return to the palace early to prepare. The first prince was shocked when he heard her inner thoughts. So Juju's return is related to when the 13th prince was falsely accused of poisoning Father Emperor? This is very important. It really can't be delayed. Then he smiled and said, "Since you're so set on returning to the palace, let Big Bro escort you back," she happily replied. "Okay, thanks, Big Bro." They quickly returned to the imperial palace. As soon as they entered, they heard Juju shout, "Father Emperor, Mother!" She ran up to the emperor, beaming like a flower, and added, "Juju is back." He looked at her adoringly and responded, "Juju." The emperor scooped Juju up without hesitation and said, "My precious Juju is finally back. Did you have fun playing outside the palace?" She replied cheerfully, "So much fun. Crown Prince Bro and Big Bro treated Juju so well." The emperor placed her on his lap, adding, "Good that you had fun. Next time, Father Emperor will take you out to play." Saying this, he leaned his head against Juju, secretly complaining, "Those two little brats finally returned Juju to me. I missed her to death." At this moment, she looked at him worriedly and asked, "Right, Juju heard that. Your adopted daughter, Princess Wen, is returning to the capital today." Hearing this, a flash of worry crossed both of their faces. The emperor asked in disbelief, "Where did you hear that?" Juju didn't answer, just thinking to herself. Looking at their reaction, this really isn't something you can just casually bring up. Juju's hands were already unconsciously clenched tightly. But Princess Wen finally returned, and this opportunity can't be missed. After all, back then, at the banquet, the Dawn Prince accidentally ate the poisoned food that was meant for Father Emperor and died. Father Emperor was furious and ordered a strict investigation. Afterwards, the late Emperor's adopted daughter, Princess Wen, received a large sum of money from the real culprit. In the end, the 13th prince was framed and took the fall. As a result, the 13th prince was wrongly imprisoned. Mother was also implicated because she was his birth mother. Meanwhile, Princess Wen fled far away. Now that Princess Wen has returned, Juju must investigate the truth of what happened back then, and Juju must clear the names of Big Bro and Mother. Even if Father Emperor hates me, it doesn't matter. I can't be scared or back down now. Hearing this, the Emperor looked at Juju in slight disbelief. She looked up at this moment, her mind firm. By any means, I have to convince Father Emperor to reinvestigate this case. The Emperor went silent, his lips pressed into a thin line. So there really was something fishy about what happened back then. He felt super bad and ruffled Juju's hair, thinking he'd totally wronged her all these years. Poor kid. Then the Emperor turned to Consort Lai and said, "Actually, the reason I came here today is to talk to you about this. I want to release the 13th prince and reinvestigate what happened back then." The Emperor's sudden decision totally shocked Consort Lai, totally shook her. She immediately knelt down before the Emperor. "Thank you, Your Majesty. I beg Your Majesty to look into this." "No need to thank me," he said. "Just tell me everything you remember." The Emperor was dead serious. "Do you remember the 13th prince acting strangely before the incident?" "In my memory," she replied. "There was nothing special." The Emperor stroked his chin, thinking, Princess Wen's visit home wasn't long this time, and this thing happened so many years ago. He was starting to feel like this case was getting trickier and trickier. If she couldn't remember clearly, the investigation was going to be a total pain. Just then, an idea popped into Juju's head. Looks like if we want to get to the bottom of this, we can only start with Princess Wen. She started speculating about the whole conspiracy between Princess Wen and the 13th prince. Back then, Princess Wen took money from the culprit, and they also gave her a medicine that could save her mother's life. In the end, she pointed the finger at the 13th prince. Juju was convinced that Princess Wen had been threatened by the culprit multiple times, but during the transaction, she accidentally revealed evidence that the culprit could use against her. Over the years, the culprit has used this to blackmail Princess Wen into giving them money, a lot. She stroked her chin. She's married and living far away now, but if the culprit wants to threaten her, there must be letters going back and forth. If we can find Princess Wen's letters from recent years, we'll definitely be able to uncover the truth. After hearing his daughter's inner thoughts, the Emperor waved his hand and ordered his subordinates, "Someone investigate all of Princess Wen's letters from 2 months before the incident until now. She's the one who pointed the finger at the 13th prince back then. There's gotta be a clue somewhere." Juju looked at her dad with major heart eyes. "Wow, you're so smart today, Dad." "Why, just today," she thought. The Emperor smiled, gazing lovingly at his daughter. "Well, I'm still not as smart as Juju. How many times have you helped me now? Why are you looking at me like that, huh?" The Emperor leaned in close and rubbed his face against Juju's face. "Because Juju is so adorable, I could look at you forever and never get tired of it." Juju's face darkened, and she thought to herself, "Wow, that's a really sweet line. Since when did Dad become so smooth?" Seeing how close the father and daughter were, Consort Li chuckled happily. Juju was totally surprised to see that smile, Mom smiling. If Mom's happy, then I'm happy too. The Emperor looked at Consort Li with super gentle eyes. Indeed, as long as Consort Li is happy, then I'm happy too. Before leaving, the Emperor promised them, "Time is short. I'm off to investigate the case. This time, I'll definitely give you two an explanation." The Emperor left in a super cheerful mood. "Looks like I need to do more to make Consort Li happy in the future." Juju rummaged in her sleeve for the gift she'd just bought and wanted to give it to Consort Li. "Oh, right! Mom, I bought you a gift when I went out of the palace this time. I'm such a good daughter." But after searching high and low and still not finding it, Juju's face immediately darkened. "How come I can't find it? Where's Juju's sachet? I must have dropped it when I came back." "Oh well, it's the thought that counts." Before Consort Li could even stop her, Juju had already darted out to look for the sachet. "Juju will search the palace first. Mother, just stay here and wait for me, okay?" Just then, Juju was wandering around everywhere looking for the sachet. Where did my sachet drop? Right at that moment, a royal physician was walking over. The man was the deputy director of the Imperial Hospital, and the thing in the royal physician's hand was none other than the sachet that Juju had lost. He was holding Juju's sachet. She quickly ran up to the royal physician. "Greetings, Your Excellency." "Greetings, 18th Princess." Juju stared intently at the sachet in the royal physician's hand, then ordered him, "No need for formalities. Just give Juju back her sachet and we're good." Hearing this, the royal physician hurriedly handed it back to Juju. "Please forgive me, Princess. This humble servant didn't know this sachet belonged to you. I only wanted to find clues to its owner, so I opened it. I only glanced at the prescription inside and didn't take anything, I swear." The royal physician placed the sachet in Juju's hand and explained to her, "I took a look at the contents of the prescription, and it seems to be a long-lost formula that can cure all poisons." He awkwardly and shyly asked Juju, would the princess be willing to lend this humble servant the prescription for research? Faced with this request, Juju didn't hesitate to refuse. She held the sachet tightly in her hand. "No way! This prescription is Juju's treasure, and it can't be spread around." She recalled Granny Director's instructions from before. This is a prescription that the previous Granny Director made Juju memorize. Granny Director also specifically told Juju not to spread it around. If bad people find out, they'll take advantage of it to create poison and sell medicine for profit. Seeing Juju react so strongly, the royal physician immediately bowed his head and assured her, this humble servant was being presumptuous. "In that case, I'll pretend I never saw the prescription. Please rest assured, Princess." Great! Juju's going back to find Mother now, but what the two of them didn't know was that their entire conversation had been overheard by a maid. The scene then shifted to Princess Wen's residence. She coldly asked her subordinate, "How's the investigation into the prescription going?" Princess Wen urged the maid kneeling at her feet. "The reason I returned to the palace this time is to seek medicine for my mother. Time is of the essence. There's no room for delay." "I saw the deputy director of the Imperial Hospital meet with the 18th Princess." The maid fearfully reported everything she knew. "It seems that the 18th Princess is in possession of a detoxification formula." Princess Wen was extremely surprised. "The 18th Princess? I've heard that she's the Emperor's current darling." She covered her mouth and laughed loudly. "But if I could get her own brother into prison back then, what difficulty would there be in dealing with her?" Princess Wen continued to give orders to her subordinate. "Wait for the 18th Princess to go out alone, and let me know. I have my own ways of getting the prescription from her." The dog in Juju's arms happily barked. Woof! Juju's eyes widened, letting out a surprised little ooh. The Emperor laughed heartily and asked his daughter's opinion. "So, Juju, do you like this gift?" Juju hugged the puppy tightly and shouted, "I love it," she thought regretfully. Past life Juju always wanted a dog, but she was too broke to ever get one. The Emperor told Juju the dog's name. Turns out, if I'd known, I would have brought him sooner. His name is Da Huang, and I trained him myself. He gently patted his daughter's head. "From now on, he'll protect Juju, okay?" Juju happily replied. "Okay. Thank you, Papa." Then, she just ran off to play, hugging Da Huang. "Okay, Juju needs to get to know Da Huang. Let's go on a private playdate. Daddy can't come." The Emperor thought helplessly. Fine, as long as Juju's happy. The scene changed to outside the Imperial Garden. Juju had just woven a small flower crown and put it on Da Huang's head. "Da Huang, this is for you. Do you like it?" Da Huang barked twice as if replying to her. "Woof woof." Princess Wen looked at Juju and sneered. "Finally, I've waited for the moment when she is alone." Then, she immediately approached the little girl. Princess Wen said gently, "Princess." She smiled and took the initiative to introduce herself to Juju. "I am the first consort of the Mengdan tribe. I came to the palace today to pay my respects, and happened to meet you. I like you very much." Princess Wen took out a box of candy and said, "This is the rarest maltose candy of the Inner Dan tribe," then bowed and wanted Juju to eat it. "I want to give you a taste," Juju wondered. "Is she Princess Wen?" The little girl's face immediately turned cold. She was the one who framed mother and older brother. Juju immediately rejected Princess Wen's kindness vigilantly. There's definitely no good intention behind winning Juju over. For no reason. Juju doesn't need it. Princess Wen was so angry that she gritted her teeth. Only the leader and first consort can eat this candy. How unappreciative. Could it be that she knows about the feud between me and her mother? So she deliberately humiliated me? Finally, she denied her own speculation. No, a child this young can't understand that. She probably just hasn't seen maltose candy before, so she's not interested. Then Princess Wen quickly smiled and said enthusiastically, "Princess, try it. This candy is fragrant and rich. The capital doesn't even have it." Seeing that Juju was about to leave, she grabbed the little girl's hand tightly. "You'll definitely like it if you try it." Juju got mad and knocked the box of candy out of Princess Wen's hand. Juju said she doesn't want to eat it. Juju's not interested in the stuff you're giving away. Princess Wen's anger immediately exploded. Not interested in what I'm giving away? Seems like she really knows about what happened back then, and she's holding a grudge against me because of it. A murderous glint flashed in her eyes. But I can't be bothered with that right now. Princess Wen reached out to grab Juju. 18th princess, you're forcing my hand here. Right then and there, Juju shouted, "Help! Robbery!" Da Huang immediately jumped up and attacked the enemy in front of it. Its teeth were clamped tightly on her clothes. Princess Wen paled and screamed. She turned and ran, yelling for help. "Stop! Help! Help!" The emperor had appeared behind her at some point. Seeing the two of them appear, Princess Wen immediately cried for help. "Your Majesty, Empress Dowager, help!" When Da Huang jumped, the emperor ordered it. "Da Huang, stop!" Da Huang lay down on the ground, whining in grievance. Princess Wen knelt down and bowed to the emperor. "Thank you, Your Majesty, for your help." The emperor questioned her angrily. "Da Huang was trained by me personally. It wouldn't bite people for no reason. What did you do to it?" Seeing that she didn't answer, the emperor yelled, "Acting so recklessly in the palace, if you had actually disturbed the Empress Dowager just now, could you bear the responsibility?" Princess Wen bit her lip, scrambling to find a reason to get out of this. "If I tell the truth, I'll definitely be punished." Her hands clenched tightly, her body trembling. Anyway, there was no one around at the time. I have to find a way to blame the princess. Princess Wen immediately blamed Juju. "It's the 18th princess. I was kind enough to offer the princess some snacks. If she doesn't like them, fine. But she deliberately told her dog to bite me." She begged the emperor to punish Juju. "The 18th princess is so arrogant, please punish her severely, Your Majesty." Hearing what she said, the emperor got even angrier. This Princess Wen, she framed the 13th prince back then, and now she wants to harm Juju? Old debts and new debts. This time we're settling the score.
At this moment, the emperor, showing no emotion, spoke up. "The reason I've called everyone here today is to witness this. Princess Wen claims Juju instructed Da Huang to chase and bite her for no reason, demanding severe punishment. Juju has always been well-behaved and understanding, never harming others without cause. Do you have any proof?" Princess Wen, kneeling below, stubbornly retorted, "Your Majesty, I was just bitten by the dog. You and the Empress Dowager witnessed it firsthand. If it wasn't the 18th princess ordering the dog to bite me, why would I be in such a sorry state?" The emperor, clearly not caring about her, looked at Juju and asked, "Juju, can you tell father why Da Huang chased and bit Princess Wen?" Juju, hearing this, said seriously, "It's because..." But before she could explain, Princess Wen loudly interrupted. "Of course, it's because the 18th princess is spoiled rotten, acting recklessly without limits." The emperor, hearing this, felt a surge of displeasure and snapped, "Shut your mouth. I wasn't asking you." Juju then explained, "You snatched Juju's sachet first. Da Huang wanted to protect Juju, so it chased after you and bit you." Princess Wen still tried to cover up. "Regardless, I was once a princess. Now I'm married to Meng Dan as a grand consort. What's so valuable about a child's sachet that I would steal it?" Those words suddenly made Juju freeze. She clearly didn't know what else to say and could only lower her head. It's because. Princess Wen, seeing her flustered, added, "You can't say why, can you? I think you're the one lying." Juju, at this point, muttered unhappily. The book said that her mother is seriously ill. It just so happened that Juju's sachet contained the medicine she craved most. Perhaps the story of the Deputy Institute head, finding the formula, had already spread. She couldn't win favor today, so she resorted to snatching it. But all of this I only read in the book. There's no proof. Even father doesn't know about the medicine. How can I make everyone believe me? Of course, the emperor heard every single word. He angrily slammed his hand on the table. "What's worth stealing?" Juju sachet contains the medicine to save your mother's life. You returned specifically for it. Did you think I didn't know? How could Princess Wen have anticipated this move? That the Emperor also knew the inside story. Her expression immediately changed. Your Majesty knows about my mother and the medicine. Thinking of this, she couldn't help worrying. What do I do now? Juju, at this moment, looked at the Emperor with admiration. Father investigated Princess Wen's purpose for returning so thoroughly. So amazing. Only Deputy Institute head knows about the medicine. And he never told Father. How does Father know? Could it be that he can hear Juju's thoughts? Hearing this, the Emperor felt a little guilty. He coughed a few times and said, "The Deputy Institute head told me long ago about you asking him to treat your mother for all these years, as well as Juju having the formula." Saying that, he pointed at Princess Wen and yelled, "You think you've hidden it well." Juju, beside him, stroked his chin thoughtfully, like, "So that's it, Weistein's such a blabbermouth." He clearly promised Juju he wouldn't tell, but he went and spilled it to Daddy. Meanwhile, the main character who's oblivious is sneezing nonstop from being cursed behind his back. After calming herself down, Princess Wen insisted that without evidence, she wouldn't admit anything. This is slander. The 18th princess must be holding a grudge, because I once accused the 13th prince of poisoning, so she's teamed up with the Vice-Dean to pull this stunt. So cunning at such a young age. Hearing that, Juju looked at her a little startled. The Emperor got even angrier seeing someone bad-mouthing his precious daughter. "You dare ask us to investigate? Since you brought up the matter from back then, we will investigate it thoroughly for you." The incident she tried to suppress was brought up again, and Princess Wen looked panicked. The Emperor said sternly, "Fu An, bring the items here." He presented a stack of letters. "These are the letters you exchanged with Consort Qing after the marriage alliance. They contain all the evidence of Consort Qing poisoning and bribing you to fabricate evidence to frame the 13th prince, then using this matter to threaten you." He finished speaking and threw the letters harshly at her. Princess Wen looked at them in horror. "What? No way, this must be fake." She gritted her teeth hatefully. "I burned all those letters. No one could have found them." The Emperor interrupted impatiently. "Fake? It seems you don't know. The ones you received from the messenger were fake. The messenger, in order to threaten you and Consort Qing, hid the real letters and made copies to give to you. Guards, Princess Wen slandered a member of the royal family. According to the law, she deserves death. But considering her past service in the marriage alliance, she's spared the death penalty, stripped of her title as princess, and exiled back to Mengdan. Without an order, she's not allowed to return." Princess Wen screamed in horror. "What?" She was still resisting fiercely. Juju, seeing this, pondered for a moment. Losing her title as princess meant losing her backing. Life wouldn't be easy back in Mengdan. Princess Wen harmed others first, so it seemed like she was getting her just desserts. The Emperor walked closer to Consort Li and added, "There's also another matter." He took her hand gently and continued, "The 13th prince is not involved in the poisoning. All charges are dropped, and he's rewarded with 10,000 taels of gold and jade." Hearing this, Consort Li finally came to her senses and happily replied, "Thank you, Your Majesty, for your wise judgment." The Emperor immediately said, "Consort Li, you don't need to thank us. We should have investigated this matter sooner, causing you to suffer unjustly." Juju was also happy at this time. 13th brother has been cleared of wrongdoing. Juju can finally see him. Juju was really looking forward to it, really wanting to see his brother again soon. Scene changes to a dark and gloomy place. As Juju and Consort Li stepped inside, she couldn't help but feel scared. Could this be the prison where 13th brother was being held? I should have told father to delay questioning Consort Qing. We should have come with Juju and mother to pick up big brother first. This place is so creepy. 13th brother's been locked up here for so long. Is his mind even okay? Hearing Juju's thoughts, Consort Li felt a pang of worry. Juju's concerns were valid. This place was not meant to be stayed at for long. Hope my son is all right. Meanwhile, inside the prison cell, the small figure of the 13th prince huddled in a corner. He stared blankly at the ground, thinking, "I've been imprisoned here for years. I wonder how mother is doing." Suddenly, he heard a noise behind him and looked up. What's going on? Why is the prison door suddenly opening? It's Consort Li. But for a moment, the 13th prince didn't recognize her. But then he clearly saw the face he longed for, day and night, mother. The 13th prince didn't feel joy, but rather a surge of anxiety. Why is mother suddenly visiting me, and crying so miserably? The prison guards rushed forward to help him up. "Your Highness, please rise." He was now even more convinced that something bad had happened. Even the prison wants to send me away. Could it be that father has ordered my execution? The thought sent him into a panic, struggling and shouting, "No, I don't want to die." Suddenly, the 13th prince noticed Juju. I've never seen this little girl before, but judging by her clothes, she must be someone important. This girl looks so sweet and innocent. If I weren't forced into the situation, I wouldn't want to hurt her. There's no other choice. I have to do it. I'm sorry, even though you're innocent, but I really don't want to die. Thinking this, the 13th prince rushed over, grabbed Juju, and threatened, "Let me go, or don't blame me for hurting her." Juju was startled, grabbing the 13th prince's hand and muttering, "What's going on? You're Juju's own big brother. Why are you taking Juju hostage?" Looking at his face, it was clear that he could hear her thoughts as well. He couldn't believe it, and released her hand. No one said anything, but where did this voice come from? It sounds like the mind voice of this little girl. Could it be that I'm harming my own little sister? The 13th prince stumbled backward in horror. "I'm sorry, it's all my fault." Ju was confused and said to herself, why is 13th brother acting so erratically? Has he really been locked up for too long that he's gone crazy? Li Guifei rushed to support Juju, worried. How could this happen? He was just cleared of false charges and now he's acting up again. If His Majesty finds out, he'll definitely become suspicious. I need to think of something. I can't let His Majesty find out. Sorry, my son. Your mother is just trying to protect you. Thinking that, she immediately ordered guards, tie the prince up and take him back to Shuiju, summon a few skilled but discreet physicians, and tell them they're here to examine me. Shi Wangzi stiffened slightly, looking at Li Guifei. Back to Shuiju. What does that mean? Am I being released, but why is mother tying me up? Only then did Juju softly call out, "Mother." Li Guifei, with tears welling up in her eyes, looked back. "Juju, don't worry, mother just doesn't want your imperial father to know about Shizan Huangzi's condition. Mother will find a way to protect you both." The emperor, having finished his work, happily headed towards Li Guifei's palace. Lao Shisan has been released. I should be able to join them for a reunion. But suddenly, he encountered physicians heading towards the palace. Who are they? The emperor approached and questioned. "Stop right there. Which palace are you from? Why are so many physicians being summoned?" They stammered when they saw him. "Li Guifei Yang summoned us for an examination." Hearing this, worry was etched on his face. What? Meanwhile, back at Li Guifei's palace, the emperor rushed inside in a panic, shouting, "Where are Li Fei and Juju? Who's sick?" But the scene before them froze everyone in their tracks, while Shizan Huangzi struggled and yelled, "I'm not crazy." The emperor, with mixed emotions, asked again, "Li Fei, what is going on?" Li Guifei didn't know how to explain and stammered, Your Majesty." She worriedly lowered her head, deep in thought. His Majesty has already discovered that Shisan is acting crazy. What if he gets angry and throws him into the dungeon? Seeing her hesitant expression, the emperor became even more worried. "Why are you stammering like that? Is there something you can't tell me?" Li Fei finally replied, "No, it's nothing." Juju, seeing this, muttered to herself, "Father must think mother doesn't trust him. I have to think of something. How can I stop father from disliking Shisan Geg and resolve this misunderstanding?" How to do it, thinking that she looked over at Shisan. He was tied up like a cocoon, wriggling around on the chair, his eyes filled with unspoken grievance. Then she looked at the tense atmosphere on the emperor's side. Her little mind screamed, clutching her head in unease. How can I possibly make things better in this chaotic situation? After being untied, the 13th prince angrily shouted, "I told you, I'm fine." Juju stood aside, watching him yell, "Don't come any closer." Then she came up with a plan. "I've got an idea." Juju then walked towards the emperor. "Father, we should check on elder brother's condition first. You came so quickly, isn't it because you were worried about elder brother?" The emperor looked at Consort Li and said, "Actually, I heard the royal physician say that you called for someone to diagnose the illness. I was worried and came here. If it was 13th who was sick, you could have just said so." Consort Li was still hesitant. Well, Juju chimed in. Mother didn't say it, of course, because she was afraid of scaring father. The emperor looked at her questioningly. "Scaring me?" Juju agreed. "That's right." With a serious face, she added. Elder brother was a bit agitated. After leaving prison, mother was afraid he would clash with father, so she wanted to wait for him to calm down before letting him see father. But while saying that, Juju also felt upset and questioned in her heart. Isn't it because father has let down mother and elder brother for so many years that mother is afraid father will get angry and lock elder brother up again? The emperor suddenly realized. Just now, I really thought Li Fei was hiding something from me. I was only worried about my own feelings and forgot about hers. Luckily, Juju reminded me, otherwise I would have let them down again. Thinking of this, the emperor softly looked at Li Fei and asked, "Is what Juju said true?" Li Fei knelt down and replied, "Your Majesty, 13th has only been in prison for too long and hasn't been able to adapt yet. I didn't mean to hide anything. Please don't dislike him, and don't lock him up again. The Emperor gently went to help her up. Yi Yao, you misunderstood. She looked at him in disbelief. What does your Majesty mean? The Emperor added, 13th is your son, and also my son. You don't want him to suffer, and neither do I. I have released him from prison, and I won't lock him up again. Saying that, he took Li Fei's hand. With deep affection in his eyes, he continued, these years have really wronged you, and 13th. I understand all your worries. I promise you, from now on, I will treat you well and put your mind at ease. The 13th prince looked at him questioningly. Released? Father didn't want to kill me, and that's why you told mother and younger sister to see me. Juju finally understood. So elder brother's actions weren't because he was crazy, but because he misunderstood that he was about to die. The Emperor sighed in relief. It seems there have been quite a few misunderstandings today. Then he approached 13th and looked at Li Fei. Take Juju outside to wait for a while. I want to talk to him. I have neglected him for so many years. Now I should fulfill my responsibility as a father. Juju felt that she had completed her mission. She happily danced in her heart. That's great. So the misunderstandings have been resolved. Outside, everything was peaceful. A gentle breeze blowing. Juju, seeing tears streaming down Li Fei's face, innocently asked, Mama, Father said he wouldn't lock up Big Brother anymore, so why are you still crying? Li Fei smiled softly at her and replied, Mama's crying because she's happy. She patted Juju's little head and added, now 13th has cleared his name, and he's favored by His Majesty. Your Mama's family can finally rest easy. Juju suddenly got excited and exclaimed, Mama's family? Juju's never met them before. Li Fei asked with a hint of helplessness, Juju, do you want to meet them? Juju's eyes lit up. Yes, Juju wants to go with Mama. Li Fei then said, a concubine who has entered the palace can't leave as she pleases. How about letting 13th brother take you? Juju became clingy and difficult, crossing her arms. If Mama doesn't go, Juju won't go either. If we go back, we all go back together, or else Juju won't. Li Fei was a little helpless with her daughter, lovingly looking at her. Juju. The Emperor happened to walk out. At this moment, Juju is right. He walked towards them, adding, if you want to go back, we'll go back together. Let's prepare everything. Today, tomorrow after the morning court, we will go home with you and Juju and 13th to visit your family. Li Guifei was still worried. Your Majesty, I'm afraid this isn't appropriate. The Emperor replied seriously, this is a decree. If anyone thinks it's inappropriate, they can come see us. Then he looked at 13th. We've finished our business. Now it's your turn. Hearing those implied words, Li Fei and Juju tilted their heads in confusion. At this moment, 13th walked closer to her and called out, Juju. He held out a toy in front of her, his expression sincere. Big Brother was wrong to choke you before. Big Brother apologizes. This is something Big Brother made himself. I hope you don't mind it. Big Brother will definitely protect you well in the future and give you better gifts. Juju looked at the toy in front of her with interest. Thank you, Big Brother. Juju likes it very much. Juju doesn't blame you for what happened before. The Emperor suddenly remembered something and whispered in Li Fei's ear. Oh right, Li Fei. Tomorrow. The Emperor added with some worry. Tomorrow, should we change Juju back to being a boy? If Juju goes back dressed as a girl, I'm afraid her parents won't be happy with us. Hearing this, Li Fei pondered for a moment. Come to think of it, Your Majesty still doesn't know Juju is a girl. 13th Prince, who was nearby, also heard and asked with some doubt, isn't Juju a boy? While Juju secretly protested with dissatisfaction, Juju doesn't want to be a boy. Juju ran over and grabbed the Emperor's hand. Juju doesn't want to go back to being a boy. Juju is a girl, a real girl. But the Emperor heard those words. As a thunderclap, he froze. Oh no, Juju has been pretending to be a girl for too long. She can't even tell if she's a boy or a girl anymore. It's all my selfish fault. I have to think of something. After thinking it over using all his years of emperoring, he gently explained, I've decided from today on, Juju will resume her identity as a boy, and all of Juju's girl clothes will be put away. No more wearing them. The Emperor could only sigh and hang his head. This is all for Juju. I have to be tough. Juju, hearing those words, felt like she'd been struck by lightning. Her little heart grumbled. How could Father treat Juju like this? The 13th Prince was even more shocked, unable to accept the truth. So my cute little sister is really going to become some stinky, annoying brat? Noble Consort Li, seeing the scene before her, couldn't help but smile triumphantly. Juju and 13th are one thing. But how is His Majesty acting like a child too? But she sighed just a little longer. Wait a little longer, and when the family has regained its power, His Majesty will definitely be able to protect Juju. Then we can reveal Juju's true identity. The next day, a carriage was prepared and parked in front of the palace. Juju was also changed into a little prince's outfit. Looking at it, she grumbled inwardly. Father is too much. He even secretly took all of Juju's dresses and jewelry away last night. While she was pondering, a strong force lifted Juju up. The Emperor began his ideological work. Juju is cute today too. No matter what, Father loves Juju. Juju, dissatisfied, said to herself, Juju isn't listening. Juju still likes wearing dresses more. Hearing that the Emperor was a little worried. Why is she still thinking like a girl? If this continues, how will Juju stand firm in the future? I must correct Juju's views so that Juju recognizes that she is a man and has the spirit of a man. The Emperor put her down on the ground again and continued to convey his ideology. Juju, you are already a man now. You must learn to get on the carriage yourself. Juju really didn't want to accept those words at all. How could the Emperor let the little beauty Juju struggle to climb into the carriage? He stood beside her, cheering. Juju, keep going. Juju grumbled. Bad father. You're such a stepdad. Juju is only 5 years old. How can you treat Juju like this? A while later, at the Li family residence, their carriage stopped in front of the main entrance. Li Fei's parents were already standing in front of the door to greet them. Greetings, Your Majesty. The Emperor stepped out of the carriage with a kind expression. No need for ceremony. Today I'm just accompanying Li Fei on a visit home. No need to be so polite. Saying that, he looked towards the carriage. Why hasn't Li Fei come down yet? She replied from inside. I'll be down in a moment. Inside, Juju looked at her worriedly and called out Mother. Juju muttered a little uneasy. Last night, Nyang Yang was so worried, saying that the whole family would be implicated because of me, afraid of being blamed by the family. Now I know it's because she's afraid of going home. The Emperor outside overheard Juju's thoughts too, so Li Fei was hesitant because she was afraid of this. Li Fei's parents were super worried and asked, Your Majesty, why hasn't the goddess gotten out of the carriage yet? Is there a problem? Hearing that, the Emperor was secretly pleased, seeing how worried they were about Li Fei. They didn't resent her at all, just loved her. If Li Fei was just overthinking, then that was easy. He went closer to the carriage and added, Yaor, your parents are really eager to see you. Come on out. Li Fei was gloomy, not daring to look straight out. She hesitated and replied, They still want to see me. The Emperor reassuringly soothed. Of course, if I'm lying, then may I never win your heart. Hearing that, Li Fei couldn't help but giggle. Your Majesty is joking. How would I dare not believe you? Finally, she took his hand. Her expression softened a bit. When she got out of the carriage, she looked toward her parents and called out, Father, Mother. They walked towards her, smiling gently, and replied, Yes, good girl. It's good that you're back. Juju, standing beside them, felt satisfied. Because Daddy made Mommy happy, Juju would cut him some slack for now. The group of them then walked into the residence together. Li Fei then wondered, Oh, right. Where are my older brother and sister-in-law? The father's mood turned somber, and he sighed. After the Yang Yang rebellion 5 years ago, your sister-in-law was poisoned. Now her condition is getting worse and worse. Your brother is taking care of her by her bedside, so he couldn't come to greet you. Judia then remembered the Yang Yang rebellion. Wasn't that when rebels infiltrated the capital? Judia remembers they specialized in targeting female officials and poisoning them. Princess Wen's mother was a victim in that incident. I didn't expect her to be affected too. From the looks of it, Li Fei's parents can hear Juju's thoughts too. Having lived to this age, this is the first time they've encountered such a rare situation. This voice is Juju's, but she's not opening her mouth. Could it be her inner thoughts? But how does she even know about things that happened before she was born? Rumor has it that Juju is a lucky star. Could this be why? At this point, Juju clapped her hands excitedly. If she's been poisoned, then Juju can cure her. Juju excitedly called out to Consort Li, Mom, Juju has a way to detoxify Aunt. Consort Li turned around, startled, her eyes wide. Juju, are you serious? The little one nodded energetically, her face full of confidence. Really, it's true. Juju has a cure for 100 poisons. Definitely can heal Aunt. Consort Li quickly turned, her face moved as she faced her parents, her voice trembling. Father, Mother, Juju said. Consort Li Das father refused awkwardly. Dao Dao. Ah, your parents understand what you want to say. Your parents know you and Juju both have good intentions, but after all, she's just a child. We've been trying to find a way for 6 years, and there's still no hope. How could she possibly know? Consort Lai lowered her head slightly, a hint of sadness in her eyes. Juju sighed softly. It's understandable that they don't believe Juju, because what they said is true. But I can't say that this is a prescription that the head of the orphanage in my previous life told Juju about. What to do now? At that moment, the consort's mother seemed to have seen through something. A thoughtful look flashed in her eyes. So that's how it is. Juju has memories of her past life. Thinking about it, it's not unreasonable that she knows so many strange things. If so, then this prescription must be real. We shouldn't have doubted her just now. Finally, the consort's father said softly, Juju, we've thought about it, and feel we should give it a try. As soon as Juju heard this, her eyes lit up, her voice chirping, really everyone, really willing to believe Juju. He laughed, bent down and rubbed the top of her head, his eyes full of loving affection. You're our granddaughter. Of course we believe you. Juju was overjoyed and said enthusiastically, Then let's go and get the medicine for Aunt. Now, Mom. Consort Li was startled and hesitated now. She glanced at the Emperor, hesitant. But, His Majesty... From behind, the Emperor wearing a dragon robe with gentle yet dignified eyes. Saving people is the most important thing. This Emperor will take Shi Sunlang for a walk in the palace. You don't need to worry. Consort Li thanked him with a bow and turned to leave. Thank you for your understanding, Your Majesty. This concubine will take Juju ahead. A call rang out from Aunt's room, urgent and full of joy, younger sister. Li Guangsheng, Consort Li's elder brother, hurried out to greet Consort Li and Juju, his face tense but his eyes full of hope. I heard you have medicine that can cure Suir's illness. Is it true? Consort Li nodded firmly. That's right, this is a cure for 100 poisons. After sister-in-law drinks it, she will definitely recover. Without hesitation, Li Guangsheng helped his wife up to drink the medicine. That's great. Xuer, quickly drink it. Aunt took the bowl and slowly drank each mouthful. Li Guangsheng's heart beat fast as he worriedly asked his wife, How is it? Aunt closed her eyes, waited for a moment, and then opened them, her eyes unusually bright, her voice magical. This medicine is really magical. I just drank it, and I already feel much lighter. Li Guangsheng burst into tears of joy and hugged his wife, sobbing like a child. That's great! Oh my God! This medicine is really effective. My Xiaoshu is saved. Aunt shyly pushed her husband lightly, reminding him softly, Darling, calm down a bit. There are still people standing here. Aren't you going to thank my younger sister? Li Guangcheng, super touched, turned to his little sis. Seriously, thanks a million this time. If it weren't for you, I can't even imagine. Noble Consort Li smiled gently. We're family. Helping each other out is what we're supposed to do. Then she turned her head and gave Juju, who was standing shyly to the side, a little nudge. Actually, you should be thanking Juju. She's the one who found the remedy. Juju waved her hands happily. No need to thank Juju. If Auntie's better, everyone's happy. And if everyone's happy, Juju's happy too. Li Guangcheng was moved. No matter what, it was a life-saving grace. Such a huge favor can't be repaid with words. I'll definitely pay it back later. Getting ready to leave, Noble Consort Li said goodbye softly. My sister-in-law just got better. We shouldn't disturb you any longer. Everyone, please rest. Juju waved goodbye. Bye, Uncle. Noble Consort Li's mom clutched her chest, like a burden of many years had finally been lifted, and choked up. This is great. Now our family's name will be cleared. Noble Consort Li looked at her mother, her voice soft. Shi-san is out of prison, and sister-in-law's illness has been cured. It's really great. Mom, today's a happy day, don't cry. She gently stroked Juju's head. It's all thanks to Juju, our family's little lucky star. From now on, things will definitely get better and better. Noble Consort Li's dad suddenly asked curiously, Speaking of Juju, I remember someone writing in a letter that Juju is a princess. Why is she dressed like a boy? Little Juju was startled. She is wearing boy's clothes. Suddenly, Noble Consort Li's voice deepened. She said softly, Juju is indeed a girl. But father also knows. His Majesty has 17 princes. He's always been hoping for a princess. Before, I was out of favor and had to live in the cold, cold palace. I was afraid Juju would be framed by bad people, so I hid her true identity. Then she smiled like a plum blossom. Now our family status is gradually recovering, and Juju also said she wants to live as herself. I was planning to find a suitable time to reveal this. Her father nodded kindly. You did the right thing. So before everything is officially announced, let's just treat her as a little boy. Fu An from afar, his eyes sparkling. Turns out, sneaking away from Father Emperor to find everyone was the right choice. Ju's really a girl. I have a little sister. His voice echoed through the great hall, reaching the ears of the emperor who was eavesdropping from afar. He suddenly roared, his voice astonished. What did you just say? Ju is a girl. The emperor, upon hearing this, frantically grabbed the 13th prince's hand. 13, explain to me clearly, what did you mean just now when you said Juju is a girl? The 13th prince's face suddenly froze, and he panicked. Oh no. If father finds out that mother and Juju have been deceiving him, they'll be in trouble. I have to find a way to cover this up. After thinking for a moment, the 13th prince stuttered. I heard mother and them saying that Juju was raised like a princess before, so I was just imagining things a little. Saying that, he scratched his head, trying to cover it up. If Juju really was a little princess, that would be so great. I'd love to have a little sister. The emperor looked at him with a hint of disappointment and asked, Really, you're already this happy just from imagining it. The 13th prince didn't dare to stay any longer and quickly made an excuse to leave. Of course, it's true. I suddenly remembered I have something to discuss with mother. I'll take my leave first. The emperor quickly stopped him. Wait. But he still let him get away. Left alone, he couldn't stop thinking. At first I thought it was normal for 13 to be talking nonsense since he was just released, but his reaction just now was really suspicious. The emperor, not knowing when, had already stood far away, watching Juju inquisitively. Looks like I have to find an opportunity to verify this. This was the first time the emperor had to secretly follow someone. In his heart, he was actually a little expectant. If Juju really is a girl, then Yao Yao must have a reason for hiding it. Even so, the emperor still secretly followed behind them, displaying great professionalism. Yao Yao is easily worried. I don't want her to be troubled. I initially planned to investigate secretly on my own, but Consort Li is always by Juju's side. There's really no opportunity. Yao Yao, how many things are you hiding from me? At this moment, noble Consort Li said from afar, Juju, take your time playing hide-and-seek with 13. Be careful not to trip. Saying that, she suddenly noticed someone behind her. Seeing that it was the emperor, she asked, a little puzzled. Your Majesty, why do you keep staring at me? Is there something on my face? The emperor smiled awkwardly and replied, No, I just wanted to look at you a few more times. Juju, who was playing on the side, noticed them talking. Juju's heart was filled with flowery thoughts. Father and mother are getting closer and closer. The more she thought about it, the more satisfied she became. Once mother is at ease, Juju can go back to being a princess. But she was so focused on the two of them that she didn't notice 13 behind her. Just as she finished thinking, Juju was immediately bumped into, and her head spun. Consort Li was startled and looked back. Juju, what's wrong? Seeing Juju fall to the ground, 13 looked at her worriedly. Sorry, Juju, I didn't mean to. Juju, all smiles, reached out to Shisan. It's okay. Anyway, Big Brother didn't see it. It was Juju's fault for not dodging in time, that's all. Li Fei rushed over to grab Juju's hand. Are you hurt? Juju happily replied. Nope, just got my clothes dirty. That's when the emperor saw his chance and seized it. He thought to himself, then quickly scooped up Juju. It's all right, a bath will fix it. In no time, she was nestled in the emperor's arms, he added. It's getting late, Juju can take a bath with father, and then go straight to bed. Li Fei, of course, wasn't having it. She hurried over to intervene. Your Majesty, wouldn't it be better for the nanny to take Juju? You're the ruler of a nation. You really shouldn't do such things yourself. Juju chimed in, flustered. That's right. Juju wants to go with mother. Truth be told, she was panicking inside. Juju definitely couldn't bathe with father. The air suddenly went still. Li Fei and Juju anxiously watched the emperor. The emperor definitely picked up on the strangeness. Seeing their reactions, there was definitely something up, but Zhen didn't want to force them. Now wasn't the time to investigate. Zhen will just have to take a roundabout approach so Juju won't get scared. So the emperor cheerfully stood up. You're right, let's do that then. Hearing this, the two of them breathed a sigh of relief. A little later, at the courtyard meant for Juju, the nanny led Juju to the door. Juju looked at her and said, Juju's here. Thank you for your hard work, nanny. Go get some rest. The nanny replied respectfully. This old servant will take her leave now. The nanny was on her way back to her quarters. Suddenly, the emperor popped out from behind and called out, Stop! The nanny performed a formal bow. Your Majesty, the emperor said. No need for formalities. He didn't beat around the bush and went straight to the point. Zhen is assigning you a task, he asked with a hint of worry. Did you see clearly? In the end, is Juju a boy or a girl?
The snow-haired mama chuckled softly. Your Majesty, don't rush, this old servant has already seen clearly. The Emperor, his handsome face etched with impatience, said, Then stop beating around the bush, quickly tell me, is Juju finally a boy or a girl? The old woman's lips curved upwards, her voice seemingly happy for the Emperor. It's a baby girl. Congratulations, Your Majesty, you finally have a little princess. The Emperor's face seemed to freeze for a moment. His eyes sparkled with light, his eyebrows relaxed, and his mouth opened slightly in surprise. Are you telling the truth? Juju is really a daughter? The old woman said respectfully. This old servant witnessed it with her own eyes. It's completely accurate. The Emperor's eyes were filled with unprecedented emotion, almost wanting to jump in the middle of the hall. I have a daughter. This is too great. I finally have a daughter. I must immediately send someone. Oops! Someone tripped. The Emperor immediately turned around, his aura icy cold. Who is it? On the ground, a handsome young man said, Father, spare me, it's your son. A murderous intent flashed in the Emperor's eyes, his voice full of dissatisfaction. Why is it you? Fu An grinned sheepishly. Your son heard that Juju was staying at Consort Li's residence, and it was late, so I climbed over the wall. It wasn't intentional. The Emperor was angry. You're already so old, why are you still acting so foolishly? His eyebrows furrowed as if he wanted to burn the other person. Did you hear everything I said just now? Fu An scratched his face and smiled wryly. I didn't miss a word. Fu An put his hand down to stand up. But Juju being a daughter is a joyous occasion. There's finally a princess in the palace. Your son congratulates father. The Emperor laughed heartily, his face unable to hide his pride. That's right. It's a great blessing from heaven. I've been waiting so many years for a daughter. Yi Yao has also made a great contribution. Fu An frowned, his voice more serious. Speaking of Consort Li, logically speaking, she should have known from the beginning that Juju was a daughter, so why did she always hide the truth from the outside world? The Emperor's face darkened, his eyes gradually becoming thoughtful. After a moment, he nodded slightly. You're right, I was too happy just now, and overlooked this. Yin Yao always knew that I wanted a daughter, so why would she hide it from me? He turned around. No, I have to go ask Yin Yao. Fu Yan excitedly chimed in. Your son will follow father and also check on Juju's situation. But before he could take a step, the Emperor raised his hand and pointed directly. You go away quickly, come tomorrow. Suddenly appearing now will scare them. Fu An grinned. Yes. The Emperor left the hall. Fu An thought to himself, petty. But even knowing that Consort Li is hiding something, he's still worried about scaring her. It seems father won't make things difficult for them. At this time, the Emperor walked along the deserted corridor. His heart constantly stirred. Great, the lights are still on. They probably haven't slept yet. Standing in front of the room, he reached out to knock on the door and called gently, Yi. But from inside came Li Yao's soft voice mixed with a bit of worry. Juju, what did you say? The person who bathed you just now was a midwife from the palace. Has the fact that you're a girl been exposed? In the secluded room, Yao's hands were trembling slightly, her eyes filled with a look of panic and heartache as she looked directly at her daughter's delicate face. The harem is a place that eats people without spitting out bones. If everyone finds out I'm a princess, it'll be super dangerous. Li Guifei closed her eyes slightly, her curved eyelashes trembling as if trying to hide the despair in their depths. Her voice was totally lost, like she was blaming herself. Your mother just came back, and her influence isn't what it used to be. I'm useless, I can't protect you. But Juju still raised her head, her bright eyes sparkling. Don't worry, Mama. I told the midwife to leave when I was changing, so it wasn't revealed. Juju gently reached out and wiped away the tears rolling down her mom's cheek. Her little hands were full of love. I'm okay, Mama, don't cry. She flashed a smile like a warm ray of sunshine shining into her mother's sadness. Behind the door, the Emperor stood silently, his eyes slightly lowered, the corners of his mouth pressed together. His heart was a mess, so Yin Yao hid this from me. I really did wrong by her back then. He lowered his head a little. Just like she said, if she didn't hide it, Juju would have probably been harmed a long time ago. If she has her own difficulties, I'll just pretend I don't know. A gentle light shone in his eyes. When she regains her trust in me, it won't be too late to reveal it publicly. Then he said, Yi Yao, I'm back. Yi Yao gently pushed the door open with a soft creak, her eyes still filled with confusion. Your Majesty, when did you return? He smiled, his voice deep and warm. I just arrived, wanting to sleep with you and our daughter. Before she could answer, he naturally walked in. Where's Juju? Yi Yao lowered her head slightly. I carried her to bed already. The curtains rustled slightly. A tiny head popped out from the bed, and Juju exclaimed, Papa! Juju's eyes were crystal clear. Juju's here. The Emperor rushed over and planted a kiss on her cheek like she was treasure. My precious Juju, let me give you a kiss, Chu. In Juju's mind, she let out a small sigh, quote, It's only been a little while, and he's acting like a drunk. Then the Emperor coughed lightly, trying to regain his seriousness. I have something to say. He turned to look at his daughter, his eyes smiling gently. I've been thinking, if Juju likes it, you can wear dresses again. Those outfits suit you better anyway. Juju's eyes widened, joy rising in her eyes. Really, Papa, you can't take it back. The Emperor laughed. Of course not, as long as Juju is happy. He turned and called softly, his voice like whispering to a lover. Yi Yao. It's late, come here and sleep with us. Yin Yao smiled gently like moonlight shining on a calm lake. Yes. FX. Creak. The bedroom door gently closed, preserving the warmth within. The Emperor lay still, his eyes fixed on the sleeping mother and daughter. In the dim light, a smile still lingered on his lips. Today was so fun. I hope Papa, Mama, and Juju will always be as happy as we are today. He laughed in his sleep, a quiet chuckle like a child dreaming of something sweet. Hey, Juju looked at her father. Papa's asleep and still laughing like an idiot. He's totally drunk. The sky was barely light when Consort Li's room was filled with a hurried, slightly panicked voice from outside. Your Majesty, Juju, curled up in her warm blanket, cheek pressed against the pillow, was like a little kitten awakened from a dream that wasn't even finished. The Emperor sat up, and his close aide immediately entered, his face anxious. Your Majesty, things are not good. The Emperor frowned slightly, his voice husky. Juju isn't awake yet. If there's anything, let's talk outside. The Emperor threw on his cloak and led his close aide out, his voice still a bit annoyed mixed with curiosity. What's going on, that you're so flustered? Juju, already awake, peeked from behind the door, her big round eyes sparkling with curiosity, thinking to herself, what exactly is it? Let Juju listen too. The official bowed his head, his voice urgent. For some reason, there's been unrest outside the city, and many refugees are flooding into the city. The city patrol isn't able to handle it, and more manpower is urgently needed. The Emperor frowned. The Emperor, thinking aloud, pondered and lowered his voice in consideration. Although increasing the troops to drive away the refugees can ensure safety in the city, if this continues, the people will see it as tyranny. Why not bring the refugees into the city and arrange things properly first? Juju's eyes widened immediately, her small face paling. Oh no, if it's that plot point, then Juju must quickly stop Papa. The little girl immediately slapped her hand against the doorframe. Juju shouted as she came out. No way! Immediately, both the Emperor and the official turned around, looking at her in unison. Caught red-handed, Juju froze, thinking to herself, crap, I was so worried that I forgot I was eavesdropping. The Emperor wasn't angry. Instead, he reached out to pick her up. Speaking gently, as if coaxing her, Juju is still so young and already knows how to worry about state affairs. That's great. Very good. His face softened, a gentle smile flitting across his lips. Juju sighed in relief inwardly. Luckily, Father isn't bothered, but it wasn't that the Emperor wasn't curious. He tilted his head inquisitively. But Juju just said, we shouldn't let the refugees into the city. Is there a reason for that? Juju lowered her head, stammering. It's because her small face looked tearful as she looked at her father, full of hesitation. Thousands of thoughts swirled in her mind. Those refugees are from the Nan Kingdom. They've all been infected with a disease. It would be better to treat them before letting them into the city. But how can Juju tell Papa this? But the Emperor heard her tiny thoughts. He thought to himself, so that's it. It's a good thing I have a treasure like Juju, or the city would be in chaos. After a moment of silence, he said clearly, after thinking for a moment, we still think it's better not to let the refugees into the city. There's no suitable place in the city to settle them. For now, let them reside in the refugee area outside the city first. Hearing this, Juju immediately reminded him. Papa, when arranging places for the refugees, remember to tell the soldiers to wear face covers. The Emperor looked at Juju, his eyes full of pride, and said with a smile, that's right, as expected of Juju, so considerate of the people. Turning to the official, the Emperor ordered, did you hear what Juju said? Hurry up and thank her. The official bowed his head, stammering, thank you, 18th Princess, For your concern for the people, I will immediately issue the order. Outside the city, a soldier announced loudly. By His Majesty's decree, you will be temporarily housed in the refugee camp outside the city. After a while, a place to settle down within the city will be found for everyone. Feng Kaiwei stood in the distance, her eyes lighting up as if she'd found an opportunity, and turned to her father, saying, Father, did you hear that? Imperial Uncle is planning to let the refugees into the city? If we just help the refugees find a place to stay, Imperial Uncle will be so happy. Duanwang nodded in agreement. That's right. Who knows? Imperial Uncle might be happy enough to let you return to the palace. Feng Kaiwei couldn't help but sneer. Let's see how long that neither male nor female thing can remain smug, lol. The carriage rattled along the cool road. Juju sat next to the Emperor, looking out the window. The Emperor quietly observed her, thinking to himself, I didn't expect we'd have to return to the palace so soon. Juju hasn't had enough fun yet. The Emperor smiled kindly, patting Juju's head. Don't be sad, Juju. There will be many more opportunities in the future. We will bring you all back to play again. Outside, a close aide hurriedly reported. Your Majesty, Duanwang requests an audience. The Emperor lifted the curtain of the carriage, asking coldly, What business does Duanwang have requesting an audience? The aide replied, his voice hurried. Duanwang is leading a group of people, saying he has important matters related to the court and wants to bring Your Majesty a surprise. The Emperor frowned slightly, his voice sharp. If it's a matter of court, why request an audience in the street? Duanwang is becoming more and more disrespectful. Let him come, he better actually have something important. Duanwang, Feng Kaiwei, and a group of people knelt down together, respectfully saying, Greetings, Your Majesty. The Emperor looked at Duanwang, his voice cold. Duanwang, what exactly is the matter, and who are these people? Duanwang replied without hesitation. These are all refugees who were blocked outside the city. Hearing that Your Majesty was worried about them not having a place to stay, this humble brother has found them lodging. So, I've brought them here to meet Your Majesty. Upon hearing this, the Emperor waved his hand and shouted, What are you saying, you? Do you know they might be infected with the plague? Juju, who was being held in Consort Li's arms, felt her heart racing, extremely worried. She thought to herself, this is bad, epidemics are a disaster in any era. Juju has to quickly think of a way to deal with this. She felt restless inside. The Emperor roared, quickly isolating everyone who had been in contact with the refugees, and moving the refugees to a temporary shelter outside the city. Then he instructed the soldiers to spread lime for disinfection throughout the city, selected a few people from the Taiyan Institute to stay in the palace, and the rest to assist with the epidemic control outside. His subordinates bowed their heads in response. Understood. Then the Emperor turned back towards Consort Lia's carriage and added, We must return to the palace quickly, and you all should not leave the palace to avoid infection. Juju, upon hearing that, anxiously spoke up. No way. Juju needs to go somewhere. Consort Li gently advised from the side. Juju, be good and listen. The epidemic is no joke. You should return to the palace with your mother first. Juju looked at Consort Li with even more worry, but she lowered her head, hesitant but then thinking, Juju knows someone who can make medicine to treat the epidemic. Now we have to find that person. Maybe we can solve the epidemic even faster than in the original story. Thinking of that, she worried. But how can Juju make them believe me? The Emperor, standing next to her, naturally heard those words and thought suspiciously, Juju knows someone who can cure the epidemic. Then the Emperor patted Juju's head. There's something to be said for that. The epidemic isn't too serious yet, so I can take Juju for a little stroll before returning to the palace. Hearing this, she happily looked at him. She didn't hold back, and eagerly raised her hand. Juju wants to go to Qingliu Alley. Juju heard there are delicious candied hawthorns there. As she spoke, she happily jumped up and down in her heart, because the little miracle doctor lived in Qingliu Alley. The Emperor immediately said to his subordinates, Did you hear that? Quickly prepare a palanquin to Qingliu Alley. Wang Jia, standing not far away, plotted in his heart, No way, if I let His Majesty leave like this, even just bringing the epidemic into the city is enough to get my head chopped off. His whole body trembled as he gritted his teeth, calculating, I must find a way to shift the blame. Wang Jia didn't wait long before sternly saying, Your Majesty, the 18th princess disregards human lives, and at this time she's still thinking about candied hawthorns. Such behavior must not be tolerated. Juju, sitting in the carriage, could only secretly defend herself. Juju doesn't. Juju just wants to save everyone. I just don't know how to explain it. How could the Emperor allow others to speak of his beloved daughter like that? He loudly retorted. You dare say Juju disregards human lives? If it weren't for you arbitrarily accepting refugees against my orders, would this have happened? As soon as he finished speaking, the emperor pointed at Wang Jia and ordered, "Guards, expel Wang Jia and the refugees outside the city." Reaching this point, he panicked and begged helplessly, "I know my mistakes. Please spare me, Your Majesty, Princess. Spare me." At this moment, Juju spoke from behind the emperor. "Wait." She innocently looked at him and asked, "Papa, why don't you think what Wang Jia said is right?" The emperor smiled so much that his eyes narrowed and he lovingly patted her head. "He's just talking nonsense. Whatever Juju does has a reason." Juju couldn't help but look at the emperor happily. "I didn't expect Father Emperor to trust Juju so much. Juju will definitely not let Father Emperor down." Immediately after, she cheerfully said, "Then, Father Emperor, let's set off. Juju has a feeling there will be something unexpected waiting for us." The Emperor also replied with a smile, "All right, let's set off now." Okay, scene change. We're now hanging out in Willow Alley, inside a tiny house. A girl's taking someone's pulse. After a moment, she speaks up, "Granny, your condition's improved a lot lately." The girl, with her sharp features, adds, "Just keep taking the medicine I prescribed for 5 days, and you'll be all better." The old lady beams, "That's wonderful. Good thing we have Qingzi, or else no one in this alley would know what to do when they get sick." Then she furrows her brow. "It's just that your husband's totally useless. You've got such amazing skills, and instead of helping you, he's just holding you back from succeeding every single day." Qingzi looks a little sad and says, "Please don't talk about it. It was an arranged marriage. Anyway, I'm already lucky to secretly treat people like this." But no sooner have the words left her mouth than her husband bursts in, yelling, "Well, well, well, look who it is, you disobedient wretch." He brandishes a big wooden stick and threatens, "I've told you 1,000,000 times, N.O. practicing medicine, and you still dare to sneak around and treat people. Today, I'm beating you to death." The old lady immediately steps in front of Qingzi. Qingzi is healing people and saving lives. That's a virtuous thing to do. Don't be so unreasonable. He's not having any of it, and gives her a mocking look. "Old hag, don't meddle in my family affairs. You piss me off, and I'll beat you too." Qingzi, afraid she'll get the old lady hurt, pushes her away. "Hurry and go. I'll be fine." But the moment the old lady's out the door, his shouts echo from inside the house. "I've said it before. You're married into MY family, so you listen to ME. Today, I'm teaching you a lesson you'll never forget." At this point, the old lady runs off. "Oh no, I have to find someone to help." Inside the house, Qingzi is huddled on the ground, letting him point the weapon at her and yell, "A woman should stay at home, not run around causing trouble. You might not have any shame, but I still have some face to save." Qingzi already has a wound on her face. But despite her weakness, she won't give in. "I'm only treating illnesses. I'm not causing trouble. Please, stop hitting me." He gets even angrier the more she talks back, and raises the stick high. "You dare argue with me? Today I'm breaking your legs." Qingzi, unable to fight back, can only cover her head and take the beating, but luckily, someone from outside shouts to stop it. "Hold it right there." Qingzi looks out, confused. Who is that? A small figure stands in the doorway, scolding loudly. "Only useless cowards beat women." It's none other than Juju, hands on her hips, annoyed. "Juju won't let you touch her ever again." Qingzi got worried, seeing Juju. "You're still a kid, why did you come here?" Qingzi added anxiously. "Hurry and leave, don't get hurt." Juju, not scared at all, turned back and replied, "Don't worry, sis, he can't do anything to me, I'm here to save you." Qingzi's hubby didn't stop either, angrily raising his hand and yelling, "I'll show you what happens when you meddle in other people's business. You think a little brat like you can tell me what to do?" But before his hand could land, the emperor blocked him. The emperor just used a bit of strength to send Qingzia's husband sprawling backwards. His face cold, he said loudly, "You should shut your filthy mouth. How dare trash like you lay a hand on my daughter?" Qingzia's husband sat on the ground, resentfully questioning, "Emperor, you think you're the emperor?" The more he spoke, the more worked up he got. "You're not even wearing a dragon robe, yet you dare call yourself the emperor. I see through you and my wife. You're definitely up to something. Looks like I won't be a Zhang if I don't beat you two to death today." Hearing that, the emperor's blood rushed to his head. "What nonsense are you spouting? I've always kept myself pure. If you keep talking trash, I'll sew your mouth shut." Juju, observing from the side, sighed in exasperation. "I don't even know what to facepalm about first. He's still explaining his purity at a time like this." Hearing his precious daughter's words, the emperor coughed awkwardly. "Never mind. National affairs are important. I don't have time to lecture you. Then, he signaled to his subordinates behind him. Whether you believe I'm the emperor or not doesn't matter. My guards will teach you some manners, men. Even as Qingzi's husband was being restrained by the emperor's men, he stubbornly cursed. What are you trying to do? Don't think I'm scared just because there are a lot of you. The emperor suppressed his anger and covered Juju's ears. Drag him away. Give him the works. No need to hold back with this trash. He was dragged out, still cursing. Let me go, After her ears were uncovered, Juju tilted her head and looked at the emperor. Daddy, what were they saying? Why did you cover Juju's ears? The emperor smiled soothingly. Good girl, you're still young. You shouldn't hear these things. Qingzi, who was kneeling on the ground, spoke up at this moment. Thank you, benefactor, for your help. This great kindness, I am willing to do anything to repay you, even if it means going through mountains of knives or seas of fire. Juju immediately went over to Qingzi. Sis Qingzi, don't be so polite. Please stand up. Actually, we have a favor to ask of you. We want to invite you to make a comeback and heal everyone. Hearing about healing everyone, Qingzi's eyes sparkled with excitement. That's definitely not a problem. Saving people is my ideal. But as she said that, Qingzi's expression became worried. It's just that, how did you all know that I know how to heal people, and even come to save me? Juju was caught off guard by the question and hadn't thought of a reason yet. This has to be told from when the old lady ran to find someone to save Qingzi. When she saw Juju, she was like seeing a life-saving straw. Judging by the way this kid is dressed, they must have a pretty impressive background, and with such a kind heart, they're definitely the one who can help Qingzi. Juju, holding her gourd, looked gloomy. This Qingliu Alley is huge, and the original story didn't even specify where the miracle doctor lives. How am I supposed to find her now? But, lost in thought, an old woman suddenly knelt before Juju, benefactor. The emperor immediately became alert. Who are you? What do you want? The old woman lowered her head, breathing heavily, and replied, This old one is a resident of this alley. There's a very kind girl named Qingzi living here, but her husband is absolutely terrible. He beats her every day. Please, benefactor, help her. The emperor was instantly suspicious. This matter is important, but the epidemic is spreading rapidly, so finding the miracle doctor is more urgent. Thinking of that, he continued, this matter will have to wait. But before he could finish, Juju immediately agreed. Okay. In her heart, she was secretly thrilled. Qingzi is the little miracle doctor's real name. She's a good person. I have to save her ASAP. The emperor seemed to realize it too, so that's it. Thanks to Juju, we found out about this. Otherwise, the miracle doctor would be in danger. The emperor quickly spoke up. Then please lead the way. We'll go immediately. The old woman turned around and led the way. Thank you, benefactors. I'll take you there right away. Juju finally raised her hand and said, See? We were able to get here in time to save her, thanks to the old woman. Qingzi chuckled and replied, So that's how it is. I really owe you all this time. Juju sighed again. It's not like that. You were saved because of yourself, Qingzi asked, confused. Me? Juju grabbed her hand and replied, That's right. If Qingzi Gigi hadn't been so persistent in doing good deeds, saving people and treating illnesses, that old woman wouldn't have remembered your kindness. Naturally, they wouldn't have risked offending nobles to come find us when you were in trouble. Here, she cheerfully added. So that's why you were saved, just because you deserved it. Qingzi laughed upon hearing that. I didn't expect you to be so wise at such a young age. Thank you. The emperor also secretly felt proud of his beloved daughter. I think my Juju is so sensible, truly my daughter. Both lovely and kind-hearted. Juju was a little uncomfortable with the way the emperor was looking at her. And Baba just keeps staring at me. Can't he find anything more productive to do? Here, the emperor spoke seriously to Qingzi. Miracle doctor, the epidemic in the city is about to spread, and the situation is extremely serious. I'll ask you once more. Are you willing to come out of seclusion and research a cure? Qingzi sincerely replied. Please rest assured, Your Majesty and Princess, no matter how serious the illness, I will find a way to cure it. For you, and for the people. But, saying that, Qingzi hesitated a bit. Only, there's still one thing I'm concerned about, and I hope Your Majesty will take charge.
The emperor was like, Speak your mind, I'll make sure you get justice. Qingzi kowtowed. Thank you, Your Majesty. Then she glanced into the corner and added, It's about my son, Yunyin. Qingzi stood up straight and explained, That man used to beat us, mother and son, all the time. I beg Your Majesty, grant us a safe place to live. away from his harassment. Yunyin also stepped out from the corner. He said timidly in a low voice, "Greetings, Your Majesty." The Emperor saw Yunyin and was a bit surprised. This kid's been hiding there for so long without anyone noticing. Juju down below was also shocked. So young, yet he has such a talent for concealing his presence. If he becomes an assassin, he'd be amazing. Thinking of that, she grabbed the Emperor's hand. "Father, Qingzi is so awesome. Please accept her." Hearing Juju's words, the Emperor waved his hand and ordered, "In that case, I shall issue a decree at once. As long as you haven't contracted the plague, I'll appoint you as a royal physician, grant you a mansion, and your son will enter the palace for training, sharing the court's bounty with you." Qingzi immediately hugged Yunyin and cheerfully replied, "Thank you, Your Majesty. Thank you, Princess. I will definitely do my best." Yunyin suddenly looked at Juju, a bit moved. If it weren't for the princess's help, my mother and I might have been beaten to death by that beast long ago. Yunyin, thinking of this, happily spoke up, "Your Majesty, Princess, please rest assured, I will definitely train hard and protect the princess in the future." The Emperor said with an unreadable expression, "Having ambition is good, it's getting late, and the matter of curing the disease is most important. Follow me." Qingzi immediately agreed, "Yes." Then the Emperor patted Juju's head. This time, thanks to Juju. If you hadn't mentioned candied hawthorns, who knows how serious the plague would have become? But saying that, the Emperor thought to himself embarrassedly. Actually, I knew because I heard her thoughts, but I'll talk about that later. Juju smiled happily and replied, "It's all thanks to Juju's luck. Juju is also very happy that father was willing to come with me." A few months later, at the palace, Juju sat in her room, musing. I didn't expect Sister Qingzi to be so amazing. She cured the plague in just 1 month. Then Juju thought of Yunyin. I heard Yunyin is also making rapid progress and is about to become a probationary guard. Afterwards, Juju lay down on the bed and stretched. Nothing big has happened lately. Father and mother's relationship is getting better and better. If I could live this carefree life forever, how great would that be? Then she thought of something, her expression a bit pensive. But I feel like I've forgotten something. What is it? Scene change. A subordinate stands beside the prince saying, "Your Highness, please don't wait any longer." It's been months and she hasn't come back even once. She definitely just blurted out a lie to deceive you. He ignores him, replying nonchalantly, "I believe she didn't say it just to say it. Don't talk about her like that." The subordinate says, a bit disgruntled, "Why can't I? Didn't she beg the Emperor to spare our lives in the first place? And it's only been how long? She's even stingy with the firewood for winter." Hearing this, he frowns, annoyed. Enough. The princess must have urgent business. That's why she hasn't come. The firewood issue is probably the Ministry of Internal Affairs' fault. Don't blame the princess. At this moment, someone outside chimes in, finally realizing he's hated. "It's Zhang Cheng," he adds. "A hostage wanting to use good quality charcoal. Dream on. I'm telling you straight, I embezzled that charcoal. What are you going to do about it?" The prince glares at them coldly, saying, "You two are also descendants of rebels? Your families were sentenced to be beheaded? Only because you were young, you were spared and made slaves of the court? That's already lenient. Your circumstances aren't much different from mine." Zhang Cheng is instantly provoked, angrily shouting, "Looks like he needs to be taught a lesson." Zhue Ni beside him also chimes in with a laugh, "Brother, don't be angry. He's just a delusional fool." Zhue Ni giggles, adding, "He's waiting for the princess like an idiot every day. Who even mentions him? She doesn't even have him in her heart." The prince, clearly annoyed, retorts, "You two dog slaves dare to speak ill of the princess behind her back. Are you not afraid of death?" Zhang Cheng tries to argue, "You're the dog slave, daring to scold me. I'm going to beat you up today." Zhue Ni quickly stops him. "Wait, brother, I have a plan." She raises her eyebrows triumphantly, saying, "If we hit him and get caught, we'll be punished. But if we just take these heating supplies away, he won't have a stove, and winter is coming. No one will notice, and he won't be able to stand the cold." Zhang Cheng agrees and leaves with her. "Great, I'll let you freeze to death this winter, make you suffer." The subordinate, unable to endure it any longer, shouts, "You're really audacious, return His Highness's things." Jiang Cheng dismissively pushes him away, "Get out of the way." His face is full of mockery as he says, "I can't beat your master, but I can't beat you guys." The prince, agitated, yells, "You guys?" But before Zhang Cheng can make a move, Juju happens to walk in, stopping them. "Stop. The prince hears this, his expression softening a bit. This voice is... Juju picks up a handful of snow, angrily saying, "Try touching them again and see what happens." Seeing Juju, those two siblings fearfully kneeled and bowed their heads. "Please calm your anger, princess." Dijang's heart was filled with joy as he looked at Juju. "She's here. She hasn't forgotten me." At the same time, Sui-er looked up at Juju, both scared and stuttering, to explain, "Princess, you've misunderstood." Juju glanced at the snowball in her hand and said indifferently, "Oh, then tell me, what have I misunderstood?" Zu-er, still not catching the hint in her words, glanced at the prince behind her. "Princess, they were the ones who spoke rudely first. It's one thing to insult this servant and my brother, but they even dared to badmouth you behind your back." Hearing this, and a little surprised, looked towards her. Then Su-er added, "We were so angry that we took action, wanting to teach them a lesson." As a prince from another country held as a hostage, Dijang had just opened his mouth to explain but stopped. He clenched his fist, his heart filled with helplessness. "Even if I say I didn't do it, I'm just a hostage, a prisoner from another country." Thinking of that, he lowered his head, his brow furrowed slightly. "And they are her subjects. Will she believe me?" Suddenly, Zu-er was hit in the face with a snowball, causing her to scream in pain. Juju looked at her with disdain. "You think Juju will believe whatever you say?" Juju believes that Dijang Gijik isn't that kind of person. Then she ordered, "Guards." Su-er tried to deny it. "Princess, I'm really not lying." Hearing that, Juju became even more furious. "Then tell me, what exactly did they say about Juju?" In her heart, Juju was disgusted, her eyes filled with disdain. "Today, Juju must expose her lies. I can't let the people in the palace misunderstand the male lead. Otherwise, they'll definitely continue to harm him, forcing him down the path of darkness." Zu-er, not knowing her limits, started to play tricks. "They said you don't keep your promises, abandoning them in the hostage residence without paying any attention." But Juju realized, crap, it doesn't sound like a lie. She thought with a bit of self-reproach, "Actually, Juju was so focused on changing the plot that I forgot about the male lead." Finally, Juju spoke up. "So what if he resents it?" Then she walked to Dijang and explained, "Juju promised to visit you more often. It wasn't his fault." Saying that, she took Dijang's hand. "Sorry, I was careless before." Juju's eyes sparkled as she continued, "From now on, Juju will visit you more often, not giving you a chance to miss me." Dijang's face turned red from the intimate gesture, and he stammered, "Thank you, princess." In his heart, he secretly wondered, "I definitely washed my hands today, right?" Juju then looked at the two siblings. "And you, bullying others with your status, doing wrong things, I sentence you to clean the toilets?" Jiang Cheng's face twisted as he spoke. "Princess, we know we were wrong. Please forgive us this time." Sui-er also added, "That's right, princess. We promise we won't do it again. Please give us a chance." Ju wasn't about to let them off the hook that easily. She cut them off with a stern voice. "You still haven't figured out who you should be apologizing to. How can I trust you won't do this again?" Juju got more and more pissed, pointing her finger at the two of them and yelling, "Guards, drag them away!" They kept begging for mercy as they were being dragged off. "Your Highness, please have mercy." Dijang looked at Juju, lost in thought. "I thought that even if we met again, she would have forgotten me. But I was wrong. She not only remembers me, but she's also setting aside the pride of a princess for my sake." Dijang placed his hand on his chest, feeling grateful. "This is the first time in my life someone has apologized for making me disappointed. The first time someone has valued a promise to me so much." Juju turned around and said with a cheerful smile, "Even though Juju stopped them from bullying you today, it's not a long-term solution." She suddenly remembered. "Oh, that's right, Juju will pick some servants from my palace to send to you, so no one will dare to bully you in the future." Dijang quickly refused. "That won't do. Just having you visit me is already a joy. I can't always rely on others. I feel so guilty." Seeing his expression, Juju suddenly blushed and thought to herself, "He's obviously such a good person." Then she thought of his future corrupted self, and felt a pang of regret. In the end, he was pushed to the point of actually becoming evil. She shook her head, dismissing the thought. No way. No matter what he says, Juju must help him in the future and protect him. Juju decisively turned around, crossing her arms with a cool and assertive look. "You're not allowed to refuse. If you don't accept them, Juju will be angry and won't visit you anymore." Hearing her mention being angry, Dijang hesitated worriedly. Well, in his heart, he was clearly overjoyed, his eyes reddened, and he couldn't hide the happiness in his voice as he continued. "All right then, I'll accept them. Is that okay?" Hearing this, Juju smiled happily. "That's more like it." Then she added, "Oh, right, Big Brother Dijong, there's an epidemic in the city today. Father has ordered all the palaces to prepare medicine for prevention and treatment. Has the Imperial Hospital sent you any medicine yet?" Dijong quickly shook his head and replied, "No, I haven't heard anything about it." Juju immediately changed her attitude, annoyed and muttering to herself. As expected, just like in the story, these imperial physicians are planning to wait until Big Brother Dijong gets sick and then pretend to help just to rake in a huge profit. Luckily, Qingzi's sister appeared early this time, so the epidemic isn't too serious. But the actions of these imperial physicians are absolutely unforgivable. Thinking of that, Juju clapped her hands decisively. That's right. Her eyes lit up as if she had an idea, and she looked at Dijong. They want to take advantage of the situation. Then Juju will just help Big Brother Dijong give them a taste of their own medicine. Outside the palace, snow fell, blanketing everything in white. Juju, walking beside Dijang, cheerfully said, "We're here." Dijang looked at the scene before him. A little confused, this is. The more he thought about it, the more puzzled he became, so he asked, "Princess, why did you bring me to the Imperial Physician's office? Are you feeling unwell?" Juju innocently squinted her eyes and giggled. No, you've misunderstood. Juju is very healthy." Dijong looked at her skeptically. "Then why did you bring me to the Imperial Physician's office?" Juju mischievously winked. "You'll find out soon enough." With that, her little feet stepped towards the door. Dijong silently followed behind. As soon as they entered, Juju's face turned serious, and she exclaimed, "Where's the Imperial Physician in charge of delivering medicine to the hostage residents?" Immediately, someone stepped forward and bowed, "Greetings, Your Highness. I am in charge of that duty." But in his heart, he was already sneering. Seeing the princess's disdainful expression, he thought, that lowly hostage brat must have messed up again. Thinking of this, he secretly chuckled, his eyes unable to hide his contempt for Dijong. "I thought working at the hostage residence was a thankless task, but I didn't expect to have the opportunity to curry favor with the princess. How lucky." In reality, Juju's attitude, which he thought was directed at Dijong, was actually directed at him. She frowned uncomfortably. Is he the villain in the novel who harms Dijong for his own benefit? I already hate him just looking at him. The more she thought about it, the more uncontrollable the fire in Juju's heart became. She resolutely thought, today, Juju must teach him a lesson. Without hesitation, she pointed directly at him and loudly questioned, "This princess asks you, regarding the plague prevention medicine sent to the hostage residents, have you never sent it?" As soon as Joyer finished speaking, she immediately deduced his next move. He definitely won't admit his dereliction of duty. When he opens his mouth to deny it, Joyer will expose his lies with Daixing, and then punish him in the name of deceiving his master. Joyer is so clever. But he just grinned and directly admitted, "That's right. I have never sent medicine to the hostage residents." As if speaking on cue, he immediately began to ramble. "Other countries sending hostages is proof of our country's strength. If we bestow favors everywhere, it's no different from belittling ourselves. I know His Majesty is benevolent, but I am willing to bear the infamy for the sake of the country. Therefore, I have never sent any medicine to the hostage residents." Juju was shocked and felt a sinking feeling in her heart. What is this? How can someone be so shameless, and even be proud of doing wrong? Juju really hadn't anticipated her teammate's move, so she was momentarily speechless. He even dared to insult Dijong in front of him. Dijang heard her inner thoughts and softly comforted her. "Is the princess worried about me? I'm used to hearing these contemptuous words. The princess doesn't need to care." But how could she swallow that anger? Her eyes filled with indignation as she glared at him. Even if Dijong says that, Juju can't let this kind of person continue to do evil. But what should I do if this villain doesn't act according to common sense? Suddenly, Juju's eyes sparkled brightly. Wait, wouldn't that make it easier for Juju to deal with him? And he, seeing her satisfied attitude, became even more delighted. Judging by the princess's happy reaction, she must be very satisfied with what I just said. As expected, a small hostage is not worthy of being treated well. Juju, on the opposite side, sternly pointed at him and asked, "So you admit that you have never completed any tasks related to the hostage residents?" He immediately replied, "That's right. Never." Hearing this, she added, "It's good that you admit it, guards." She angrily ordered her subordinates. "The negligent and lazy imperial physician has disobeyed the imperial decree. Immediately remove him from his position, expel him from the palace, confiscate his salary, and give it to the hostage residents as compensation." He wasn't having it, freaking out and yelling, "Princess, have mercy, princess, please. Why are you treating me like this? Juju frowned a little and spoke up. You admitted yourself that you've never done your job properly, and you're still shamelessly begging. She got so mad she pointed right at his face. Father Emperor made it clear that they were to be treated well, but you took it upon yourself to twist his words. Getting fired is already letting you off easy. Or do you want me to tell Father Emperor so you can be dealt with properly? And just like that, his own guys grabbed him and dragged him out. Juju then glared at the remaining peeps in the guest house, warning, and the same goes for you lot. If I, Juju, ever find out that anyone's mistreating the guests, you'll end up just like him. They all bowed their heads, scared stiff, and replied, We understand the princess's instructions. Then she turned to Dijiang with a smile. That way, they definitely won't dare to look down on you anymore, right? Juju couldn't help but laugh. If anyone bullies you and I'm not around, come find me, okay? I'll definitely stand up for you. Dijiang looked at her in disbelief, softly calling out, Princess. Juju grabbed his hand, adding, All right, everything's sorted. She took his hand, smiling. Let's go home. Dijiang happily thought to himself, It really is true that only the princess is genuinely kind to me in this palace. He felt a bit conflicted, but I can't help her at all. I can only keep receiving her kindness. Thinking this, Dijiang furrowed his brows. Is this okay? Cut to a different scene. Outside Juju's palace, she cheerfully skipped down the corridor. Not bad. Juju did a good deed today. A moment later, she opened the door and called out loudly, Mother, Juju's home. But nobody was inside. Juju looked around. Did Mother go out? Why is there no one in the palace? Suddenly, there was a sound of crying, which startled Juju. Afraid it was her mother, she turned to the nanny and asked, Mama, I think I heard crying. I must be hearing things, right? The nanny looked around worriedly. Princess, you're probably not mistaken. This old servant also heard crying, and then meowing sounds. Needless to say, Juju's innocent soul almost left her body. Say what you will, but you can't help being wary of the supernatural. Jinjin's face turned pale as she looked around. What's going on? Does Autumn Dew residence really have ghosts? Juju rushed over, her little face trembling. There's a ghost in our Shui palace, and Mother isn't here either. As soon as she finished speaking, a cat meowed outside. Juju got even more scared. What should we do? Auntie Gui, who was behind her, comforted her. Princess, don't worry. How can there be ghosts in broad daylight? She looked at Auntie Gui hesitantly and asked, Really? You're not lying to me, are you? Auntie Gui sighed and explained seriously, Of course not. His Majesty often comes here, so the yang energy must be very strong. Don't worry, Princess. Maybe it's just a wronged palace maid hiding in a corner crying. Hearing this, Juju immediately perked up and ran outside. If that's the case, then Juju must find her. We can't let anyone be wronged in our Shui palace. And so, she searched the entire Shui palace, gently asking as she looked, Are you here? Where are you? After a while, she finally found a figure standing in a dark corner. The woman wore a veil, crying and complaining. What will happen to my son? Juju curiously walked over to her and whispered, Are you the one crying? Saying that, she smiled brightly and continued, Sorry for startling you. Judging by your attire, you must be a consort in the palace, right? Juju has never seen you before. Hearing the name Juju, the woman in front of her was slightly surprised. Juju. Could it be the legendary 18th princess? Then she replied, Greetings, Princess, I am Consort An. Because my face is ruined, I often hide in the palace. It's normal that you haven't seen me before. After learning Consort An's identity, Juju suddenly realized. So it's her. Juju remembered this plotline. According to the storyline, Consort An is the mother of the third prince. She used to be a great beauty in the palace, but when she was pregnant, someone poisoned her, which also harmed the third prince, leaving a scar on his face and causing him to lose favor. Later, when the third prince grew up, his engagement was broken off, and he fell seriously ill, helpless. Consort An had to trade her life for her sons. Consort An sought medical help everywhere, but because she wasn't favored, she was rejected. When the third prince woke up, he only saw his mother's corpse. He eventually turned evil and rebelled, leading to the downfall of Western Chu. Remembering the plot, Juju thought to herself, if Consort An is still alive now, maybe things can still be turned around. Juju must confirm this. After analyzing the situation, Juju asked, Consort An, you're hiding here crying. Is it because of third brother's illness? Consort An didn't hide anything and admitted, That's right. How does the princess know? She scratched her cheek embarrassedly. Ah, I just came back from the Imperial Physician's office. I overheard it there. Consort N smiled bitterly and continued. So that's how it is. I've been looking for them recently. You must have heard. Then she turned her face away and complained, making you laugh at this child. I'll take my leave now and go back to take care of the third prince. Juju immediately ran up to her, feeling anxious. No way. If I let her leave today, the tragedy will definitely repeat itself. Juju doesn't want that. She quickly grabbed onto the hem of Noble Consort Anne's robe, calling out softly, Noble Consort Anne, please don't go. Seeing her turn back, Juju said with conviction, Juju has a way to save third brother. Noble Consort, and then gently patted her head. I'll take your kind offer to heart, princess. Noble Consort Anne's brow furrowed slightly as she added with a soft smile, but you probably don't know the full story about me and the third prince, so it's really best for you to stay away from us. Hearing that, a hint of sadness flashed in Juju's eyes, to still be thinking of me when she's in such a tough spot. Noble Consort. And is a good person, which means Juju can't just stand by and do nothing. With that thought, she grabbed Noble Consort Anne's hand and started pulling her along. Juju will definitely save. Third brother, I'll prove it to you. Scene change, the Imperial Medical Academy. Walking beside her, Noble Consort Anne said timidly, Princess, I've already tried. The Imperial physicians won't help us. Maybe we should think of another way. But Juju was already striding confidently into the academy. She then looked up at Noble Consort Anne and gave her a reassuring wink. Don't worry, this isn't the first time Juju's come here to cause a ruckus, she added with a smug, mischievous grin. They've already learned to be scared of me. And so, Juju stood at the entrance and yelled, Imperial physicians. Hearing her voice, the people inside the academy jumped in terror. That little ancestor is here again. A representative came forward. Princess, you've returned. What new instructions do you have for us this time? With a haughty expression, she pointed towards Noble Consort Anne and declared, Noble Consort Anne and the third prince are under Juju's care now. Got it. The man immediately nodded his head. Understood. Of course we understand. This servant will immediately send someone to examine the third prince. Just like that, Juju left feeling mighty pleased with herself. Side quest at the medical academy, completed in a flash. Juju is amazing. Only Noble Consort Anne was left in disbelief, still looking back at the academy. And just like that, it's all settled. Nanny Guy, who was beside her, finally spoke up to explain. Noble Consort Anne, you haven't been concerned with palace affairs for a long time, so you might not know. Princess Juju is very well behaved and sensible, and she is doted on endlessly by His Majesty. So, naturally, the Imperial physicians listened to her. It was only then that she finally understood. Oh, so that's how it is. Then she said happily to Juju, I will always remember the great favor you've done for me today, Princess. If you ever need anything in the future, as long as it's within my ability, I will absolutely do everything I can to help. Juju lowered her head, a secret fear in her heart. Honestly, I just need you to live a good life and prevent the third prince from turning into a villain. But that's something Juju can't say out loud. Suddenly she clapped her hands in realization. That's right. Now that the Imperial physicians are on the case, the third prince is going to get better soon. Thinking of this, she cupped her cheeks gleefully. Doesn't that mean Juju is about to get a brand new older brother?
Scene change, and Guiren pipes up. We're here, Your Highness. She adds with a touch of guilt. This is where me and third prince live. Not exactly the most happening place, so please forgive the humble digs. Juju's mood takes a nosedive looking at the scene. An Yangyang and third brother were the victims in this poisoning plot, and they're still living like this. And Guiren goes to the bed and pulls back the curtain. This is the prince, your third brother, Juju thinks, staring at the frail teen with silver hair lying on the bed. Seeing this, Juju's hit with a wave of feels. No wonder he goes full villain later. His days in the harem are just as rough as Di Jiang's. But Juju's here now, she thinks. I'm gonna help you guys change your tragic destinies for sure. With that, she turns to the Imperial physician behind her and orders, What are you waiting for? Get over here and check up on third brother. The Imperial physician jumps, flustered. Why, yes, I'll examine His Highness the third prince immediately. Everything goes quiet as the Imperial physician focuses on examining the third prince, and Guiren can't help but ask anxiously, how is he? The Imperial physician reassures her. Please, both of you, put your minds at ease. I'll prescribe a few doses of medicine. The third prince should wake up in no more than 3 days. An Guiren is overjoyed and hugs Juju. That's wonderful, my son is finally going to be saved. Thank you, Your Highness. If you weren't here today, I really... Juju quickly wipes away the tears on her cheek, comforting her. This is what Juju should do. Juju smiles brightly and says, An Yang Yang, don't cry. An Yang Yang is a beauty, and Juju doesn't like seeing pretty Gigi cry. This is all Juju should do. Anguren chuckles softly. Your Highness is joking. I can hardly be called a beauty anymore. Juju touches her face, retorting, Of course you are, Mother always said. Beauty is in the bones, not just the skin. In Juju's eyes, An Yang Yang is a beauty, so please don't cry anymore, okay? Anne Guiren exclaims in surprise. Your Highness. Suddenly, Juju remembers something and glances worriedly at the window. It's getting so late. With that, she immediately leaves, but not without turning back to Anguren and instructing, Juju needs to hurry back, or Mother will worry. If the Imperial physician doesn't listen, just tell Juju. Juju will come visit you again. Hearing this, Anguren replies, Rest assured, Your Highness. Please be careful on your way back. Fast forward to 3 days later, Juju happily runs to Anguren's palace again. And Niang Yang, Juju's here again? How's third brother doing today? But as soon as she steps inside, the third prince sees her and asks coldly, Who are you? Juju stares at the tall teen before her. Third brother, you're awake. The third prince keeps his unpleasant expression, glaring at her. You know me, speak. What are you plotting? Juju raised her hands awkwardly and replied, Juju just wanted to help you, I swear. No ulterior motives at all. As she spoke, a question popped into Juju's mind. She felt like third brother was super cautious. Was it because he'd suffered for so long and just recovered? Hearing those words, the third prince was startled and couldn't help but wonder, why do I hear two voices? Is that her inner monologue? Even so, he kept his tone frosty as he asked, Save me. Someone as young as you, how could you possibly save me? Juju couldn't take being spoken to like that anymore. She puffed out her cheeks and retorted, What's wrong with that? Even though Juju is still young, I'm the only princess in the palace. Of course I have a way. The third prince exclaimed in surprise. You're the 18th princess, from the rumors. But, it's always easy to add flowers to brocade and hard to send coal in a snowstorm. Even if you are truly a princess, why would you help me? Juju couldn't even be bothered to argue with him anymore. She just stomped off, still fuming. Fine. Don't believe Juju, I'm leaving for today. Next time I'll come back, when Imperial Consort Anne is here. But the more she thought about it, the angrier she got. Ugh, how can Juju just swallow this insult? Even though Juju understands you, if you keep doubting me like this, Juju will feel hurt too. Just then, Imperial Consort Anne walked in from outside. Seeing Juju, she softly asked, Princess, what are you doing here? The third prince has woken up. I was just about to go inform you myself. The third prince was surprised by the scene. Why is Imperial Mother so friendly with her? Could everything she said just now actually be true? Thinking that, he called out, Imperial Mother, who is this? Imperial Consort An placed a hand on Juju's shoulder and smiled. Let Imperial Mother introduce you. This is your savior, the 18th princess. She personally invited the Imperial physicians to treat your illness, The third prince clearly couldn't believe his ears. He exclaimed loudly. What? It was really her? Juju, on her end, pouted and huffed. HMPH, Juju is just a kid. How could I have helped with anything, Imperial Consort? Unasked, puzzled, Princess, what's wrong? Although the third prince was a bit stiff, he still knew right from wrong. He immediately lowered his voice and continued, My apologies, I was too arrogant just now. It was truly disrespectful. As long as you're willing to forgive me, I'll do anything. Of course, Juju didn't blame him. She immediately winked and grinned. I was just messing with you. Juju isn't actually mad at all. Third brother just needs to get better, that's all. As soon as you can contribute to Western Chu, Juju will forgive you, she added silently to herself. Anyway, third brother has long been used to the harsh realities of the imperial harem, so Juju totally gets why he acts this way. Hearing those words, the third prince's thin lips unconsciously curved upwards. She's so young, yet she can already clearly see through the palace's human nature and social dynamics and still retain such a pure, kind heart. Choosing to help me, an imperial mother, this little sister is truly extraordinary. Then he looked at Juju and said clearly, Don't worry, I really misunderstood you just now. I'll remember this life-saving kindness. I will definitely repay you in the future. At this, Juju placed a tray of food in front of him and smiled. Third brother, just relax and focus on getting better. How about we eat first? Eating a lot helps you recover faster. The third prince's gaze towards Juju grew even softer. In his heart, he had long secretly vowed to protect this little sister. I originally intended that if I survived this time, I would definitely team up with Southern Kingdom to get revenge on Western Chu. But now I've survived thanks to my little sister. You care about Western Chu, so I'll abandon that idea too. I must definitely protect my little sister well. Meanwhile, Dinjiang asked indifferently. So you're telling me that unfavored third prince has recovered? All thanks to Juju's help? His subordinate cautiously replied. Yes, my lord. It seems our previous plan has been ruined. Dinjiang stroked his chin, beginning to calculate. Now, it seems he's truly difficult to win over, but a rare opportunity like this, I have to try one more time. The third prince was in his study, dealing with official business. After a while, he put down his brush. Looking at the paper in his hand, the third prince couldn't hide his doting expression. Finally finished copying these blessing scriptures. Juju Meimei is my savior. I'm not favored, and have nothing to give her. Luckily I can use this to show a little sincerity. Suddenly, he heard a commotion outside, and it dawned on him. The days with Juju Meimei were so peaceful, I almost forgot about them. The third prince's face turned gloomy. Come in! A guy in black with a masked face stepped in. Your Highness, what do you think about joining forces? The third prince just sat still, looking at the scripture he had copied, and replied, Of course, I've thought it through. Then, while lifting his brush, he continued, Go back and tell your master I won't join forces with you to rebel and overthrow Western Chu. This is the last time we'll meet. From now on, we're enemies. The guy boldly interrupted. Is it because of the little princess that you decided this way? The third prince got angry when he mentioned Ju Juao and shouted, Shut up! I advise you to watch your mouth and don't ask what you shouldn't ask. Saying that, he looked at him warningly. If you dare to ask again, even if I'm an unfavored prince, I still have the ability to overthrow your master. He obviously didn't dare to say more, and bowed to take his leave. It was my slip of the tongue. I'll convey it verbatim. May your highness take care. The third prince still couldn't help but ponder. Even though I've cut ties with them today, I still have to be vigilant in the future. After all, I used to hate Western Chu to the bone and had the intention of joining forces with them, but because Juju Meimei truly loves this place, I'm willing to reconcile with Western Chu for her happiness. On Dijiang's side, he encountered difficulties. When he heard his subordinate report, he just calmly asked, You said the third prince not only refused, but also had a strong reaction when you asked about the little princess. He awkwardly replied, Yes, that's right. Dijiang's face flushed a little. I know the little princess is kind, but I didn't expect even the third prince, who's neglected in the palace, to regard her as a treasure. So many people love her. I wonder where I stand in her heart. At this moment, Juju called out loudly from behind, Dijiang, Gij, causing him to suddenly freeze. Juju excitedly waved from outside the door. Juju came to visit you. Dijiang immediately turned around happily. Juju, you finally came. She approached him and explained, Dinjiang Gage, don't be angry. Juju was busy helping to treat 3rd GE these past few days, so I couldn't come. Now that 3rd GE is... Well, Juju came here right away. Dijiang couldn't hide his joy and continued, How could I be angry with you? I'm so happy that you came. I get it. After all, you're a pampered princess, while I'm just a hostage. It's totally normal for you not to have time to visit. It's just that on the days you don't visit, time just seems to drag on forever, you know? Juju seemed to catch the hidden meaning in his words. Sounded kinda jealous, lol. She immediately grabbed his hand, like, Okay then, from now on, if Juju can't make it, or if there's something she can't say, I'll have Mama let you know when Juju can come, so you won't have to wait and get all tired waiting, alright? Dijiang looked at her, touched. Thank you, princess, for being so considerate. Juju's smile got even brighter. No need to thank me. Actually, the reason I came today was to tell you something, he asked curiously. What is it? She frowned, looking troubled. The new year is coming up, and there are so many ceremonies and things to take care of in the palace, so before the new year ends, Juju might not have time to visit you. Saying this, Juju lowered her head sadly. I just promised to visit you more often, but now I have to break my promise. I hope you can forgive, Juju. Of course, Dinjiang wouldn't blame Juju. He softened his voice to comfort her. Don't worry. You're a princess in the palace, so of course you have a lot to take care of, I understand. I'll wait for you to visit me when you're free. Juju immediately perked up, turning to leave. As long as you're not angry, that's good. Juju promises to visit you as soon as the new year is over. After she left, Jiang remained standing there silently. His emotions had clearly changed. Feeling extremely uneasy, his eyebrows furrowed slightly. I really want to keep her here forever. Sometime later, when the new year arrived, Jiang looked up at the fireworks in the night sky and muttered, New Year's? His eyes were filled with sadness. I've never really felt it before, but this year is the first time I've felt that celebrating the new year alone is really lonely. Then, Jiang took out his flute. He gently played a melody, the sound echoing through the sky. But he suddenly stopped, a hint of surprise in his eyes. There's another flute sound. Someone's there. Jiang was unhappy to see someone else appear, his voice full of coldness. Who's there? Before him was a girl, her eyes showing excitement as she looked at him. Don't be so tense. I'm not here to harm you. Ignoring Jiang's hostile gaze, she had a strange thought. He's the male lead in the story. How interesting. Ignoring Jiang's hostile gaze, she inexplicably had a strange thought. He's the male lead in the story. How interesting. She smirked a little as she looked at the imposing Jiang in front of her. Judging by his looks, he must have had a super rough childhood, just like the original novel described. The more she thought about it, the more hyped she got. Totally worth risking my neck to sneak in here under the guise of the sinful king's daughter. Next, I just need to win him over, and then I can probably get the plot back on track for my glorious path. At first I thought I'd transmigrated into a story as the female lead who's adored by everyone, and I'd just chill and enjoy a good life. Turns out I have no idea what the original owner did, but not only did she fail to win over any character, she also ended up as the sinful king's daughter and can't even get into the palace. Ugh, what a pain. But no worries. As long as I can get chummy with the male lead, all the glory and riches will still be mine. Thinking that, she softly cooed. Older brother Tilde, her eyes sparkling, she introduced herself. My name is Feng Kaiwei. I was drawn here by your flute music. As she spoke, she stepped closer to him. Could we play another song together, pretty please? Popped out of nowhere, acting all chummy and calling me older brother. Naturally, Jiang got suspicious. In this palace, besides Juju, everyone treats me like I'm invisible. On such a lively New Year's Eve, even Juju can't slip away, so where in the world did she come from? Kaiwei, feigning innocence, asked. What's wrong? You don't want to? Jiang decisively turned around. Nope, go back. Hearing that, Kaiwei frantically called out, Older brother Tilde. But I really, really love your flute music. She didn't give up and followed him. Please don't send me away, okay, or I'll be super sad. At this point, Jiang shook her hand off, muttering to himself, sure enough, she really does have an ulterior motive for approaching me. His gaze sharpened. Could it be some of my brothers from the Southern Kingdom sent her? Kaiwei looked flustered. Older brother, why are you looking at me like that? So, who sent you here? But before she could finish, Jiang pressed the cold, steel blade of his sword against her neck. His voice filled with killing intent, he demanded. Who sent you here? Kaiwei stammered in fright. No one sent me. Why would you even think that? Jiang impatiently snapped. Then scram. Otherwise, don't blame me for getting ruthless. The moment she was released, Kaiwei booked it. Right after that, he ordered Chu Yang. Go find out who that girl was. Was she an assassin sent by one of my imperial brothers? After Chu Yang left, Jiang fell back into thought. I can't escape those who want to harm me, no matter where I go. Only Juju genuinely cares about me. Wonder what she's doing right now. Meanwhile, in an empty room in the Imperial Palace, Juju was sneakily peeking outside, trying to scout the scene. Suddenly, someone grabbed her by the collar from behind and hoisted her up. Ju, it was the Emperor, he scolded, clearly annoyed. I let it slide when you snuck out of the palace every day because I couldn't catch you. But tonight is New Year's Eve. Where do you think you're going? Caught red-handed, Juju felt awkward. Juju just thought that big brother Jiang was all alone celebrating the new year, so she wanted to keep him company, that's all. Consort Li gently approached at this moment. Juju, it's not that your mother wants to hold you back, it's just that today is a day for family reunion. Don't you want to celebrate the new year with us? Juju's expression turned conflicted. Lately, she really had been spending all her time helping big brother Jiang, and she had forgotten about her father and mother. In the end, she could only lower her head and reply, I'm sorry, Mother. Juju knows she was wrong. I'll stay with you two today. Suddenly, the Emperor cleared his throat. It's good that Juju knows she was wrong, so, tonight, do you want to be with Father or Mother? Juju sensed a major problem and asked back, can't I be with both? The Emperor winked, signaling, Nope, you have to choose one today. Juju was cornered and started reasoning. Isn't this the classic question? Who do you love more, Mom or Dad? How am I supposed to answer that? To be honest, Juju definitely likes Mother more, but if I say that, Father will definitely be sad. But then again, Father has only been good to us for a year, while Mother has always protected me. The Emperor was slightly hurt when he heard her inner thoughts, but he couldn't deny it. Juju is right. I've always been neglectful towards them. It's my fault. If I want Juju not to favor anyone, I still need to work harder. Thinking this, he said, I was just teasing you. Don't worry about it, Juju. Tonight, Father and Mother will sit with you, Juju asked doubtfully. Really? Awesome. She looked at the table full of food and was excited. New Year's is great. There are so many delicious things. Consort Lee smiled upon hearing this. Juju, you can love whoever you want. Just eat slowly so you don't choke. The Emperor stood beside her, watching her with affection. Forget it. It doesn't matter who Juju loves. Just seeing her happy makes me happy too. Then, he glanced at Consort Lai. I just wonder when Consort Lai will finally let her guard down and truly believe that Juju is her daughter. Hopefully my decision today will put her completely at ease. After a while, the Emperor stood up and announced, Everyone, today is New Year's Eve, an extremely important day of the year. On this occasion, I have an important announcement to make. Then, the Emperor smiled slightly, turning his gaze towards Consort Lee. The 18th princess is no longer a child. She was born in the cold palace, and I have always felt guilty towards her. Today, I have a gift I want to give her. At this moment, Li Guifei gently pushed Juju forward with a smile. Juju, hurry up and thank him. Juju, hearing this, looked at the Emperor, puzzled. What is Father Emperor planning to give Juju? The Emperor looked into her expectant eyes and chuckled inwardly. Before, Juju's gender wasn't clear, so some things were delayed until now. Thinking of this, he slowly stood up. Now, we have confirmed that she is a princess. A moment later, he put down his brush on the table. Hopefully, this gift can make you and your mother happy. The Emperor maintained a gentle expression, looking at the imperial decree and reading aloud. At today's family banquet, the gift we have prepared is bestowing a name and title. From today onward, the 18th princess's name will be Feng Yanyue, with the title Yongle. Juju, hearing this, stared blankly for a moment, her heart bursting with joy. She happily walked closer to him. Thank you, Father Emperor. Juju screamed in her heart with joy. Juju was worried Father Emperor would remember that manly aura and give me a boy's name, but now, Juju is very satisfied with this name. Li Guifei, on the other hand, looked at the Emperor suspiciously. Your Majesty not only personally wrote the name, but this name is also... After receiving the decree, Juju ran to Li Guifei, smiling. Mother, Juju has a name now, she replied gently. That's right. Feng Yanyue. Yan means a swallow returning. Yue means the full moon beside the western building. Truly a beautiful name. Juju, after hearing this, asked back, What does it mean? The Emperor explained from behind. It means... The beloved daughter that we long for day and night now returns like a swallow to its nest, making our life complete. Saying this, he laughed loudly. Well, Juju, do you like it? Juju smiled brightly and continued. I like it very much, thank you, Father Emperor, for bestowing the name. The Emperor started to play games. So, does Juju have any specific expression? She seriously stroked her chin. Then Juju has to think carefully. The ministers below sighed and whispered. His Majesty really sees the 18th prince as a daughter now. It's clearly a girl's name. Is His Majesty acting so much that he believes it himself? The 13th prince, hearing this, wasn't annoyed, but a little proud, snorting coldly. You all don't know that Juju is really a princess, only I know. Chang'an beside him, seeing that expression, asked, 13th brother, you seem very pleased with yourself. The 13th prince's mind raced, laughing loudly. After all, Juju is my real sister. I'm just proud of her, Chang'an asked in disbelief. Really? The third prince just waved his hand, secretly sighing in relief. That was close. I almost revealed that I know Juju is a girl. At this moment, someone holding a wine glass walked over. Royal brother. The young man with an unfriendly face looked at them. Long time no see. Chang'an felt nothing but hatred when he saw him. How long have I been hiding from him? Yet, he's still as persistent as a haunting ghost. The second prince, still wearing that friendly mask, approached. Since that's the case, how about I toast you a cup, dear brother, and we enjoy the party together? Cheng Ying, not giving a damn about formalities, flatly refused. My side's already full. Find somewhere else, Your Highness. Hearing that, he was pissed, but couldn't show his true colors in front of everyone, so he had to swallow his anger. Ever since the princess slept over and I got rejected visiting, he's been giving me the cold shoulder. What the heck is going on? If things continue like this, what's going to happen to my plans? No way, I have to think of something else. With that thought, he continued, it's been a while since I saw the 13th prince. I wonder how he's doing these days. The 13th prince politely stood up and replied, Thank you for your concern, Your Highness. Seizing the opportunity to get closer, Your Highness, please allow me to toast you a cup. Juju saw this too. She frowned slightly, clearly annoyed. It's the second prince. He's definitely plotting something again. Juju didn't hesitate, running over and grabbing his hand. Don't drink. The second prince isn't a good person. He's a fake prince with a wicked heart. Getting close to him will be bad for you. Hearing that, the third prince looked at her in disbelief. Then, forcing a smile, he waved off the second prince. Thank you for your kind intentions, Your Highness, but my little sister doesn't like me drinking, he said casually. Please, enjoy yourself. The second prince was taken aback. Over here, the third prince breathed a sigh of relief. Thank goodness Juju reminded me, or I'd be framed and suffer unjustly. Juju, seeing how decisively he refused, secretly praised him. Good brother. You're such a good brother. The second prince, now bitter, gritted his teeth, glaring at her. This neither male nor female thing, why does she always ruin my good opportunities? You might be wondering why he can't hear Juju's thoughts. It's because he and she aren't related by blood, so he can't hear her heart's voice. The second prince grew more hateful as he thought, Now you're all snubbing me. You'll be begging me to let you have a look soon enough. Then he turned and left them, and approached the emperor. Father, I have a request. The emperor looked at him and asked, What is it? He smirked triumphantly and explained, The Xiaoxiao County area has been hit by blizzards. Recently, I've been working with various officials to provide relief and distribute food, but we're still short on manpower. I'd like to request some princes to assist me. The third prince and Cheng Ying frowned unhappily in that direction. The third prince was secretly calculating. This is a great opportunity. I've just come out of confinement, and I need a chance to prove myself and gain a foothold in the palace. But at this moment, Juju thought, the second prince is clearly using the guise of helping the people to win over the brothers. There's something fishy about this. Juju has to stop him. The 13th prince stepped forward at this moment, voluntarily requesting, Father, your son. But before he could express his wish, Juju quickly stood in front of him. No way. The emperor looked at her, puzzled, and asked. Juju lowered her head, hesitating. This is because... She struggled in her heart, not knowing how to explain. Not to mention the second prince's intentions, the heavy snow disaster in Taoshu County was no small matter. A heavy snow after the new year would cause many deaths. The more Juju thought about it, the more agitated she became, screaming inwardly. But how am I supposed to say all this correctly? The second prince looked at her flustered and sneered inwardly. Sure enough, she's still just a kid. This old 13th is like a persistent ghost. He frowned, his eyes flashing with murderous intent. But once you're involved, there's nothing you can do about it. The second prince immediately took action, looking warmly at the 13th prince. Dear brother, if you step in to help with this matter, you can definitely save the people from the fiery pit. Hearing Juju's words, the 13th hesitated and bowed. Thank you for your kindness, second brother, but never mind. Hearing this, he was caught off guard and blurted out, What? The second prince immediately changed his expression, loudly accusing, You clearly agreed just now. Could it be that you won't go just because the little princess objects? The emperor beside him angrily shouted, If 13th doesn't want to go, then he doesn't go. What are you yelling about? You're so old, why are you so immature? The second prince said in disbelief, Father, I apologize for my rudeness, but that heavy snow... Juju stood next to him, raising her hand aggressively to offer an opinion. Dad, recently Juju dreamed of blizzards causing disasters and terrible deaths. I heard that there's been continuous snowstorms in Taoshu County. Juju thinks that instead of providing relief, it's better to evacuate in time. The emperor stroked his chin thoughtfully. If Juju said so, then it must be divine guidance. Then order all the people of Taoshu County to evacuate, to be completed within 3 days. If it's not completed, the officials involved will be executed immediately. The second prince, having been played, exclaimed in disbelief. What? He still didn't give up, adding, Father, evacuating the people is both laborious and costly, isn't that too? But before he could finish, the emperor interrupted, loudly ordering, I have accepted divine will and issued an edict. Now, do you intend to defy the decree? The two 13th princes were speechless when they heard this, looking at him. What divine will? Clearly, father was swayed by Juju. The second prince glared at Juju resentfully but still had to bow his head. Your son wouldn't dare. In his heart, he was extremely resentful. Just because of this kid's words, not only do the princes not listen to me, but even father has become like this. If things continue like this, it will be detrimental to me. No, I must find a way to embarrass her. I don't believe a little princess can understand what is called divine will. I will personally go there to prove that the snow disaster is just a rumor. Thinking this, he turned and approached Juju. Feng Juju, you're so young but you dare to learn tricks to bewitch people. Such heretical ways. His eyes undisguisedly showed hatred, clearly saying, when I return safely, I will definitely ask father to punish you. Juju answered seriously. If you don't believe Juju, that's okay. Juju has already warned you. Then she teased him, sticking out her tongue in disdain. Don't blame Juju for not warning you when you're in danger. The second prince was so angry that he gnashed his teeth and stormed off. The emperor called out at this moment, Juju, the performance is about to start. Come and watch with me. Juju immediately ran over. Coming right away. Scene changes. Outside the corridor, voices can be heard. Though I feel a bit guilty towards my mother. Juju looked into the hall with a guilty expression. But thinking about how poor gay, older brother, Dijiang has to celebrate the new year alone, it's just too sad. But not even 3 seconds later, she was already hugging the gift box and running towards Dijiang's palace. Juju has to be careful, can't let anyone discover I snuck out. Then she recalled the scary moment earlier. Luckily, father is happy today and drank a little too much, and mother was busy taking care of him, which created an opportunity for Juju, and father's alcohol tolerance is so bad. After a while, Juju entered the palace and cheerfully announced, finally made. But as soon as she stepped inside, Juju saw Feng Kaiwei's figure. Seeing that figure, Juju wondered, is someone else visiting Gege Dijiang? At this moment, Dijiang sat quietly playing the flute. His expression was pensive, but had an indescribable attractiveness. Juju called out from behind. Gerje Dijiang. Dijiang looked towards her. Juju. He couldn't suppress his excitement and went forward. You really came to see me, am I dreaming? Juju replied. Of course you're not dreaming. Juju came to visit you for real. She held the gift box in front of him, grinning. Look, I even brought you delicious food. Dijiang took her hand. That's great, it's so cold outside. Quickly come inside, or you'll catch a cold. Juju suspiciously asked, oh right, Gedij Dijiang, Juju has something to ask. Dijiang put on a serious face and replied with integrity. Ask away, I'll tell you everything I know. I won't hide anything. If I do, may I be struck by lightning. She waved her hand helplessly. No need to be so serious, don't make such rash oaths. The thing is, when Juju came here, I saw a figure in front of the gate. It looked like a girl. Did someone come to visit you? Dijiang immediately dropped his relaxed attitude and looked at her worriedly. She saw her. Hearing her words, Dijiang asked with concern, has the princess seen clearly who it was? Did she hurt anyone? Juju looked at him, puzzled. No, is she very dangerous? Dijiang secretly sighed in relief. Luckily, she's okay. This matter concerns her safety, so don't tell her for now, to avoid making her worry. Thinking of this, he gave a slight smile. It's just as usual, people from the diplomatic residence causing trouble for my servants. Princess, don't worry, I'm used to these things. Hearing him say causing trouble, Juju clenched her fist in anger. How can you be used to such things? Her face was full of concern. It seems Juju's lesson last time wasn't enough. Juju will tell father to remind them again. I definitely won't let you suffer any grievances. Dijiang couldn't suppress his joy. Thank you, princess. Juju enthusiastically brought the food container towards him. No need to thank me. If Juju promised you, I'll definitely do it. Today is the festival, so let's not talk about unhappy things anymore. Big brother Dijiang, quickly try this. These are dumplings Juju brought, especially for you. I just don't know if it's the filling you like. At this moment, Dijiang picked up a dumpling. He brought it towards Juju's bowl. Any filling is fine, as long as it's brought by the princess. I'll like eating it. Juju naturally smiled and replied, Big brother Dijiang, you eat first. Juju already ate dumplings. She enthusiastically raised her index finger and asked, Oh, right, big brother Dijiang. I forgot to ask you, do they eat dumplings during the festival in the Southern Kingdom? He also enthusiastically replied, In the Southern Kingdom, besides dumplings, there are also peach blossom cakes. Hearing this, Juju covered her face with delight. Sounds really delicious. Juju also wants to try them. Then he looked towards Chu Yang and said, "It just so happens I have a little peach blossom cake left, princess. Why don't you try it, Chu Yang? Go get the remaining portion here." Hearing the order, he hesitated a bit. "But, Your Highness," seeing Chu Yang's hesitation, Din Jiang impatiently scolded, "I said, to bring it for the princess to try. Go get it quickly." Chu Yang had no choice but to accept the order. But in his heart, he was a little unconvinced. All the ingredients for making peach blossom cakes have been used up already, yet His Highness still insists on bringing it for the princess. Even if the princess is good to us, she's used to a life of luxury and wouldn't know to cherish these things, unlike us, who are just waiting for this little bit of food. After a while, Chu Yang brought over 2 osmanthus flower cakes. "Please, princess, enjoy." Seeing the 2 exquisite flower-shaped cakes, Juju couldn't help but exclaim, "Wow, they look so delicious." Without hesitation, she picked up a piece and put it in her mouth. Juju will try a bite. As soon as she had the first bite, she couldn't help but praise. So delicious. In her heart, she was secretly excited. Even though ancient times aren't as abundant as modern times, the food has no preservatives, it's purely natural and even more delicious. At this moment, Din Jiang laughed loudly. "How is it? I don't know if it suits the princess's taste." Juju hugged her cheeks, her eyes shining brightly. "It's so delicious. Juju likes this dish a lot." Di Jiang watched her happily eating the osmanthus flower cake, and his heart was also happy. "I hope I can celebrate the festival with the princess next year as well. I hope I can be stronger, so that I can make the princess happy every day like now." Thinking of this, he stroked his chin and pondered. "But for now, I have to think about where to get the ingredients for making peach blossom cakes." Switching to another scene. The steward stood in front of Feng Kaiwei. "I heard that the diplomatic residence has recently sent people to look for ingredients. Find a way to buy a little back." The steward lowered his head, hesitant, and explained, "Young miss, ever since our manor was implicated before the new year, our finances have been tight. Money should be used where it's needed." Kaiwei frowned in anger and retorted, "What do you know, Zhu Feng will be a big shot in the future. Sucking up to him is using money where it's needed." Saying this, she raised her voice and continued, "Now hurry up and go." The steward could only lower his head and say, Okay. Kaiwei was extremely confident at this moment. Once Zhu Feng gets the ingredients, he'll definitely lower his guard against me. At that time, those charges won't be a problem anymore. The more she thought about it, the more excited she became, and she burst out laughing. The steward, standing far away, couldn't help but sigh. "Young miss has become a different person since the Wang Ye was imprisoned. I'm afraid she's gone mad. The Wang Ye's manor is hopeless. Now, I have to think of a way to find a way out." Switching to another scene. At the guest house, Chu Yang reported, "Your Highness, we've investigated the identity of the girl who came to the guest house on New Year's Eve. She is Feng Kaiwei, the daughter of the Wang Ye who caused the epidemic by resisting the decree." Zhu Feng spoke. "So she's not a threat to us, but why did she come looking for me during the New Year?" He then exhaled and said, "Forget it. If she's not a threat, then no need to bother anymore." Afterwards, he asked, "How's the ingredient search for the peach blossom cake coming along?" Chu Yang immediately replied, "Your Highness, there are only ingredients from Western Chu in this palace. Ingredients from Southern Kingdom are really hard to find." Zhu Feng pondered with his head lowered. "What should I do now? The princess asked me for peach blossom cake today, but I can't get it. She has helped me so much, and I can't even fulfill this little wish of hers." At the same time, Kaiwei stepped in and called out loudly, "Little Gurge." She held a box in her hand and happily added, "See what I've brought?" Zhu Feng showed a clear expression of disgust. "Why are you here? You're not welcome here." Kaiwei still didn't give up, confidently saying, "Don't be in such a hurry to chase me away, brother. I heard you were looking for ingredients to make peach blossom cake. I brought them for you, look." Looking at the pile of ingredients, he fell into thought. Indeed, these are ingredients for peach blossom cake, and they're all complete. Zhu Feng took the box and immediately left, instructing before leaving, "I'm gonna make it right away, Chu Yang. You take care of things here." Chu Yang invited Kaiwei to sit down and said, "Princess, please sit and wait for a moment. I'll be right back." She immediately replied, "Okay." In her heart, she couldn't help but praise herself. Zhu Feng definitely wants to make peach blossom cake for me to try, so he told me to sit and wait. The more she thought about it, the more excited and self-absorbed she became. As expected, he's just a kid, too easy for me to manipulate. After a while, Xu Feng really brought over a plate of osmanthus cake. Kai Wei smelled the fragrance and couldn't help but say, "So fragrant?" She immediately flew over and excitedly reached for the plate of cake. "Let me try a piece." Xu Feng then looked confused, took the plate of cake back, and shouted, "What are you doing?" She froze for a moment. Afterwards, still with her unwavering belief, she asked, "Isn't this peach blossom cake you made especially for me? Why are you avoiding me?" At this time, it was Xu Feng's turn to be surprised. He looked at the little girl in front of him and was speechless. Seeing the pastries, Feng Kaiwei excitedly ran over and called out, "Little Gij, you don't have to be shy. You told me to wait earlier, wasn't it, so you could go make peach blossom cakes to thank me?" Di Jiang, seeing Feng Kaiwei's hand reaching for the plate of pastries, immediately moved it away. "I don't know what you're talking about. These peach blossom cakes aren't for you to eat. Please, young lady, have some self-respect," she asked back, a little confused. "Then, what did you want me to wait for?" Din Jiang carried the plate of peach blossom cakes outside, instructing Chu Yang, "You stay here. I don't want to talk to her anymore." Chu Yang was both startled and internally wailing, "Your Highness, I don't want to either." He went to explain the previous situation to Feng Kaiwei. "The reason I had you wait is because the finances of the hostage residence are tight. I just went to gather some money." Chu Yang placed a large bag of money in her hand and relayed the request. "This is money to buy ingredients for making peach blossom cakes. Please take it and leave quickly," Feng Kaiwei said, puzzled. "What?" She ran after Di Jiang's retreating figure carrying the plate of peach blossom cakes. Feng Kaiwei called out loudly, "Little Gij." While trying to reach out, Feng Kaiwei explained, "You know I didn't come for the money." Di Jiang was impatient. He used one hand to hold the pastries and the other to push Feng Kaiwei away, causing her to fall to the ground. Feng Kaiwei, feeling hurt and panicked, bit her lip and stammered. Di Jiang turned his head and warned her, "I don't need to know why you came here." He angrily raised his voice. "But I advise you to understand your place and not entertain any thoughts you shouldn't have." Feng Kaiwei trembled as she touched the large bag of money from earlier, her ears hearing Din Jiang's merciless words, "I don't want to owe you anything. Take the money and get lost." She snatched the money, snorted, and ran outside. Feng Kaiwei gritted her teeth in resentment as she ran. "Just you wait." At this moment, Di Jiang breathed a sigh of relief. Finally, she's gone. He brought the plate of peach blossom cakes over, placed it on the table, and instructed, "Chu Yang, take this plate of peach blossom cakes to the princess." Chu Yang lowered his head and asked, "Aren't you waiting for the princess to come so you can personally give it to her? If you do, perhaps the princess will want to visit you at the hostage residence even more in the future." Din Jiang thought of the princess and happily replied, "I hope so too, but this is a rare thing I can do for the princess. She was once eagerly waiting for me to make cakes for her to eat. I really can't bear to make her wait any longer." He instructed again, "Just take it to her." At this time, Chu Yang immediately replied yes, no longer questioning. Di Jiang stood by the window looking out. He pondered, "Juju, I wonder when I can break free from these restraints, freely leave the hostage residence, and personally meet you." Juju excitedly opened the cakes as soon as she received them. "Last time, Di Jiang Gij said the ingredients were out, so I thought I wouldn't get to eat them anymore. I didn't expect Di Jiang Gij to specially go find ingredients for Juju. Gij is so nice." Li Fei, seeing her so happy, was also happy and asked, "Juju likes to eat this cake so much?" Juju excitedly offers a piece of cake, "'Cause it's seriously yummy, Mom. You gotta try this." Li Fei smiles and declines, "You eat it, Mom's okay, but..." Li Fei glances at the kids sitting quietly in the corner of the room and says, "Why don't you ask your 13th brother to try some, and tell him to take a break while you're at it?" Juju obediently grabs the cake and runs over. "13th brother, come eat some peach blossom cake and take a little break." The 13th prince doesn't even look at Juju, eyes glued to his book, and replies, "Nah, I gotta read. You eat it." She looks down at the peach blossom cake in her hand, bummed out. No one wants to try it. Juju thinks it's delicious. Li Fei tries to comfort her daughter. "Don't be sad, Juju. Your 13th brother doesn't mean it." Li Fei thinks of the 13th prince and feels a pang of sympathy. He's recently started studying with the other princes, but 'cause he was locked up for so long, he's fallen way behind. She tries to explain and comfort Juju. "Your 13th brother is just anxious, so he's studying super hard. He doesn't mean to be cold to you." Juju perks up at that. She thinks hard. Bro's working hard at his studies. Gotta admire that. But pushing too hard ain't good for ya. Juju's gotta figure out a way to help him. Just then, the Emperor bursts in, calling out cheerfully, Juju, where are you? Juju hurries over and replies, Juju's here, what's up, Dad? The Emperor excitedly asks her, wanna go out and play? He immediately gets the answer, yes. Where do you want to take Juju, Dad? The Emperor scoops Juju up and replies lovingly, to Swantao Tree. The people there, although they've followed orders to evacuate, are resentful because they were forced to move. They're openly causing trouble. I want to go see for myself and appease the people. Juju sits in the Emperor's arms, thinking sadly. So that's why, even though the disaster hasn't happened yet, Juju only knows because she's small. With no proof, it's understandable the people are unhappy. She thinks, to prevent any accidents, Juju should go along too. With that, she looks up at the Emperor and replies, okay, Juju will go with you, Dad. The Emperor puckers up for a kiss. He praises her without holding back. Truly my precious daughter. So young, yet so responsible. Juju pushes the Emperor's face away and replies, I'll take the compliment, but skip the kiss, please. Juju turns to look at the 13th prince, lost in thought. That's right. Traveling incognito like this is bound to be educational. It's also a chance to get my 13th brother out for some exercise. Can't just keep him locked up studying all the time. The little girl gets down from the Emperor's arms and asks, Dad, can we bring 13th brother along? The 13th, who was far away, also heard this. The Emperor explains to his daughter awkwardly, that might not be a good idea. If I take him out alone to train, he'll become an easy target when we return to the palace. The little girl cheers excitedly. No prob, I'll just call a few more brothers along. Juju hasn't talked to Big Brother Crown Prince in a while, let's call him too. The Emperor gets it now and praises his daughter with delight. Juju, you're so smart. In that case, let's bring the 10th and 11th princes along too. This is a rare opportunity to broaden their horizons. Juju is overjoyed at the praise, her nose practically shooting up. The Emperor turns to his son and asks for his opinion. 13th, do you want to go along? The 13th prince stands up in pleasant surprise and replies, Your son is willing, thank you, father. 13th looks at his little sister with affection. He smiles gratefully. Thanks to Juju, I have this opportunity to learn. Juju really is the best little sister ever. Juju, on the other hand, is super hyped. Going on an inspection tour with her dad and brothers, Juju is seriously looking forward to it. The Emperor's carriage and the princes and princesses were traveling incognito outside the palace. Juju, sitting in the carriage with her father, saw the scenery outside and excitedly leaned out to exclaim, The snow is so big! Juju has never seen such heavy snowfall before. The Emperor worriedly pulled his daughter back by the shoulder and sternly said, It's dangerous, we're almost there. I'll play in the snow with you then. Can you please sit patiently for a little while? Juju quietly sat down and replied, All right then. She smiled and looked at the 13th prince sitting next to her. Although my legs are a little sore from the journey, I'm not just focused on reading anymore. I've become much more lively, so this trip isn't a waste after all. The 13th prince affectionately looked at his little sister, happily realizing, So Juju came for me. The 13th prince thought, filled with happiness, Juju is truly the best little sister. Meanwhile, the Emperor and the other two princes sat in a corner, jealous. They shared the same thought. We've clearly been by Juju's side for even longer, yet Juju never worries about us like that. A loud shout from outside attracted everyone's attention. What heavy snow, let us go back. The Emperor's group in the carriage asked each other, What's that noise, have we arrived? An old man nearby helplessly advised, Everyone, please don't cause any more trouble. The old man tried to explain to the group of young people causing trouble. A snow-related natural disaster is about to descend. The evacuation is the Emperor's decree. A young man in the group excitedly yelled, The Emperor can predict a snow disaster. I think you officials are faking the imperial decree to seize our family's property. Release us immediately. The Emperor and Juju went to the back to ask about the situation. What's going on? The old man was startled and turned back respectfully, calling out, Your Majesty. The old man saw the Emperor and immediately happily begged for help. You've arrived just in time. The people don't understand your good intentions and are causing trouble. Please explain it clearly to them. The Emperor stroked his chin thoughtfully. This isn't easy to solve. If I forcefully suppress them, it will only make them resist more strongly, but I can't let them go home and wait to die either. What to do now? Juju suddenly said from the side. This is simple, we just need to reassure everyone. She surprised the emperor, who looked over at her. The emperor didn't react immediately. He wondered, Juju, what do you mean by that? Juju happily ran to the front and called out loudly, Everyone, come over here. She ran to the man who had been angrily resisting and said, Juju is here to help everyone solve the problem. The man suspiciously advised her, Little girl, although you're very cute, our family's property is the result of generations of hard work. There's no room for negotiation here. The little girl rummaged in her sleeve for something, and with a small smile she assured him, Everyone, don't worry, Juju is here to help. Juju took out a lot of silver notes and happily explained the solution. Ta-da! All the people evacuated from Taoshu County, as long as they cooperate with the officials, will receive a 500 tael silver note as a subsidy. The people of Taoshu village went over to ask about this. 500 taels per person for real. My entire family in the county isn't worth that much. Are you telling the truth? Juju confidently affirmed. Of course it's true. So are you all willing to move now? Everyone happily compromised. Okay, of course we are. The man who had been suspicious earlier asked again. Wait a minute, you're a child. How do you have so much money? He thought of something and exclaimed in shock. Don't tell me you're using fake silver notes to deceive us. An official nearby heard this and loudly reminded him. What are you saying? This is the 18th princess, the most favored in the palace. She doesn't lack money to spend. And you're saying the princess is faking silver notes to deceive you? The villager exclaimed in astonishment. What? The people, both fearful and grateful, knelt down and begged Juju for forgiveness. We are guilty. Please forgive us for our ignorance. Juju smiled kindly and replied gently. It's okay, there's no crime in not knowing. You were just trying to fight for everyone's rights. Juju doesn't blame you. The people behind them started buzzing. The 18th princess is so beautiful and kind-hearted. Having a princess like this is truly a blessing for our Western Chu. The man raised his head, grateful. Thank you for your generosity. Juju happily squinted her eyes, hearing a familiar voice say, Of course she is. The emperor, holding the baby lovingly, affirmed, Juju is my precious daughter. The 4 princes nearby also excitedly turned towards their little sister, saying in unison, Our little sister is the best. The people all knelt down before the emperor, who was holding Juju, to pay their respects. Long live the emperor, long live the princess. At this moment, the emperor finally remembered to ask his daughter, By the way, Juju, where did you get so much money? Juju panicked, thinking, but everyone could hear her thoughts. Crap, this is the money I got from punishing those corrupt imperial physicians before. I forgot to return it. The baby turned to look at the emperor, horrified, wondering, how am I going to explain this? The emperor spoke first. This isn't important. Juju has done a great service this time. When we return to the palace, I will definitely reward you handsomely, Juju exclaimed joyfully. Really? Thank you, father. Juju immediately breathed a sigh of relief in her heart. Thank goodness the inspector isn't here. The emperor behind her was also helpless before his beloved daughter. The emperor remembered something and asked, Right, I remember the second prince came here a few days ago. Why isn't he here? The official behind him reported, Well, the second prince is still in Peachtree Village, the emperor exclaimed in surprise. In Peachtree Village, the snow began to fall heavily, gradually obscuring the sky. The second prince's attendant anxiously advised, Your Highness, I heard His Majesty has arrived. Do we really want to stay against his orders? What if a snow disaster really happens? The second prince turned back unhappily and scolded his subordinate. What do you know? You believe the nonsense that a gender-confused brat spouts. I have to stay here to see with my own eyes that father has trusted the wrong person. He stubbornly believed, abruptly ordering the evacuation of the people without knowing the situation. Once the heavy snow passes safely, he will know that I am the one he should trust. The subordinate was also persuaded and said, Your Highness is right. When the snow stops and we descend the mountain safely, His Majesty will definitely look at you in a different light. The second prince said softly, Of course, but when he looked outside, he hesitated worriedly. But the snow out there seems to be getting heavier and heavier. What if it really is a snow disaster? That would be really dangerous. The second prince shouted angrily, I've already said it. It's all just his nonsense. He said loudly in anger, I don't believe snow can bury me. Just wait and see. I will definitely return safely and push Feng Juju down to hell. The officials there helplessly reported to the emperor. The second prince insisted on staying there to prove that the snow disaster was not a cause for concern, and we really couldn't dissuade him. Juju thought darkly. This fake prince is really good at acting? Now he's gonna freeze to death, huh? The emperor was shocked by these words of hers. The emperor wondered to himself. A fake prince? He's a fake prince. No wonder he's the only one in the palace who doesn't believe Juju, and insisted on staying in the disaster area. How could I be fooled by him to this extent? The emperor coughed and replied to the official. But there's no real evidence yet. His staying there might not necessarily be a bad thing. The official then suggested, Your Majesty, how about I send someone to forcibly bring the second prince back? The emperor ordered the official, Don't bother with him anymore. First, make proper arrangements for the people. The official responded yes, and went to carry out the order. Juju's eyes lit up as she looked at the emperor. The little girl praised. Daddy did a great job. The emperor was thrilled to be praised. Juju pondered. For people like the second prince, just let him stew in his own juice. The emperor mused. Even so, to avoid being gossiped about, I should still send someone to patrol. If the second prince survives, arrest him immediately to eliminate future troubles. Outside, the weather was getting worse, especially in Taoshu village, where the snow was much heavier than in other places. The subordinate anxiously warned, Your Highness, the snow outside is getting heavier and heavier. Should we retreat? The second prince angrily shouted back, What do you mean retreat? The doors outside are all blocked by the heavy snow. He punched the wall in frustration. Damn it, I didn't expect to be called out by that brat. Seeing this, the subordinate rushed to persuade, Your Highness, please don't move. This house can't withstand it. The second prince, like a madman, punched the wall of the inn again. He roared, Do I need you to remind me? Instead of stopping me, why don't you think of a way to survive? The wooden pillar gradually cracked from his fist, and cracking sounds began to echo in the heavy, snowy night. The second prince looked at his hand and wondered, Is the snow disaster really real? The subordinate shouted, Not good, second prince. His face tightened at the warning. Not good. This house is about to collapse. The house shook violently and then collapsed. Juju was dozing off when she heard a report from outside. Reporting to the emperor, the second prince has died. The emperor replied, All right, I know. Juju drowsily sat up inside. The little one poked her feet out and asked, Father, what's wrong? The emperor fondly asked back, Are you awake? The emperor smiled and said, Just in time, I have good news to tell you. Juju toddled over to the emperor. What good news is it? The emperor picked up Juju and excitedly told the little one. Last night, a severe snow disaster occurred in Taoshu. Many houses were crushed by the snow, but all the people were evacuated yesterday. Everyone is safe? Juju excitedly asked again. Really? That's great. The emperor looked outside and continued. Besides that, there's another surprise waiting for you. Juju looked on curiously. What surprise? Following the emperor's gaze, the servant opened the curtain so they could see outside. The emperor carried Juju outside, where many people were kneeling, waiting for them to come out. Juju looked at the scene, confused. She cautiously asked her father, Who are these people? Everyone is grateful to the emperor and Juju. Everyone spoke up to express their gratitude. We have come here especially to thank the princess. We heard that the princess dreamed of the snow disaster and ordered the evacuation. The princess is truly a lucky star sent by heaven to Shi-Chu. The others agreed. That's right. That's right. With the princess here, Shi-Chu has nothing to worry about, and we will surely have peace and prosperity. Juju secretly cheered in her heart. I used to think that knowing the future like in novels was a good thing, but now, seeing how many people have been saved with my own eyes, Juju feels very happy. She happily thought, From now on, Juju wants to continue to help everyone. The emperor heard these inner thoughts and couldn't help but smile proudly. The emperor proudly mused, Juju is so young but already has such ambition. Xin-Chu will definitely prosper in the future. He happily turned to his daughter and said, Now that the snow disaster has been resolved, and we still have plenty of time, how about we stay for a few more days and go on a secret tour? Juju excitedly cheered. Really? That would be great. The prince ran over and excitedly added, The last time I came here incognito, I discovered many interesting places. Juju, would you like to go with me? Juju immediately rushed over to the other side, threw herself into her brother's arms, and cheered. Great! Juju hasn't played with First Prince, Taizi. Gage for a long time, let's go. On the side, the emperor looked at his now empty arms, looking at the two kids playing happily on the other side. The emperor darkened his face and cursed inwardly. This stinky brat has grown up, huh? Daring to compete with me for affection. The group of princes and princesses went to the beautiful riverside to travel and enjoy the scenery. 13th Prince, Shisan Huangzi, loudly called to Juju, who was busy playing on the side. Juju, come here and see what I caught. The little one immediately replied, coming, and quickly ran to where her two brothers were. Seeing the fish that 13th had just caught, Juju couldn't help but exclaim in admiration. Her eyes sparkling, she asked curiously, what kind of fish is this? It looks so beautiful. 13th happily introduced. This is a Songyu fish, a local specialty. It's not only beautiful to look at, but also very delicious. Juju, who was excited, suddenly asked worriedly, Songyu fish? Then isn't this river the Songyu River? 13th replied in confusion. That's right. What's wrong? Juju looked down at the tips of her shoes and worriedly thought, right now this river doesn't have any problems, but it's written in the book that not long after this snow disaster, this river will turn into a poisonous river. As expected, the little one's inner thoughts fell into the ears of the two princes. Both the first prince, Taizi, and 13th were shocked by the words, poisonous river. Juju lowered her head in thought. Juju remembered that after the blizzard, the southern spies took advantage of the chaos to poison the river. According to the original story, one purpose was to poison the fish in the river to drive up the price of imported fish. On the other hand, the contaminated water would affect the health of the Shichu people. The more Juju thought, the more frightened she became. She covered her face and screamed, but nothing has happened yet. How to investigate and prevent it? Hearing Juju's silent complaints, Cheng Ying and the 13th prince exchanged glances. Juju has done a great job. Let us take care of the rest. Cheng Ying then walked behind Juju and reassured her with a smile. Don't worry, Juju. Is it like the blizzard again? Did you dream something again? Juju grabbed at the life-saving straw and shouted excitedly in her heart, that's right, there's still this way. Then Juju clenched her hands, her face changing colors continuously, and began to ramble. That's right, Juju dreamed that someone poisoned the river, a lot of fish died, so pitiful. The third prince pointed out, if Juju said so, there must be a problem. Let's quickly ask for father's permission to send people to patrol the area nearby. Xing Ying then chimed in. That's right, we will definitely catch the culprit soon. Juju was overjoyed. That's great, thank you, brothers. Only then did she breathe a sigh of relief. Although she was very happy that her brothers believed in Juju so much. But just based on a dream to make such a big deal, didn't her brothers really have a problem with their judgment? And would father agree? Switching to another scene, the emperor startled, his whole body sweating, and shouted, Juju dreamed that someone poisoned the river. Juju stood on the side in disbelief, watching the emperor instruct his subordinates to immediately increase patrols. We must catch the murderer. She really couldn't help but wonder, wasn't Xinshu destroyed because everyone blindly believed like this? Thinking so, she sighed and gave up. Well, as long as the problem can be solved. A moment later, the emperor's investigation team left. Juju then stood next to Xi Ying and asked softly, isn't the situation very urgent now? Is it okay for us to participate in the riverbank fair? Xi Ying turned to smile and replied, this is the upper reaches of the Songyu River. A lot of people gather here. It's the most suitable place to poison. It's also convenient for us to investigate in disguise. Juju looked like she realized the problem, so that's how it is. Juju will also try to find suspicious people. He immediately spoke up. Then does Juju remember anything about the characteristics of the person who poisoned the river in her dream? Juju touched her chin and replied, I remember that person was dressed like a beggar, looked like he was wandering around begging for food, but in reality, he was looking for a place where the ice had holes to poison the river. She lowered her head and sighed helplessly. Juju only remembered that much. Xi Ying smiled brightly. Juju is great. Then he took her hand. If we have a direction to investigate, we will definitely catch him. She happily looked at him and nodded. Uh-huh. He brought a candied hawthorn stick in front of her. Juju has worked hard. Brother will buy you a candied hawthorn to eat, okay? Juju immediately became obedient like a kitten. Thank you, brother. Xing Ying seemed to be energized. Bought enough games for her. It's so cold, don't catch a cold. That's right, that's right. We also bought a hat for you. Don't take it off. Juju excitedly touched the hat. Thank you, brothers. The hat is so warm. Juju likes it so much. Then the third prince brought up a big fish, smiling smugly. Juju, look. We caught such a big fish here. We can eat it tonight. Juju excitedly looked at the fish and exclaimed, "Wow, brother is so good." Suddenly, Juju hugged the pile of stuff, feeling uneasy. "Wait, aren't we supposed to be on patrol? Why does it feel like we're just hanging out?" Hearing this, the older brothers behind felt embarrassed. Juju was just too adorable, and everyone couldn't help but focus on making her happy. At this moment, Juju noticed a beggar sitting in a corner. Looking at his appearance, Juju suspected. Could it be? Then, she tugged on the third prince's hand. "Brother, look. Bowls with patterns are usually much more expensive than plain bowls. He's a beggar who lives by begging, yet he's using a patterned bowl. There's something fishy about that bowl." Xinying cautiously responded, "I'll signal the hidden guards to take action. I'll stay here to protect Juju." The third prince surveyed the surroundings and replied, "All right, I'll go draw his attention." With that, the third prince walked up to the beggar and said, "Hello." He didn't hesitate to smile warmly at him. "I find the bowl in your hand very unique. I'd like to offer some money to buy it." Hearing this, he jumped, hastily pulling the bowl back. No, I can't. This bowl is very important to me. I wouldn't sell it for any amount of money." The third prince immediately changed his attitude, his eyes flashing with murderous intent, and asked, "Is that so?" He immediately snapped his fingers as a signal. What a pity! The guards lying in ambush immediately rushed forward to seize the beggar, who yelled and struggled, not understanding what was happening. Ignoring his screams and resistance, the third prince remained indifferent. "What a pity, you could have lived." Saying this, the third prince looked towards Xinying. Over there, Xinying looked at the bowl that the guard handed over, and continued, "Now, will you talk?" He brought the bowl in front of him, and coldly questioned, "What is the pattern on that bowl?" Just after a little intimidation, he panicked, and confessed, It's painted with poisonous paint. A strangely dressed person gave me some money and told me to find a large ice cave, then smash the bowl down there. I'm innocent." Juju, upon hearing this, angrily shouted, "You're lying!" she sternly accused. "If you were really just someone being paid to do a job, why would he tell you the details about the bowl being poisonous?" Juju fearlessly pointed at him. "You must be accomplices." The third prince impatiently looked at him. "You still dare to be stubborn at this moment? Speak! Where are your accomplices?" Reaching this point, he finally lowered his voice and spoke with his head bowed. "I'll talk." Suddenly, he revealed a meaningful smile, his eyes glancing towards Juju. "My accomplices are right behind you." Just as he finished speaking, a person dressed in black rushed out to seize Juju. Clearly, Juju didn't anticipate the situation and screamed in panic, "Ah!" After that sudden kidnapping, Juju didn't know how long it had been when she finally woke up. She wearily opened her eyelids, letting out an uncomfortable "oog." Juju sat up and looked around the unfamiliar room, her eyes full of confusion. She couldn't help but wonder, where is this? After a long while and still seeing no one, she began to piece together the situation. Juju remembered being kidnapped before passing out, so this must be the kidnappers' hideout. The room was rather old and the door was locked tight. Juju analyzed further, looking at the room's style, and guessed that she was still in Jinchu. Thinking this, Juju became happy. If it weren't for the circumstances, she would have stood up and sung a song. If that's the case, there's nothing to worry about. Her father and brothers will definitely come to rescue Juju. At this moment, someone came in from outside. She curiously raised her head to look. The person stopped in front of her and said, "I didn't expect the princess to be so young." It was some old geezer, with 2 guards behind him. He calmly looked Juju up and down, surprised at how calm she was. Juju fearlessly looked straight into his eyes, replying with an extremely cold tone, "Did you bring me here? Why?" The old geezer wasn't angry at all. On the contrary, he put on a friendly smile and introduced himself. "I am Munan. I have a matter I need Her Highness the Princess to help with. As long as you agree, I will release you." Juju, of course, didn't easily believe his words. She frowned, secretly assessing the situation. Munan, a key figure of the Southern Kingdom's trade association in the books. It seems he's the one who poisoned the Songyu River. Mentioning the poisoning, Juju became even angrier, clenching her fists in indignation. Him seeking Juju's help definitely isn't for anything good. Seeing that she didn't react, Munan continued to smile, trying to tempt her. "I hope you can." Before he could finish, she impatiently crossed her arms and rejected the proposal. Munan finally began to show a helpless expression. It's just a small matter, I just want you to. Juju ignored him, directly covering her ears. Can't hear, Wang Banyan Jing. Hearing this, he immediately changed his face, unhappily yelling, Princess, it's just a small matter. If you don't agree today, don't even think about leaving this place. Juju knew clearly that using a tough approach with someone in a superior position wasn't a good idea. She began to consider. Flat-out refusal will only anger him. Juju needs to think of a way to make him give up on his own accord, what to do. After thinking for a long time, she suddenly had a bright idea. Clapping her small hands together, even though Munan was already very annoyed with her for the sake of his grand plan, he had to endure a little brat. He forced a smile, and Juju asked without hesitation, I heard you're impotent. As if struck in his weak spot, Munan's face paled, stuttering. What is the princess saying? I have a son already. Juju crossed her arms, mocking. Your son was born because you were afraid people would know you were impotent, so you had your wife borrow seed from the steward. You really are impotent. Being publicly humiliated in front of his guards, Munan was so angry he couldn't speak, pointing at her and shouting furiously, You! In his heart, he couldn't help but worry. This matter is clearly my biggest secret. I've always kept it hidden very well. How could this little brat know? Juju didn't flinch at all, putting her hands on her hips and arguing back. Do you have anything else to say? Juju wouldn't mind saying a few more words. Hearing this, he felt guilty and quickly strode away. No. Before leaving, he still didn't forget to curse her. I can leave, but if you don't take responsibility, don't even think about leaving this place. Before leaving, Munan instructed the two subordinates. Both of you, remember carefully. Today the princess was just joking. If you dare to spread this outside, don't blame me for being impolite. The two guards immediately replied, We wouldn't dare. Juju wasn't scared at all, taking something out of her clothes. Fine, don't let me go. Anyway, as long as I'm here. She pulled out a short bamboo tube, declaring with absolute confidence, Juju's got this. Juju conjured up a pile of firewood from who knows where, and started a fire. Good thing this lighter wasn't used to grill fish yet. The fire quickly grew bigger, and since it was probably a wood storage room, it caught on quickly. Juju didn't hesitate to turn the room into the brightest thing that night, then sighed in relief. Since they're guarding the door, they definitely have a reason, and wouldn't let Juju die so easily. Next, Juju just needs to take advantage of the chaos to escape. After seeing that the fire was big enough, Juju shouted, Help! Someone, save me! Fire! Munan turned around when he heard the scream. The two guards behind him pointed and exclaimed, Lord, look! Munan flinched and rushed towards the house, hardly believing it. How did it suddenly catch fire? He hastily ordered his subordinates, What are you waiting for? Put out the fire, quickly! If something happens to little princess, the Emperor of Chu will definitely not let us off. Inside, Juju accidentally discovered a gap behind the pile of firewood. Like grabbing a life-saving straw, she relied on her small size to crawl out. As expected, the opportunity is here. After a moment, her little hand touched the ground. Juju excitedly jumped up for joy. Yes, not bad for Juju. She excitedly ran forward. No need for father and older brothers to save me. I escaped by myself. Juju is so awesome. But while running smoothly, Juju bumped into something. She screamed in pain. Ah! The first prince walked over and looked at her lovingly. Seeing him, she asked, Big brother, why are you here? Da Huangzi bent down to face her. Of course it's because the news of you being kidnapped and missing has spread back to the capital, so I came to find you. Are you okay? She whispered. Juju is okay. Juju escaped by herself. Hearing this, he happily praised, It's good that you're okay. Our Juju is so amazing. Well done. At this moment, a familiar figure walked over and excitedly called out, Juju! Seeing this, the two of them also turned their heads to look. It was the Emperor and Cheng Ying. Clearly, the two of them were quite against seeing the first prince. Juju, still not understanding what was happening, innocently called out, Father, Crown Prince brother. Suddenly, a sharp sword pointed at the first prince. He barely dodged it. The Emperor angrily pointed his sword straight at the first prince and said to Juju, Stay away from him. Juju stood there, not knowing what she was thinking. Only a very tense expression could be seen. Seeing the Emperor point his sword at the eldest prince, Juju finally spoke up. Dad, Crown Prince Gerich, isn't this Daj? Why are you telling Juju to stay away from him? Cheng Ying, hearing this, approached her and explained. Just now at the market, you were kidnapped the moment I turned away, and now you're with Huang Xiong. Could it be that he was the one who took you? The eldest prince was being wrongly accused, and the arrow of resentment pierced straight through his head. How could he not be angry? He irritably turned to question his beloved father. What kind of logic is that? Don't you guys trust me? Couldn't it be that I rescued Juju? Emperor, you don't seem the slightest bit wronged. He crossed his arms, assessing the situation. We don't think you're smart enough to find Juju before us. Cheng Ying behind him also nodded in agreement. That's right. Juju didn't say anything, but in her heart, she still felt a bit awkward. Even if it was the truth, Dad and Huangxiong were being too blunt. Being told he wasn't smart by one person was one thing, but this time it was 3 people, including Juju. It was a major blow to the eldest prince. He silently cried in his heart. Why did even Juju say that? Am I really that dumb? Juju then went to the emperor and happily recounted. Everyone misunderstood Dage Juju, and Dage just happened to meet here. It really wasn't Dage who kidnapped Juju, the emperor asked again with suspicion and worry. Then, if someone else kidnapped you, how did you end up here? Juju placed her hand on her chest and cheerfully said, Of course, Juju thought of a way to escape myself. Then she thought smugly to herself, It can only be that I'm too outstanding. Juju doesn't need Gurja's help. I can escape on my own. They'll definitely praise Juju for being so awesome. The emperor couldn't help but hug Juju. He sighed inwardly. Thank goodness you're all right. Contrary to her expectation of being praised, Juju was a bit surprised by the emperor's action. Cheng Ying added from behind. You don't know. From the moment you went missing, father, and we were worried sick, afraid something would happen to you. Juju felt a bit let down. She sadly lowered her head. But didn't Juju escape on her own safely? Hearing the grievance in her words, the emperor patted her shoulder gently. The emperor looked at Juju with pride and concern. But you're still young. What if something unexpected happened during the process? Juju happily listened to each caring word that she had never heard in her previous world. More importantly, we all love you and hope you stay away from all danger. But she lowered her head and quietly called out, Dad, Guraj. In her heart she blamed herself immensely. So that's how it is, Juju only thought about herself, forgetting about everyone's feelings. The eldest prince finally finished wallowing in his sadness. He went over and ruffled Juju's hair. Hey, father, didn't Juju run out on her own because she was worried about everyone worrying? Don't frown, Juju is so awesome, we should be celebrating. The emperor accepted the suggestion, lovingly picked Juju up. You're right. We'll throw a celebration for Juju when we return to the palace. Juju looked at him happily. She rubbed her cheek against the emperor's cheek and cheerfully exclaimed, Awesome! Cheng Ying stroked his chin thoughtfully beside him. He said worriedly. But before that, we have to catch the kidnappers who took Juju. She immediately raised her hand, recalling the appearance of the mastermind, and happily said, Juju has a clue? Juju saw them. They're dressed in the style of the Nan Kingdom, probably merchants from the Nan Kingdom. The leader is called Munan. The emperor became even more fond of her, proudly praising. Juju not only escaped on her own, but also brought back important clues. So amazing. Juju had received too many compliments at this time. She stroked her chin and proudly huffed. In contrast to the 2 fathers and daughter, Cheng Ying speculated very seriously. Father is right. In that case, we can easily find them. By checking the entry records, I will immediately send someone to investigate. He chuckled and turned away, a knowing smile playing on his lips. Anyone who dares to lay a hand on Juju will regret it for life. The emperor, even more ruthless, glanced at Cheng Ying and added, Not just them, but their descendants will also be banned from entering the country. The first prince placed his hand on Juju's ear and nodded in agreement. Only Juju was impatiently glaring at the hands on her ears. If father and brother want to protect Juju, remember to cover Juju's ears before discussing dark stuff next time, okay? Juju heard everything. Thinking of this, she sighed. Oh well, Juju will pretend she doesn't know. The emperor coughed a few times, trying to hide his embarrassment. Now that it's decided, let's head back to the palace. Juju needs to rest. Juju happily agreed. Father is right. A moment later, she skipped off. Big Brother's mansion is so big, Juju wants her own mansion too, the first prince dotingly replied. You'll get one. Juju looked at the first prince, puzzled. But weren't we going back to the palace? Why is Big Brother taking Juju to his mansion? He looked at her seriously. Then, he proudly puffed out his chest and boasted, Father and the Crown Prince are busy catching criminals. They entrusted you to me, the one with the highest martial arts, so you'll be the safest. Juju didn't say it, but she secretly agreed. Yeah, that's right. When it comes to martial arts, Big Brother's achievements are remarkable. Of course, he's the most powerful. Juju is safe now. Hearing her inner thoughts, the first prince breathed a sigh of relief. Good thing I practiced hard. The first prince walked towards her. Oh right, Juju, I heard that since you came to the Lee Mansion, my aunt's health has not only recovered, but she's also pregnant, even though she was previously infertile. Is it thanks to your good fortune? Juju snapped her fingers and turned to look at him. You could say that. Auntie only got better and pregnant because she took the medicine Juju prescribed. Then she stroked her chin thoughtfully. Now that you mention it, I was only focused on saving people at the time, and forgot to tell them to keep the prescription a secret. I'll have to find a chance to ask them about it later. The first prince suddenly got excited, and asked, a little agitated, Juju has a prescription that helps with conception. Give me one. Juju suspiciously raised an eyebrow. Big Brother wants a fertility drug. Don't tell me you want a child too. The first prince quickly waved his hand. No, you've got the wrong idea. Juju seemed to have discovered something, and her eyes sparkled as she looked at him. She gave him a probing look and began to interrogate. So, that means, you want it for the girl you like, right? Hearing this, he became even more flustered. No, not exactly. The first prince scratched his neck, trying to hide his embarrassment. Well, actually, yeah, it's actually for someone I've secretly loved for years, Zhao Jingyun. According to him, it's just that her family rejected my proposal. If I said I give her to someone else, mentioning it would only tarnish her reputation. As he said this, he couldn't hide the regret on his face. She's been married for 3 years and hasn't had any children, so her husband's family has been cold to her. I just want to help her. Mentioning her name, Juju suddenly remembered. Zhao Jingyun, isn't that Big Brother's destined match? She truly loved you too. It's just a pity that her family was of lower status, so she married someone else, afraid that she would suffer. It's a pity she married the wrong person. She suffered terribly after the marriage. After Big Brother died in battle, she followed him because she was too heartbroken. Suddenly, her eyes lit up, and she squeezed the first prince's hand. But now that Juju is here, I will definitely not let that tragedy happen. In that case, if you two have feelings for each other, then I will definitely help them have a happy marriage. Hearing Juju's words and seeing her attitude, the first prince didn't know how to feel, and didn't know whether to be sad or happy with the ending that Juju had just said. Juju, beaming, looked towards the first prince and said, Big Brother, how about we go visit Sister Xiao? Hearing this, the first prince was surprised, clearly not believing she would say such a thing. He immediately snapped out of it, quickly waving his hand in refusal, his voice a little helpless. No. Then the first prince sighed. He naturally understood the meaning behind Juju's words, his eyes filled with an indescribable emptiness. I know what you're thinking, but she's already married. Me visiting will only cause her trouble. Juju was dissatisfied, her eyes scornfully glued to the first prince. In her heart, she sighed with disapproval. It won't cause any trouble at all. Big Brother doesn't know. Sister Zhao hasn't conceived because she's never consummated her marriage with her husband. Suddenly hearing that shocking information, the first prince was even more horrified. According to Juju, her natal family never had any status. After she married, she was beaten and scolded by her husband every day. That kind of situation truly couldn't help but evoke pity. Remembering this, Juju stroked her chin, looking thoughtful. But these things Juju couldn't say directly to her big brother. How am I going to persuade him? The first prince, at this point, felt weak all over, seemingly without any strength, staring intently at Juju. Horror flashed in his eyes, his eyebrows furrowed as a surge of anger rose up. I thought she was only suffering neglect from her husband's family, because she couldn't bear children. I never imagined that that beast dared to beat her. Thinking of this, the first prince coughed lightly, trying to hide his emotions, and began to offer a saving grace. Cough, cough. I suddenly feel that as a prince, I should investigate the people's conditions. It's not entirely impossible to pay her a visit. In the distance, the first prince added, What are we waiting for? Let's set off immediately, Juju reasoned in her heart. Why did Big Brother suddenly see the light? Oh well, as long as he's willing to go. Outside the manor, the surrounding space was extremely quiet, with only the faint sound of wind whispering. In stark contrast to the quiet scene, Zhao Jingyun lay sprawled on the ground inside, her face pained as she endured wave after wave of relentless beating. Helpless, she could only weakly raise her hand to defend herself. Before her stood Jingyun's husband, Li Jiaoguan. He pointed the whip fiercely at her, angrily yelling, Next time, this whip will land on you. So what if you like him? Didn't your parents marry you into my family anyway? Xiao Jingyun, why don't you hurry up and say that you hate the first prince? So it turned out that because she couldn't forget the person in her heart, he was angered and tormented Jingyun like this. Even though she was abused, even though she was tortured both mentally and physically, she stubbornly refused to utter a word. On the opposite side, he lost his patience, his voice becoming even more uncontrolled. You refuse to speak, huh? He flew into a rage, raising his hand high, bringing the whip down as he continuously cursed. So what if you like him? Didn't your parents marry you to me? I'll beat you until you're willing to speak. In an instant, the whip struck Jingyun again, but suddenly, a force struck his hand, sending the whip flying, accompanied by an angry shout. Stop! He cried out in pain, his body involuntarily turning around as he loudly cursed. Who dares to touch me? But when he saw the person opposite him, he immediately shut up. It was Juju and the first prince, she frowned, crossing her arms in front of her chest, her voice carrying a threat as she spoke. This princess ordered the guards to do it. Do you have a problem with that? Having said that, Juju secretly glanced back at her big brother behind her. Not forgetting to offer criticism, Juju thought Big Brother had seen the light, but who knew he was still too shy to personally come and see Sister Xiao, having to borrow the name of the guards to come here. How pathetic. The first prince was scorned without being able to do anything, silently enduring every word of criticism in his heart. Thinking this, Juju turned her determined gaze towards Jingyun. But now that Juju is here, of course I must rescue Sister Xiao from this fiery pit. At this moment, the man surnamed Liwai stepped forward, bowing and performing a salute. So it's the little princess. Why has your highness deigned to lower yourself to Liu's manner? Juju replied coldly. This princess was flying a kite, and it flew in here, so I came in to find it. I didn't expect to see you bullying a woman here. Hearing this, he immediately denied responsibility. This is all a misunderstanding. Juju didn't let him explain, interrupting him and coldly pointing her finger at him, scolding. This princess saw it with my own eyes. Dare you say I misunderstood? The man surnamed Li was scared out of his wits, hurriedly kneeling on the ground and kowtowing to apologize. No, I misspoke. I will punish myself, princess. Spare me, princess, spare me. Juju put her hands on her hips, her breath carrying a hint of suppressed anger. All right, stop being long-winded. He still refused to admit it, repeatedly declining. I understand. The princess wants to find her kite. Right. I'll have people find it for you right away. Please rest for a moment. He immediately turned to the concubines behind him. Someone, hurry up and attend the princess properly. Juju stepped forward, keenly noticing the problem. Their attire didn't look like servants at all. The Leo official stood up, flustered, and explained, These are my concubines. The princess may command them as she pleases. The first prince, standing beside her, had long been unable to suppress his anger, but he still had to hold it back. When he married her, Li Jiawei clearly promised not to take concubines. How long has it been before he broke his promise? Juju walked over to Jingwen and pointed at her, saying, This princess doesn't like those concubines. I only like this older sister. This princess wants her to keep me company. Jingwen looked at Juju in confusion. In her heart, Juju added, Things have come to this point. I should find a way to help her escape this sea of misery as soon as possible. The Leo official hesitated, forcing a smile, and continued with his double talk. Princess, her status is lowly. How about... Juju, clearly not giving him any face, interrupted unhappily. What? Do you have a problem with this princess's decision? He waved his hands, scared pale, and hurriedly denied, I wouldn't dare. Juju ignored him and grabbed Jingwen's hand, pulling her away to his astonishment. Then stop nagging. This princess wants to play with her alone. You guys focus on finding the kite and don't follow us. Jingwen followed behind her, her eyes hesitant as she spoke. Your Highness, I am just an ordinary woman. I'm afraid I can't make you happy. Perhaps it would be better to have them keep you company. Juju turned around, smiling brightly, and reassured her. But Juju only likes you. Doesn't older sister like Juju? Seeing her attitude, Jingwen softened, and the slight gloom from before disappeared. She happily replied, How could I not like such a lovely princess? The first prince secretly followed behind, protecting them, his eyes unable to hide his doting gaze. Jingwen ahead laughed happily. Then, Your Highness, please follow me to the room to rest for a while. The room is simple. I hope you won't mind. Juju immediately replied. How could I? A moment later, Jingwen led them to a private room. She spoke with some embarrassment. We're here. Juju looked around the room, and a pang of bitterness rose in her heart. Li Jiaowei's official position isn't high. She looked at the room once more. But his salary isn't so little that he has to let people live in such a dilapidated place. Clearly, he's deliberately bullying Zhao's older sister. Jing Wen, standing beside her, saw that Juju wasn't saying anything, and hesitated a little. I've made your highness laugh. I really should have taken you to a guest house instead. Juju quickly explained. Juju isn't criticizing you, older sister, but criticizing Li Jiaowei, a grown man, yet he lets his wife live in such a place while he eats well and dresses nicely. Juju despises him. At this moment, Jing Wen could no longer stand, and weakly supported herself. Your highness is kind-hearted, but... Before she could finish her sentence, she passed out. The first prince, noticing something amiss, rushed forward to catch her. He shouted worriedly. Careful! Juju ran over in surprise. Big brother, what's wrong with Zhao's older sister? The first prince held Jing Wen's wrist, his eyes never leaving her for a moment. She only fainted due to weakness and fatigue. It's nothing serious. Then he lifted her up in his arms. I never knew she was living such a miserable life. I called myself loving her and thinking of her, but I never even visited her once. I'm truly... Juju, standing next to him, hurriedly spoke out. Big brother, don't blame yourself. Everything is the fault of Li Jiaowei. Juju's eyes shining, excitedly said. It's still not too late. We can make them divorce. Teach Li Jiaowei a lesson. The first prince immediately replied. All right. Jing Wen finally woke up after a period of unconsciousness. Her body was exhausted from being tortured for so long, and she opened her eyelids with difficulty. Jing Wen sat up, supporting her forehead, trying to soothe the throbbing pain in her head, and said, Why am I here? Juju was overjoyed to see Jing Wen wake up. Zhao Jiji is awake. You fainted just now. We brought you here. The first prince stood a short distance away, hesitantly, and asked softly, How is she? Feeling better. Seeing him, she was a little surprised. Your Highness, the first prince. Jing Wen immediately got out of bed and kowtowed in greeting. Why are you here, Your Highness, this humble servant? But before she could finish, the first prince stepped forward to support her. Your body is weak. There's no need for formalities. After helping her back to bed, Juju cheerfully added, It's because older brother was worried that you were married and that it would affect your reputation, so he borrowed my name to come here. Hearing this, Jing Wen laughed loudly. So that's how it is. Thank you both for your concern. I'm fine. The first prince looked at Jing Wen, unable to hide the heartache in his eyes. She probably doesn't want me to worry, but she's so sad right now. What should I do to make her open up and let me help? Leave everything to our Juju. While the first prince was anxiously wondering what to do, she spoke up. Zhao Jiji, don't force yourself. This time, older brother and I are here to help you. The young man behind her was shocked. Is it okay to say it so bluntly? Jing Wen, on the other hand, matter-of-factly continued. I understand. You two are here for me today. Juju, as if finding a kindred spirit, happily replied. Since Zhao Jiji already knows, then take this opportunity to divorce him. Leave that place. Jing Wen helplessly lowered her head and said sorrowfully, I've also thought about divorcing him, but he's only willing to cast me off. If it's a divorce, it will affect the marriages of the unmarried sisters in my family, so I can only endure it. Juju went over and placed her hand on Jing Wen's shoulder to comfort her. This is easy. If Zhao Jiji really wants a divorce, I'll help you. I guarantee success, Jing Wen asked with doubt. Really? Juju didn't hide it, and smiled even more broadly. Of course, as long as Zhao Jiji agrees to one condition. Saying this, Juju was gleeful. After Zhao Jiji divorces, marry my older brother, and it's done. Hearing Juju's inner thoughts, the first prince behind her blushed with embarrassment, coughing a few times to calm himself. Jing Wen sighed with unease. The princess is both intelligent and kind. I probably guessed correctly that you want me to marry His Highness, the first prince, right? Saying this, Jing Wen smiled gently at Juju. But this is not something I can agree to right now, Juju asked with doubt. Why? In her heart, she has her own thoughts. Zhao Jiji is so smart and so brave. It seems like older brother doesn't deserve her. Hearing her beloved younger sister say this, the frustrated first prince behind her didn't dare to utter a word. Jing Wen added, It's my parents. My family only holds minor official positions. My parents worry about the difference in status. If I marry into the imperial family, I'll be suppressed and bullied and unable to resist. Even if I divorce, they won't allow me to marry the first prince. Juju immediately understood. So that's how it is. Does that mean you also want to marry the first prince? Hearing this, the first prince became even more embarrassed and quickly said, Juju, what are you saying? Jingwen, being so directly exposed, shyly covered her face, princess. And Juju was extremely smug and started planning, Hey, you two don't need to explain. I understand everything. In her heart, she still can't forget the sigh. To think that older brother is the oldest and marrying someone who has trouble in her marriage. Thinking of this, Juju confidently looked at the two of them. You two can rest assured. This won't be difficult for me. As long as you two are truly in love, nothing is difficult. Saying this, she went over and tugged at the first prince's sleeve. This can't be delayed. Juju pulled him away quickly. Now we have to set off to the Zhao family residence to persuade Zhao Jiji's parents. The first prince hesitated and asked, So fast? Juju immediately replied, Of course. Matters of the heart cannot be delayed. If you miss the one you love, you might regret it for the rest of your life. At this moment, the first prince heard her inner thoughts. After all, the book described how the first prince hesitated time and again, leading to his death filled with regret. Now that Juju was here, there was no way she would let that happen. The first prince no longer hesitated or waited. He resolutely looked towards Jingwen and said, Juju is right. He who hesitates is lost. He boldly took Jingwen's hand. Jingwen, I want to ask you one more time. The first prince no longer concealed his feelings. His eyes gazed at her tenderly. Are you willing to wait for me to marry you? Jingwen never expected that someone as always cautious as him could speak such direct words. Tears streamed down her cheeks as she replied, Yes, I will wait for you. With an uplifted spirit, the first prince turned and headed for the door. Good, then wait for my good news. A short while later, at the Zhao family residence, sunlight filtered through the leaves, standing before the Zhao family's gate. The first prince lost all his previous courage. He had rushed here impulsively, fueled by Juju's excitement. Thinking it over, he mused, I came to propose marriage, but to someone who has already been married off, this is truly absurd. As he thought this, he immediately turned to Jujigao, a cowardly intention surfacing. Jujigao, how about we head back for now? I didn't bring anything for the proposal. That seems a bit inappropriate, doesn't it? With just one glance, Jujigao saw through her big brother's tiny bit of courage. She angrily interrupted him. If the two esteemed parents of the Zhao family don't agree to this marriage, then bringing them the entire imperial palace would be useless. Big brother, don't try to chicken out now. Just then, someone called out from behind, First Prince. Hearing this, both of them turned around. Jingwen's father sternly questioned, My Jingwen has already been married off. Things have come to this, and you still dare to come to my residence and make trouble. Juju couldn't help but tremble at his hostile attitude. This is the type of minor official who fears his daughter being bullied if she enters the palace. What minor official's family would dare speak to the imperial family like that? Meanwhile, the young man who came to ask for a wife was so scared that his face turned green, cowering behind Juju. Seeing his timid demeanor, Juju sighed. Big brother must be too worried about how his eldest sister angered the two elders, which is why he's so cautious. It's still best to leave this to Juju. As if on cue, she raised her hand and cheerfully said, But Sister Zhao and Big Brother are truly soulmates. My Big Brother is very capable. Then, she stepped closer to him. Juju guarantees that Sister Zhao will definitely live a good life if she marries him, he asked suspiciously. Who are you? Juju immediately replied. Juju is the 18th princess. Seeing her, he became very pleased, dotingly saying, So it's the little princess. I've long heard that the princess is lively and charming, and meeting you today, it's certainly true. However, he suddenly changed his expression and raised a hand to stop her, seriously rejecting what Juju had just said. It's just that, even if my daughter had not been married off, the imperial family is far too noble. It's not something our Zhao family could ever dream of. Princess, please don't mention it again. We will not marry her to the crown prince. Juju immediately explained. So, you two are worried that Sister Zhao won't be happy if she marries Big Brother. She confidently added, Isn't this an easy problem? Juju raised a finger, looking at them brightly. Juju has a perfect plan. The first prince didn't dare utter a single word from beginning to end. Is this how a young man feels when he first meets his future father-in-law? After a moment of hesitation, Jingwen's parents looked at Juju with doubtful eyes and asked, Then let us hear what your so-called win-win solution is. Juju, full of confidence, stroked her chin triumphantly. Then, snapping her fingers and winking, she cheerfully replied, "After Zhao Jiji and her husband divorce, wouldn't it be great if Big Brother married into the Zhao family?" Hearing this, the first prince was shocked, not expecting her to say such a thing. He reached out hesitantly, saying, "Juju." Juju frowned, giving him a disapproving look. "What is it?" Without any reservation, she pointed her nose at the first prince and rebuked, "Big Brother, don't you even have the courage to bear the pressure of the world for the one you love?" As if being stimulated, the first prince clenched his fists, a burning determination to snatch his wife, filling him. Juju is right. He mustered all his courage and stood before Father Xiaowen, declaring, "As long as I can become husband and wife with the young lady, I will agree to local marriage." The two Zhao family parents were surprised that a first prince could say such a thing, their faces showing clear astonishment. However, thinking of the barrier of status, Father Xiaowen resolutely refused. "We appreciate the sincerity of the two princes, but our daughter is already married and living happily. Divorce is out of the question. Please go back." Juju, without hesitation, seized the key point and approached him, saying, "In other words, if Zhao Jiji divorces, you will agree to their marriage." He looked at the first prince, his eyes showing hesitation but still agreeing. "That's right. Once the first prince has shown his sincerity in being willing to marry into our family, we would naturally be willing to marry our daughter. As long as our daughter divorces, we will agree to this marriage." The unexpected joy caught the first prince off guard. He interrupted, adding, "But you must not use imperial decrees to force them to divorce. Otherwise, we still will not agree." The first prince was excited, his eyes shining brightly as he replied, "No problem. As long as you agree to our marriage, these things are not a problem." Although the first prince was physically strong and unmatched in martial arts, at this moment he could only place all his hopes on his little sister. Although he didn't know what to do, Juju would definitely have a way. Thinking this, he turned to look at Juju, the smile on his face even more radiant. "This is great! With Juju as a matchmaker, I am truly blessed for 3 lifetimes." Juju began to get to work, correcting the excited young man before her. "All right, Big Brother. Don't lose your composure like that. We still have to help Zhao Jiji leave that scum of a husband." As soon as she finished speaking, her passive big brother actually decisively picked her up. No time to delay. He grinned from ear to ear, hurriedly turning to leave the Xiao residence. "We'll go now." Juju uncomfortably struggled in his arms. Wait. Slowly. A moment later, Jingwen received the news and was overjoyed. They really agreed. Juju excitedly approached her. "That's right, next. As long as you and Instructor Lina divorce, you can be with Big Brother." However, the biggest worry had arrived. Jingwen sighed, lowering her eyes worriedly. "But he has told me many times that he will not divorce. I really don't know what to do." The first prince arrived at the right time, his face full of confidence as he reassured her. "You don't need to worry. Since Juju is here, she will definitely have a way." Then, he turned his flattering face to the bright savior, sweetly calling, "Juju, you will definitely have a way to help Big Brother. Right?" Juju crossed her arms triumphantly and replied, "Of course." Juju motioned for Jingwen to come closer. "Zhao Jiji, come closer. Juju has something to say to you in private." Juju whispered into Jingwen's ear. He sees that Juju, now the most favored princess, likes you so much he will definitely come to please you tonight. At that time, after a moment of discussing the plan, Juju added, "Okay, everything will be according to the princess." As expected, that evening, Instructor Li came to Jingwen's villa. He entered, beaming, carrying a tray of food. "It's been a while since we've been intimate. Today your husband specifically asked the kitchen to prepare these dishes for you." Seeing him, Jingwen's face turned cold, as the little princess predicted. "Next, I just need to follow the princess's instructions, hoping everything goes smoothly." Seeing him put the food on the table, Jingwen, following Juju's instructions, forced herself to say, "Since you've gone to the trouble of preparing all this, let's eat together." Hearing this, he happily nodded. Okay. In his heart, he was smug, unable to hide his excitement. "I thought she wouldn't agree. She's truly a soft persimmon for me to mold as I please." He enthusiastically piled food into Juju's bowl. "Princess, please try this dish. It's the specialty of our chef." Juju agreed and picked up her chopsticks to taste it. "It looks quite delicious. This princess will give it a try." Hearing this, the scumbag was even more excited. "Great! I was worried during the day that the princess would have issues with me, but now it seems I was overthinking it. His eyes, unable to conceal his scheming, turned to Juju. As long as I can please the princess, my bright future is surely within reach. Juju coldly looked at his obnoxious attitude, openly disgusted. She tried to suppress her anger, looking at him. Just looking at his expression, she knew he wasn't thinking of anything good. Then Juju began her plan, flinging her hand to the ground. But his happiness wouldn't last long. Following a scream of pain, Juju clutched her stomach, crying out. Juju's stomach suddenly hurt so much. Seeing this, his face turned pale with fear. She continued to act, rolling around a few times. Ouch, ouch, it hurts so much. The first prince coordinated, anxiously yelling, Juju ate what you brought, and now her stomach hurts to death. Someone immediately call for the imperial physician. Seeing this, Instructor Leo was petrified, his hands and feet trembling. It's over, it's over. If the emperor finds out, forget about my future. I won't even be able to keep my life. Thinking of this, a wicked idea arose in his mind. No, I have to push this away. He immediately pointed at Jingwen, shouting loudly. It's you, I told you, you're a jinx. The kitchen in the Li Manor has never had problems before, but trouble arises when it comes to you. The louder he spoke, the more he wanted to make sure everyone understood, and he continued to shift the blame. If anything happens to the princess, it's all your fault. Hearing these words, the first prince's blood boiled and he involuntarily stood up. Fortunately, Juju anticipated the situation and quickly tugged on his sleeve. In her heart, she couldn't help but panic. It's almost successful, big brother. Don't ruin Juju's plan. Only then did the first prince calm down. Could this also be part of Juju's plan? But what does it have to do with the divorce? Jingwen, hearing her scum of a husband shifting the blame, didn't rush to deny it, but stated sternly, this subject can cure the princess's illness. He became even more arrogant, pointing directly at her face and shouting threateningly, what medical skills do you know? Step aside and don't bring trouble. Don't let your unlucky aura affect the princess. Juju, secretly observing the situation, grumbled in her heart, this person is such a hindrance. Clearly, as long as Zhao Jiji cures Juju, Juju will be able to punish him. The first prince, hearing the situation clearly, secretly rejoiced in his little heart. So this is Juju's plan. Simple. Thinking this, the first prince looked at him with great concern. If she can cure her, then quickly let her treat the illness. Are you deliberately trying to harm the princess by obstructing her? Hearing this, he immediately lowered his voice, waving his hands in a flustered denial. I wouldn't dare, I wouldn't dare. This subject will let her treat the princess immediately. Seeing this, Juju couldn't help but praise the first prince in her heart. Big brother is so quick-witted. But seeing Jingwen examine Juju, Lieutenant Leah's heart was still filled with fear. She has never studied medicine before. Suddenly, a sinister glint appeared in Lieutenant Leah's eyes. Wait until she makes the princess's condition worse, and see how I deal with you. The more he looked, the more certain he became of his deduction. As expected, one look and you can tell it's just a scare tactic. The princess will definitely blame her. But before Lieutenant Lee could rejoice, Juju stood up, her face rosy and cheerful, and said loudly, Juju doesn't hurt anymore. This made him extremely puzzled. Lieutenant Lee became even more horrified when Juju looked at him with angry eyes. How? How is this possible? Juju stepped closer to him with hidden meaning. What? You think this Gongju is lying to you, or you don't want to see this Gongju healthy? He trembled with fear, his mind racing to defend himself. How could that be? This subject was just worried that the princess wouldn't be cured. Juju snorted coldly without politeness. I'm sure you wouldn't dare. In his heart, he was clearly unwilling. What trick did that little bitch play to cure the illness? Juju noticed the malicious look in Lieutenant Lee's eyes as he looked at Jingwen and hated him even more. One look and you can tell he must be very annoyed with Xiao Jiji. This kind of bastard, Juju will make him get far away from Xiao Jiji right now. Thinking this, she turned to Jingwen and asked, You have done well in curing me. This Gongju must reward you. Whatever you want, just say it. Jingwen didn't stand on ceremony and immediately knelt down. This subject truly has one request. Jingwen's eyes were full of determination as she said loudly, I hope the princess will grant permission for this married couple to divorce. Hearing this from behind, he froze. What did you say? He didn't put Juju in his eyes, directly stepped forward to grab Jingwen's hand and slapped her, cursing non-stop. You've become bold, huh? Daring to rely on the princess's face to want to divorce me? Let me tell you, I only know how to abandon wives, not be abandoned by wives. Today I must teach you a lesson. But little did Lieutenant Lee know, Juju was just waiting for the moment he made a move to catch him in one fell swoop. Outrageous. Disrespecting the princess, refusing the reward is one thing, but daring to attack her right in front of the princess. Seize him for me. Behind, Jingwen knelt again. I begged the princess to decide for me, she sincerely explained. After we got married, he treated this humble servant harshly, and he cursed and beat me every day. This humble servant really can't bear it anymore. That's why I begged the princess to grant me a divorce. Looking at the purple and red wounds on Jingwen's hand, the first prince felt a pang in his heart. This Lieutenant Li is worse than scum. I didn't expect him to beat Jingwen to this extent. If it weren't for Juju's reminder, I don't know how long I would have let her suffer. The first prince really wanted to beat Lieutenant Li, that scum, to a pulp, but he was still thinking about Juju in his heart. I can't make a move in front of Juju, I can't scare her. Thinking this, he hesitated and said, Ju, Princess Dianxia, this subject will send this beast to prison to use torture to let him taste suffering first. As for the separation, Juju interrupted him upon hearing this. Don't worry, let alone separation, this Gongzhu will definitely help Xiaojiji to get rid of him. Li Xiaowei was still yelling loudly. Su Jingwen, you bitch, so what if you're divorced? I'll see who dares to marry a used woman like you, a withered flower. Even the prince you dream of day and night only finds you disgusting. As soon as he finished speaking, a certain prince punched him with a memorable blow. Her hand tightened on his sleeve. With eyes full of resentment, he faced Lin Xiaowei. Who are you to judge her? Since when did someone like you get to comment on my relationship with her? He clearly guessed his identity after that sentence. He stammered, staring at him. Your Highness, the first prince! How could it be you? The first prince was furious, his eyebrows furrowed, and he shouted, It is me! Say that again! Say what you just said! Li Xiaowei was so scared that he spoke incoherently. I wouldn't dare! I wouldn't dare! I am guilty! I will punish myself! Ignoring his emotions, the first prince said grimly, Stop groveling here. Slapping yourself is just begging for mercy. Beating your wife is the same as intentionally injuring someone. Wait to go to jail. Li Xiaowei, ashamed and enraged, shouted back, So what if you're the first prince? You're just showing off your power. Then, his face full of smugness, he taunted, Even if I divorced her, the Zhao family elders wouldn't agree to your marriage. So, aren't you still a loser to me? Hearing this, the first prince looked at him with disdain. I thought you were going to say something important. You're about to die, and you still want to cling to some dignity. Juju beside him chimed in. That's right. The Zhao elders already agreed that as long as you two divorced, they could get married. Your words are just for your own amusement. Li Xiaowei was unwilling and kept yelling even as the first prince dragged him away. What? No way! How could that be? Jingwen breathed a sigh of relief, her face lightening up. It's finally over. I can finally escape that villain and be with the person I love. Juju went over to comfort her. Of course, Xiaojiji, the dark days are over. What awaits you ahead are beautiful days filled with warm sunshine. Jingwen's emotions were unclear, but she excitedly hugged Juju. Jingwen couldn't hold back her tears and said, choking up, Thank you, Gongzhu. I know this happiness is all thanks to you. I'm truly very grateful. Juju replied happily, Juju just gave you two a little help. Because you deserve such happy days. Juju and Daji will return to the palace to handle Xiaojiji's divorce. Just wait for good news from us. Jingwen watched her leave and murmured, Okay. Outside, the first prince and a eunuch were waiting. Seeing Fu An before her, Juju was a little confused. Fu An? Isn't he just the eunuch who follows father? Then she looked at the carriage beside her. Could it be that the person in the carriage who came to pick up Juju is father? Fu An hesitated and said, Gongzhu, you should go back and visit His Majesty. His Majesty. Suddenly sensing unease, Juju asked anxiously, What's wrong with father?